Boys. Good morning. Oh, fucking hell, the ears. Where are these dumb fucking things? God damn it. We're almost done. We're almost done. We only got a few days left. Fuck! Alright. Good morning, everyone. I'm not happy about this. Dude, it's been so long. It's been so fucking long. I feel myself becoming them. Broke my streak because you started stream so late. You broke your streak because you didn't check my Discord yesterday. You broke your streak because you're a fake fan. Now, if you were in my Discord and you gave a shit about me, you would have seen this communication. Tisk tisk yourself, Kirito. Your lack of communication let you down. Tisk tisk tisk. No, your streak is dead. It's gone. It's gone across the board. Never to be brought up again. Wee. This is what I'm gonna do all day. I'm gonna sit here and go like this. Dusty not only acknowledges the existence of parasocial relationships, he promotes them. Well, how else am I supposed to make money? Kidding, by the way. I don't have to make people think I'm friends with them to give me money. I make people think I hate them and they give me money. I don't know why. Yeah, I think I just do this all day and see like how close I can get it to the icons without hitting the icons. Oh! Oh, shit. That's gotta be close. That's gotta be close, chat. That's gotta be, like, almost frame perfect. Hold on. Oh, shit. That's too far. I want to see if we can get some of the red in. Oh, shit. Nah, that's literally gotta be, like, it, right? We have the yellow from Marvel Rivals in. Like, I don't think there's any way that another pixel... Oh, shit. This is getting intense, chat. Jesus Christ. Yo, what up, Puka? We're showing off true gaming prowess and mechanics today. I'm currently seeing how far over I can move this blue box without it actually highlighting any of the programs. So, Ash's down days have us feel in a certain type of... Oh my god, that's far. Wait, Jesus Christ. That's probably it. Like, we've legitimately got... like, all of those icons in here. Yo, what up, frags? Absolute high IQ behavior? Yeah, I mean, dude, look, I've got a legitimate slice of each of those icons, like, in the blue box without it highlighting anything. That's genuine, like, it's talent. It's talent. Also, don't ask me why I hold my coffee cup that way. It's comfortable. I have too many videos to watch today. There are a few. We have to finish the Alpha 2 one from Ashes themselves. We've got Nice's Rogue video. We've got Crix's duel tournament. And like 3 videos is like 6 months of content for me. I'm not even gonna lie. Can I talk about IRL spiders? For what? What should you be doing with IRL spiders? On a happy note, when I was out shopping yesterday, I found like, I was at Sam's Club, and you know those like naked smoothies that are typically like $7 per little jar or like bottle? So I got like the Members Mark ones, like the Sam's Club brand ones, and it was like a 12 pack of these for like $10. So like less than $1 per. And I haven't had one yet, but there's nothing like even bad that's added. It's literally apple juice, coconut water, banana puree, strawberry puree, blackberry puree, raspberry puree. I don't know what inulin is. Natural flavors and citric acid. It's like one letter away from being insulin. There's a new spider in Australia, and it's called the Big Boy. There's a new spider in Australia. How is there a new spider? Like, where did it come from? Yo, what up, Golvat? It's an already existing spider, just a type of it. It's a larger type of it. But, like, why would that warrant, like, an entirely new nickname? Couldn't they just say that it's an evolutionary trait of the spider to get larger? Because it's so much bigger. I'm gonna regret this. New spider, Australia. The Newcastle funnel web. Atrax christenseni, big boy, is a totally new species. The true Sydney funnel web, Atrax robustus centers? Oh, centers. I thought that was still the scientific name. Centers on the north shore of Sydney and the central coast in the southern Sydney funnel web. Atrax montanus is a resurrected species name from 1914. Oh, what the fuck? How large is it? Larger, more venomous species. So they're literally just evolving to kill us. What? In research released Monday, scientists from the Australian Museum, Flinders University, that sounds made up, in Germany's Leibniz Institute. Tarvo, is it Leibniz Institute? Leibniz? I don't know how to say that institute, but I'm assuming you know. Discovered there are 3 species of Sydney funnel web spiders instead of 1. Scientists have named the 3.5-inch long species with a nickname of Big Boy. Okay, hold on. If we're calling things that are 3.5 inches long Big Boy, then we've got to readdress a lifetime of shame that I've faced. I have been shamed time and time again. And now we're out here saying 3.5 inches earns a nickname of Big Boy. Nah, this is crazy. I'm not gonna stand for this. Chat, y'all gotta call me Big Boy from now on. If that thing's 3.5 inches and people are calling it Big Boy, then you guys are calling me Big Boy. Common Sydney funnel web spiders, in comparison, can grow up to nearly 2 inches. Me too. Our research uncovered hidden diversity among funnel web spiders. Great. They said diversity. Now Asmongold's gonna make a fucking video ranting about how these spiders are ruining gaming. Lead researcher Stephanie Loria said in a statement, the Newcastle funnel web, Atrax christenseni, Big Boy, is a totally new species. The dark, glossy, and large spiders are considered among the most dangerously venomous spiders for humans. Yo, Sammy boy, thank you for the 35-day streak. I appreciate you. Who do we have on the... Didn't we have another streak too? Didn't we have Tarvo on a big one? Tarvo with the 35-day too? Shit. It's a good day. A 30-day and a 35? We have tremendous. Wait. Okay. Most dangerously venomous spiders. The current anti-venom is already effective against a wide variety of funnel web spider bites, including the newly discovered big boy. Only male Sydney funnel web spiders have venom that can kill an adult, and 13 deaths have been attributed to the common Sydney funnel web spider between 1927 and the early 1980s. There have been no deaths since the anti-venom was introduced in the 1980s. So they're literally just trying to evolve, right? I feel like in 2024, a Sydney funnel web spider found in Australia set a record as the largest spider at the Australian Reptile Park. It measured 3.1 inches foot to foot, surpassing the park's previous record holder from 2018. Bro, a 3-inch spider that is also venomous, that's like a large anything. Like, if there was just something 3.5 inches just on my wall looking at me, nah, you're the streamer now, dog. That's fucking insane. Like, 3 inches is probably like, if I had to guess, 3 inches is probably this. I'm very familiar with 3.5 inches, and this is like 3.5 inches, I'm pretty sure. That would be like the entire like palm rest of my mouse. Fucking Christ. Fuck that shit. Fuck that. Fuck Australia. Fuck New Zealand for being part of Australia, technically. Fuck all of that. If you're in the same region, you're lumped together. New Zealanders are just Australians with more intense criminal records. This smoothie thing fucks. 3.5 inches are 8.9 centimeters. I don't know what 8.9 centimeters is. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I smoked some legal weed and shot off some guns for breakfast. I don't know what a centimeter is. 100 centimeters is a meter. Yeah, you think I know what a fucking meter is? We speak in God's units here. Probably about the size of your palm. I got big hands. It's like a yard. Front yard or backyard? I have two different size ones. You guys call them yards or lawns? Front? Yeah, I don't have much front yard. That would make sense. That would make sense. Where'd my launcher go? You think they'll let me in if I just try to send it? They'll be like, oh shit, the streamer's here. Everybody, open the gates. Guards, guards. You think they just like break out the trumpets and shit? I get like a 65 trumpet salute when I walk back in. I don't think they're gonna let me in. That's so sad. That's so sad. So I started solo leveling last night. Not like the game, the anime. That shit's fire. I don't think there has been a show that I have like as quickly hit skip end credits and then started the next episode. There was like zero downtime between episodes. Season 2 is good too. Yeah, everybody's been gassing it up. And my thing with sitting down to watch a full anime is that I rarely like have the time to commit to something that like lengthy, right? And so solo leveling chat was like, oh, Dusty, 20-minute episodes. Watch a couple episodes after stream each day. You get caught up and then you're good. And I'm like, what do you mean? It doesn't have like 300 episodes? Like every other fucking anime in the world at this point? Chat's like, nah. So I started solo leveling. 4 episodes in, that shit fucks. That shit's real good. Like, I have critiques, but it's mostly gamer logic. And like, I don't really like zero con glass cannon builds, but you do you. You do you. But yeah, it's real good, bro. It's real fucking good. Do we want to go back to the Alpha 2 video? I feel like the Alpha 2 video would fuck. Also, 2 days. We have an Ashes of Creation live stream. Yeah, what up, Spac? You finished all of season 1? Nah, 4 episodes last night. No, all of season 1 would have been fucking degeneracy last night. Nah, I got off stream I got off stream kind of early. Like, much earlier than I usually do. And then I made some food. I rolled up a nice joint because I typically don't just take the time to roll anymore. I don't really know why. I'm not like opposed to it, and it really only took me like a couple minutes to have a beautiful roll assembled. But it's more so the time associated with smoking a roll. Like, because I go out and I take a bong rip, I pack, 20 seconds later, we're back. Yo, what up, Sabritas? Honest question, what makes you wear those headphones? A subscriber goal. So people subscribe to the channel, and then when we hit a certain number of subs each month, I have to do it for a week. And then there's also a monkey buck redeem, which are your channel points here. So you can save up 50,000 of those bad boys, and you can get a day pass. So basically, each month, the first sub goal for the channel is 1 week of these things. And then what happened this month was, yo, thank you for the follow, Sabritas. What happened this month was we hit it late. So I'm kind of fucked because the full layout is, it's like day 5 right now, I think. But we hit the 1 week, and then 2 people in chat redeem the day pass on top of that. So that's 9 days. That's going to carry us into February. And then February 1st, the sub goal up top resets to another 1 week of cat ears at the start of the month. So, dude, I might be doing like 16 fucking days consecutively of these goddamn things. But I love my chat. I love my community, and it's the least I can do for their undying support. They suit you. My nuts will suit your fucking forehead. But yeah, just a little fun thing for the chat, man. It actually started as a meme. So I played New World for the last like 3 to 4 years, and 2 Halloween streams ago, I had like the horns from a Maleficent costume, right? And like the witch horns or whatever. And I'm so tall that my head like pokes up off of the camera sometimes. Yo, Lai, appreciate the follow. And so like people came in and they saw like the middle of the Maleficent horns, and they were like, yo, Dusty, you wearing cat ears? And I was like, nah, but it kind of looks like it. And so after the Halloween stream, chat was like, yo, Dusty, you got to get cat ears. You got to get cat ears. You got to get cat ears. And I'm like, no. And then Carla finally said she was ordering me cat ears against my will. So they showed up on my doorstep, and then chat demanded a day pass redeem for them. And it was born from there, man. It started out as a Halloween stream where cat ears weren't even fucking involved. And somehow I let my chat convince me to add this to the repertoire. Yeah, I still have the fucking original Halloween Maleficent horns, but yeah, I don't know how we got here. But bro, it's the internet. I don't fucking take myself too seriously. I try not to anyways. I'm just sitting in front of a camera trying to fucking yap and chill and drink this Members Mark berry mix smoothie. No sponsorship, but it's pretty good. Yo, what up, Phoenix? Thank you for the 3-day streak, brother. Never enough time to go hard on AOC, and I feel like I should wait and do so until after the rogues on the alpha servers. I mean, bro, even if you want to play rogue as your main, you're gonna want secondary class knowledge specifically so you know what cross you're looking at. That's my take on it. That's why I'm leveling every single character, like every class. Because even as a tank, right, I know I want tank to be my base class. Right now, I think I want rogue to be my secondary. But I could always see something that just completely sways me while I'm leveling a different class. That would be this crazy tank synergy. But, you know, it's all in the each person's goals, right? I think burning out in this early of a stage because people feel obligated to play too much is the worst possible thing that could happen. So I think everybody playing at their own pace is really important right now. I play games 8 to 12 hours a day. It's also my job. Like this is me clocking into work. I clocked into work 30 minutes ago. And so like I'm not really going to burn out, but somebody that doesn't have as much time that feels like they need to play that 8 to 12 hours a day, that's a really bad like thing to get into right now. And I think this is one thing I've been pushing a lot lately though, is like play games as games and don't play games as work. If you are playing a game and you're like, I could use a day off, don't let FOMO or like fear of keeping up with progression or anything like that push you into playing a game when you don't want to play a game. It's like you have so many things on a day-to-day that you already have to force yourself to do that you probably don't want to do. Hang out with your wife instead of watch my stream. Go to work instead of watch my stream. Sleep instead of watch my stream. You know, you've already got to do all three of those things instead of watching my stream, and those all detract from your day. So you might as well just treat gaming like gaming again and just have fun with that shit, dog. That's my big thing. Even from my standpoint, I've been going super casual with the alpha so far. I watch your stream in my sleep, Biss. Yo, what up, resetting? So like I've been going super chill pace, man. I'm like, I don't have a wife. Is that positive now? Yeah, and just remember, if you ever get married, it's going to encroach on the time that you can support the stream. Because your significant other is going to want support too. And you need to explain to them, it's like, love, Dusty came before you. Dusty has been here. Look at those ears. Where are your cat ears, bitch? She doesn't love you like I do. She never will. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think so many people treat games like a secondary work. They gotta grind. They gotta hit this break point. They gotta hit this progression point, right? I mean, maybe. But in my opinion, this shit's an alpha. And I don't think this game is like conducive to those people that just want to zip. I won't lie. Like there will always be power leveling tech and shit like that. Yo, what up, Triple K? There will always be power leveling tech and shit like that across the board. But bro, even on launch, it's gonna be a long, arduous grind to 50. Long grind to 50. Where's the Carlos stream? Listen, what's going to happen with the Ashes directory is slowly I'm going to get more and more of my friends and my community to start streaming. And then you're going to look at one point and like 20 of the 25 streamers in the Ashes directory will be people from this community. Because there are a lot of streamers that have this like scarcity mindset, right? Where if somebody else is streaming in their directory, it's bad. Personally, I want everybody streaming in the directory that I'm in. It brings more eyes to the game, more potential eyes to the stream. There's more potential for other streamers to support each other. I mean, shit, I throw out raids every single night. A lot of people throw raids back. And if we start all of that, like that was one thing that helped a lot of people grow in New World. My buddy Anvi, his first stream ever. I hit him with like 120 viewer raid that night. It was literally his first time ever streaming, but he was one of my good friends. And now dude streams full time. He's partnered on Twitch, averages over 100 viewers in that dying ass game. And we supported each other a lot. Oreo, another one of our buddies, also fell into that like big support triangle. And that's kind of what I want to have over here. Like, I want to have that big group of people that just support each other, want each other's streams to grow, want the game to grow as a whole. And the more streamers we have like that, and the fewer streamers we have that have a scarcity mindset where it's like, oh, fucking Dusty's here. There goes 10 of my viewers. Wah. The fewer people we have like that, the better off we all are. From viewers to streamers to everything, bro. Like, I have heard viewers bitching before that their like community will watch another stream instead of theirs while they're live. And I'm like, brother, that's like supporting stuff. Like you should want that other channel to grow too. And like that interaction between channels is what can bring people back to yours. Dude, streamers just have some weird takes sometimes. But yeah, I really hope that we can get a lot of people. I really hope that we can get a lot of people streaming Ashes. I mean, I noticed fucking Sasuke hopped in on the off days, bro. He was killing it. I was lurking a little bit. Sasuke's always tossing raids over, and his numbers been going up, right? But I looked earlier, dude had 15 viewers just chilling. He was doing good, bro. I'm happy for him. And stuff like that, if we can facilitate other people streaming, we can get people inspired to make content for the game. It doesn't have to be million viewer content. If you put out a video that you're happy about, it could get 100 views, but that's 100 people that didn't see that shit before. I can stream, but it'd be silent. Bro, there's a lot of content to be made. Hear me out. If you don't want to live stream because you're not a yapper, you could clip down funny moments in game. You could post them as shorts and TikToks. If you have a really cool boss fight or like a crazy run where you get a shitload of loot, say you're doing Forge and you just have like a half hour where it's just weapon, 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 weapon. You clip that down, you post that shit on YouTube with a title like, "This is the craziest Befallen Forge run in Ashes of Creation." You ain't gotta be yapping 10 hours a day to make content. Yo, what up, Rusty? Sorry, I saw the Rogue League. Yeah, we were talking about Rogue, what, last week or something? I think last week we were talking about Rogue over here because the wiki got updated with a lot of Rogue abilities that were leaked. So I wish I was going into like these Rogue leaks extremely blind and like, oh my God, I don't know what's gonna happen. But yeah, before all these videos came out, we were literally sitting on stream looking at the Rogue wiki and like going through all of the abilities. So I'm pretty sure I'll know everything that's in these videos. I have the Rogue League one pulled up, and I'm also hoping that they got everything important in the videos because there are some really cool things with Rogue and Mage that are going to be added in as well that I think are extremely important to talk about. Spare PC, single one says new GPUs come out for stream PC. Bro, recording can be super easy too. You ain't even gotta have like the full setup with OBS and shit. Like you could legitimately just run the what is it, the NVIDIA software where you can go back and like clip X amount. Yo, what up, Damien? How you doing, goat? Looking extra cute today with those ears. Thank you, thank you. No, you can yell here. That's okay. Crows, what up? Good morning. Rogues are Thanos IMO from that video. Unless there was something else that wasn't in the kit, or that wasn't like listed on the wiki that's in the kit, it's gonna be nice, but there are also a lot of ways to deal with stuff. Because you gotta remember, like, we haven't seen a ton of true small scale from Ashes yet, in terms of like the emphasized modes. Even the larger, like, the larger caravan fights and stuff tend to break out, right? So, for me, I'm just not sold on it being incredibly impactful in those super large scale modes. Like, it's going to be a cleric, bard, and mage hunter. What am my day job? Have a good stream? Yo, Crows, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. I hope the workday goes well. But yeah, I think it'll be mage, bard, cleric, hunter. But with that being said, if you kill one mage and there's 6 more mages waiting to pop you, then what do you really gain? Like, you might be able to get a 1-to-1, but I feel like rogue is just gonna be that huge thing. They get a blink, does damage. Yeah, they get their shadow step and everything. But again, doing AoE damage in a team-based PvP mode when everyone's getting healed as well, you gotta think in terms of its kit. Like, in an ideal scenario, if a rogue catches someone without healers, without supports, without anything, then you can probably do some pretty substantial damage. But in Ashes, you're never really gonna catch people out just 1v1 as your primary, right? Unless that's specifically what you're looking for. But I feel like any of the primary forms of PvP in the game right now are so team-based that, like, you would legitimately need that blink to do like 36,000 damage for it to be valid. Hold on. Let me pull up the rogue wiki real quick. Ashes of Creation rogue. Verify you're human. I got flashbanged. You guys did not get flashbanged. So these are the abilities that we know of so far that have been confirmed. Unless things have directly leaked from the NDA'd realm, like the NDA'd PTR. These are the confirmations that we have. So you got backstab, you got feint, which I think feint is wrong in terms of its description. Yo, what up, Pick? Quite new to AOC. Is there anything planned for PvP modes like sieges or huge battlefields? Oh yeah, that's a lot of what Ashes is. So there are already node versus node wars. Castle sieges are coming to the game pretty soon. And that's like the next big thing that they're working on. But there are guild versus guild wars, node versus node wars, castle sieges on the agenda. There are the caravan runs where you can attack or defend caravans along the way. They had like 10 more abilities in that video I watched on Sasuke. Somebody's in trouble for leaking then. I'm assuming it was this one. Are there timestamps in this? Oh, is your video on right? Can you have a normal setup for this? Right, that's taken from the wiki. What? Advantage is a builder. Maybe I should watch this. Maybe we should watch this. Yeah, we're gonna watch this real quick. Rogue's a builder spender system, and advantage is the builder spender system. We're gonna cross-reference the wiki during this.
Nice. I hope all of you future rogue mains ready to level up are having a nice day. Today, I'm excited to bring you some more leaks on the upcoming.
Do you get anything for defending a caravan? Some people do like payouts. I can't
show anything, but I can definitely tell you about the abilities for the rogue archetype. Also, do keep in mind that we gotta take this with a grain of salt, and of course, this MMO is still a work in progress.
Yo, Ray!
Some of these abilities can change.
Thank you for the 5 months.
Functionality be removed.
Wait, so is he in the NDA server, or did somebody leak the NDA to him? Because he's either taking information that's directly NDA'd, that's not patch notes or anything, or somebody sent him this information that's NDA'd, and you have an NDA leaker. Anything not on the wiki wouldn't be public, and he said, since it's NDA'd, I can't show any gameplay. So he's got somebody that's sending him NDA'd gameplay for him to make the videos, or he's like taking it himself and then making the videos. It's a good strat. It's a visual NDA, not verbal. Interesting. So why am I not in on that? Whose dick can I suck to get in on this so I can leak everything about the game with 0 repercussions? That's crazy. So I could legitimately go in to that realm and leak every single thing that's in that realm with no repercussions. Yeah, no, I gotta hawk two of somebody's fucking dick to get into that. That's crazy. That's the closest thing that a streamer could get to pay to win if it was like a pay to enter thing. Holy shit. What a W. Jamie Chaos plays the PTR and tells people what he's doing. He just doesn't show it. Like live? Like on Twitch? What's the point of a fucking NDA then? What the fuck? That's like me sitting here going, yo, chat, I'm gooning under my desk right now. And it's like, oh, you can't see it, so it's technically not adult content. But I'm sitting here going, that's my nut noise, by the way. Like, I'd still get in trouble for that. State's visual NDA. That's fucking crazy to me. Why would you just do a visual NDA? What? That doesn't protect anything. People nut to audio files. What? That doesn't protect a single thing. You might as well just repeal the NDA. That's legitimately like a glory hole. Like, you're still giving somebody head, you just can't see the person that you're sucking their dick. Like, it's still happening. Everything in your PTR is still getting leaked. You just have to not make eye contact. What? What a goof. Not like them, but like, what a goof of a system. Why would you NDA that? What the fuck? Why would you visual NDA but... I think I need to smoke a bowl so I can like kill my brain cells real quick. That sounds as if Intrepid has not really thought that much about it. Like, this is the first thing where I'm like, Intrepid, what are you doing here? Because that makes no sense. Why would you visual NDA but let people describe everything? I was watching a video. Hold on. Transparent development? No, because an NDA is the antithesis of transparency. Transparent development would just not be having an NDA at all, allowing people to show video and talk about it. Because right now, hold on. Blind sports commentator.
Finally tonight, the story of a young man who can teach us the difference between having sight and having vision.
This motherfucker doesn't see, and he commentates sports games. If you think that a non-visual NDA is going to keep anything under wraps, this dude calls sports events without seeing.
You know, just because somebody may be blind or deaf or whatever disability you want to say, doesn't mean they're not capable of something.
Like leaking all of the information that comes out on your NDA'd server. Why is it NDA'd? Just take the NDA off and let me play. It might just be that this person doesn't understand the NDA. No, it's literally a visual only NDA. Like, people stream live on Twitch apparently, playing the NDA'd server but not showing it and just like narrating it. The only thing I can think of is all the advertising of the game is word of mouth. People are more likely to try something they can't see than to try something they can see that might look unfinished. I don't really think that that's the case. Hype, I guess? I don't really think hype is the way to look at it when most communities get pissed off when certain people have the rights to leak. Like, data mining and leaking is such a hot point in every single game because it ruins all of the hype. Hype isn't, oh, I know every single ability and this class has been min-maxed before it drops. Hype is, oh, we don't really know what's happening, so everybody gets to figure it out as we go. That's what builds hype. What kills hype is when things get min-maxed before they even drop. You could also spread negativity about the PTR. Brother, if you think they're worried about negativity about their PTR when we're talking about Ashes of Creation, then you're high on fentanyl right now. Visual NDA makes about as much sense as suing a Lyft driver for worrying about his compact car suspension for a 500-pound passenger. I don't understand the point of the visual NDA at all. Like, this dude is blind and can describe basketball games. Then only visual NDA protects him? Protects them from what? The last time somebody tried to critique the game publicly, Steven told them to suck his big girthy duck, and the game got more popular because of it. Oh, it does not protect them. Okay. I was like, protect them from what? Yeah, forgot the not. No, it's okay. Why the fuck would they just visual only NDA? That doesn't, what? I'm so confused. I would NDA the PTR completely. Yeah, you should either have it completely NDA'd or not NDA'd at all. Because on down days, you could have streamers streaming the PTR, talking about the future things that are coming, so you wouldn't have a ghost directory on the down days. But now you have any content creator that's in that PTR from a previous state, just using those down days to drop leaks from that NDA'd content. This is sloppy from Intrepid, in my honest opinion. A visual only NDA is sloppy and creates a lot of potential bad stuff. A lot. I think you either need to fully NDA it or you need to not NDA it. I think this is going to come back to bite them in the ass because every single thing that they work on that server is insta-leaked. Like, patch notes already leaked. That is what it is. But you could legitimately have entire gameplay just leaked. Like, it's a visual NDA, but what happens if you distort the visuals of most of what you're showing? Half valid information can easily spread if people don't need to show visual stuff. Not only that, but like data mining and leaking has already been such a hot point within games to the point where Marvel Rivals developers are putting bait files in their game files to stop people from leaking and data mining shit because it, again, ruins the hype, ruins the excitement, and allows the game to be min-maxed before things even come out. Like, leaking and data mining is a scourge in gaming right now. You know patches months before they come out. And this is worse than data mining. Because data mining, you just pull the game files. This is the actual game. Like, this is the actual entire game being leaked. This is worse than data mining. What do you mean? How are we not? What's the point of the NDA? Like, is there any point to a visual NDA? If you're gonna let people describe everything, then just let them show it. Like, smut's a thing. That's literally what this is. It's fucking rogue smut. Like, just let us watch the porn. Yo, what up, grumpy dog? We're discussing currently how a visual only NDA is quite possibly the weirdest thing that I've ever heard of. Depending on the amount of people in the group, the chances are it's gonna visually leak as well. Oh yeah, 100%. So what would happen if somebody leaked NDA'd information visually from that server to somebody who hasn't signed the NDA who then put content out? Would it be cease and desisted? They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Don't scramble my Skinamax. But hear me out. What if you alter the visuals? Like, how deep does the visual NDA go? If I show an entire set of gameplay on my channel, then sure. But what if I just get sent ability tooltips? Is that also going to get the entire thing taken down? Because if I can read ability tooltips in a video, Why can't I show the art for the ability tooltip? I don't think the visual NDA is useful to them in any capacity. I think the visual NDA, the visual NDA is like a bigger concern to me than $110 alpha access. I think a visual only NDA for an NDA'd server that only people who bought in a long time ago are in is a problem, personally. Especially from a content standpoint, that's actually like pay to win for content creators. Like if you got into it late past those packs, you're at a significant disadvantage trying to put out any content because you will never have any access to this that other people have. It literally just creates points of contention across the board and starts a very slippery slope of everything that you put in your game being directly leaked without being directly leaked. They should just take the NDA off and open up the servers. Like they should have an application for the PTR servers for people that would like to be in it. They should go through, invite people to that, and then have the PTRs also be limited uptime and testing periods. And then they should use the PTRs for stress testing those changes as well. And then they should encourage people to make full content about it to bring eyes to the everything. As a wannabe content creator, I do agree it's a pay to win for creators. I mean, as a content creator, it's pay to win for creators. If I were to message Steven or somebody at Intrepid and say, hey, can I get into this NDA'd server? I wasn't here when the packs were like for sale, but I'd really love to help contribute. And then I just start making leak videos. I have an advantage as a content creator now. You know what it might be? Damage mitigation for incomplete models and animations making the game look worse. If they were worried about that, then they wouldn't do live production testing, live streams. Everything would be curated and edited down on YouTube, and they wouldn't show the game in any live capacity. They're already showing an alpha. And in all theory, by all measures, right? The PTR should be a more polished product than the alpha is. It's literally a future build of the alpha. So showing like the alpha is technically showing a more primitive build than the PTR build because the PTR build is a future iterative build. They could also resolve that with a watermark. I think they could just resolve the entire thing by pulling the pointless visual only NDA. Thing is, inside PTR, your game account number's all over the screen when you play. If you share the video, they'll know who it was and who shared the stuff. Yeah, but there's no difference in sharing video content and me reading exactly what's on the screen. Like, that's just, there's no difference. There's actually no difference. Like, if I walk slightly off of my camera and fart, or stand right next to my mic on camera and fart, and you hear the fart, there's no difference. Right? Just because you don't see the fart doesn't mean that you no longer have knowledge of the fart. So right now, we're getting all of this knowledge as the fart. Like, this is the entire fart. We're just not seeing the person farting. But we still know there's a fart. Like, something still smells like shit. And it's the visual NDA. Oh, God. In PTR, you have things that are ultimately bugged. Forge, for example, had all walls white in the beginning. We've literally run into flashbangs and shit like that in live. PTR lacks polish because it's not fully formed. We're playing an alpha phase 2. Everything is lacking polish and not fully formed. People encounter bugs every single day. Like, constantly. Yeah, I don't know, man. Not for people that would watch that video out of context when researching the game. I think if they're worried, again, about people seeing stuff out of context when they're researching the game, they should NDA the entire game then. It's in an alpha. They're not trying to curate who sees what with the game. They're trying to be transparent, and this is a mark against the transparency of the game. Like, they're trying to market, oh, we're transparent for everybody, right? But only the people who were paid into this NDA are able to see this level and put out this level of, like, transparency. There's so this is a blemish on transparency, in my opinion. Having a visual only NDA where people can read off every single word for word change that's coming and describe everything on their screen. Like, say they add in a new boss fight, and I say, oh, here we're fighting Giant Steven. Giant Steven has this much health. Giant Steven is this level. Oh, Giant Steven is going into this ability. Giant Steven then does this ability. Giant Steven phase 2 has these ability changes and these behavior changes. I just leaked your entire boss fight because it's a visual only NDA. All of your content will be leaked. Every single piece of content will be full leaked. There's no point in having that NDA. I'm not a lawyer, but I spent a lot of time playing games, and I don't really think that that's doing much, man. Ashes of Creation verbal NDA lifted and it's not looking good. 3 months ago. Apparently only half of the Riverlands, one zone out of the many that we were promised, is aesthetically completed, and the zone is pretty empty as far as content goes. Some are saying it's as bad as Pantheon. Lots of gameplay criticisms as well. Looks like the upcoming paid alpha test is going to be a shitstorm. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, people are not too happy. Let's see. I don't understand. So they repealed the verbal part of the NDA 3 days ago, or not 3 days ago, 3 months ago. Like it was full NDA'd until 3 months ago is what I'm gathering. Do we have an exact date of when the verbal NDA was lifted? Looks like people are typing out PTR patch notes in Notepad and playing while describing what they see on stream. Yeah. Yeah, like it's legitimately, there's no point in having it NDA'd anymore. That's why it was under complete NDA until that point. There's a VOD from 4 days ago doing that. Yeah. So they had it completely NDA'd until 3 months ago. And then 3 months ago, they lifted only the verbal portion of their NDA to let people talk about everything. That just doesn't make sense. You could describe the bosses to a Gen AI capable of generating images. Oh my God, you literally, yeah. You literally could have. I think the issue there is people are used to the alpha content that comes from AAA games. They don't understand that this is actually an alpha. I don't think AAA games show alphas. I think AAA games show early access, and people think early access is a testing phase when early access is typically a post-beta pre-launch product, and this is actually a true alpha and not an early access. So essentially what you would do in the terms of progression is alpha phase 2, alpha phase 3, beta 1, beta 2, early access, launch. And people think early access is like getting into the testing phase. But early access is a post-beta pre-launch product, and an alpha is a test. They're two separate things. It's literally like apples and oranges. That's why I put quotes around the alpha. Yeah, I know you know the difference, but I feel like there are a lot of people in chat that, you know, myself included at a certain point before, you know, I talked about shit a lot. But, you know, even me, I used to think early access was this big test. And so, you know, you go into PoE and you're like, oh, early access, haha, there's an item dupe, haha, the entire economy's broken, haha. They've had to completely change all of their on-death effects, haha. Oh, only half of the classes are in, and some of the ascendancies are missing, and a lot of the late game's gone. But it's an early access, haha. Not realizing that literally half of the game is missing 6 months before launch, and parts of the game that are in are still broken. And everyone goes, oh, it's an early access, haha. And then people look at Ashes, and they see it's in an alpha, and they think that that's the same level of early access, and so they go, oh, Ashes is so behind. Yo, Tuesday, thank you for the 5-day streak, brother. I appreciate you. AAA alpha and beta access is actually a full release build. Yeah. I heard from Viral Alpha, test of big games, a lot of not textured stuff, full NDA. Yeah, I think we're trying to manage people's bad reactions because they knew how people react. I don't think they're caring about people's reactions or they would have the entire game NDA'd. Let's be completely honest. If they wanted to just damage control and control optics around their game, they would do what Dune Awakening is doing and have everything full NDA'd, and then they would just put out YouTube content and not live streams, because YouTube content, you can edit out any bad segments. So say, I don't know, Steven shits his pants in the middle of a dev interview. On YouTube, you can edit that out. On Twitch, you're going to get that big raunchy, like, you know, you're going to hear that, and they can't edit that out. So it's like, Dune Awakening, they have no transparency with anything, right? It's all just pre-curated YouTube content. Few minutes here, few minutes there, right? NDA thing feels like a drip-fed hype bait for people like me that are waiting for specific things to come out before we hop in. Again, I'm willing to argue. Yo, Warshot, thank you for the follow. I'm willing to argue, Spork, that an entire class being full leaked is more likely to ruin people's excitement to figure out the build. Because in a game like Ashes in particular, you're not incentivized to min-max the shit out of it. That's not what the devs want. Stuff like this, where NDA'd material is just visually described, leads to the build being solved before it even comes out, which is the antithesis of what they want. They don't want this to be super streamlined and linear. But NDA'd pre-release content leaking means that things get solved, boss fights, classes, item sets, POIs, dungeons. You imagine what would happen if we leaked the layout and the loot table of all 6 pocket dungeons before they came out? Hello? That's the same thing that's happening. Like, this isn't good for the game. Like, people scouring the wiki, sure. People actually directly leaking NDA'd content because it's verbal, or it's visual only and not verbal? Oh my god. It's crazy. It's more, hey guys, reminder that Rogue's coming on repeat when they don't have to market it. It's the leakers doing the work for them. I don't think it's the leakers doing the work when everybody knows that the Rogue is coming. If it was the leakers doing the work, then 1 day ago, nobody would have known about the Rogue, except on the wiki, last week we looked at the Rogue on stream. It's not leakers doing the work for them. Leakers in every game are despised as being bad for the future of the game, to the point where developers take active steps to prevent leaks and data mines from happening, like putting bait files in. Leaking and data mining is terrible for games because it leads to metas being established before content even drops. It leads to no excitement around new changes, new classes, new POIs, new anything, because everything is visually described and solved and basically leaked already. It's bad for the entire game. It's literally bad for the whole game. There are also the people that aren't looking at this game every day like we are. Right. And so those people don't care as much, and the leakers aren't even going to appeal to those people. The leakers aren't going to appeal to the person that's looking at the game once every 6 months. They're going to look at dev updates. They're going to look at the official Ashes of Creation stuff. Leakers are for the people that look every day. That's what you're misinterpreting here. People that follow leakers and know the leakers are going to be the everyday community that's looking for that information to solve it before it drops. Like, leaking and data mining is the scourge of gaming, in my opinion. Like, people hate that shit in pretty much every single game. And on top of that, this whole system that Intrepid has set up between a partially NDA'd PTR and marketing transparency is a blemish on the transparency side of things, right? That's my issue. If you want to be fully transparent, or you want something to be locked behind NDA, you have to be consistently in one bucket or the other. If you want transparency, you pull the whole NDA. If you want it to be NDA'd and have nobody leaking, then you keep the visual and the verbal NDA. You don't peel off the verbal part of the NDA 3 months ago for no reason. Like, part of the issue is that it was full NDA'd up until 3 months ago. And then for some reason, they're just like, we'll take off the verbal only. No, just pull off the entire fucking NDA at that point, and then just open up your PTR. What? So now you've created a few select content creators who can just leak everything for free that comes out with your game with no fear of repercussions. everything that comes out from, oh, look, they added this new gathering node here. Oh, this gathering loop is the best gathering loop. Oh, this mob grind is the best mob grind. Oh, don't go to that pocket dungeon because this pocket dungeon is better. Oh, 6 new events added to the desert. Here are the ones that are worth doing. Here's exactly what they give you. Here's how long they take. Here's what happens. Everything gets ruined by leakers and data miners. Everything. It's terrible for games. Absolutely terrible for games. That's my take on it. I'm not mad for people leaking shit because I did the same with New World. But it's terrible. I want organic gameplay only. Yeah, I just want consistency. Like, if you want the content out, let people access that content transparently. Soon as it makes knee-jerk moves, so there has to be value they see in it. I think it's a disconnected move. Personally, I haven't seen really many disconnected moves from Intrepid, but I'm very unbiased. I think it's a disconnected move that comes from somebody who doesn't have an idea of how detrimental it is to gaming to have all of these leaks and data mines. Look at all of the games that had legitimate massive patches leaked beforehand, and they were like, man, we're fucked. Like, leaking and data mining is terrible for games. Terrible. But it's what are you trying to say? But it's an alpha for. The concept is the same. You're testing, not playing. What are you trying to throw flavor words out for, Kirito? You're making zero sense there. What is your rebuttal that's an alpha? It doesn't matter if it's in the testing phase or in the live iteration of the game. The precedent is set that people are now allowed to leak everything. Like, that is the thing. You should either have transparency or an NDA. You shouldn't 50-50 it to some people who paid more money earlier to get in that, like, that whole thing, right? It shouldn't be a legitimate, like, 3-month ago decision to pull that off so certain people are able to leak all of the content. I think what he means is saying that all the info that's data mined means nothing since it's an alpha. It's not data mine, though. That's the thing. Data mining and actually playing the live game, like the live future update, and putting all of that out publicly after it's been instituted into the build is different than just data mining. Data mining, you could find a change that's 7 months out that doesn't even end up iterated. You are playing the version of the game that had all of the changes go live that will subsequently be ported to the live version, right? That's the issue. It's not like you're data mining an 8-month out change. You are playing the current future build, and then you are leaking that current future build. It's entirely different than a data mine of something that's a year out. That's one thing in a line of code that somebody thinks is coming that doesn't come. These are changes that are implemented in the build. Some may not make it through in that one patch, but at the end of the day, those changes are implemented. You're right, and I agree with you. It shouldn't be halfway like it is, but leaks and data mining are just accepted now. I don't think it's accepted. I think just because people do it doesn't mean it's accepted. People get murdered every day. Murder isn't just accepted. People hate data mining and leaking. The only reason that it's accepted is because developers won't put their dick down and cease and desist. By companies, not gamers. Yeah, Call of Duty is also accepting having no working anti-cheat in their game, and we see how that's going. Vlad is going to talk about this shit for 3 years like he did with exploiters. Murder and data are not the same thing. How much data comes from that? Both in the same sentence is crazy. Brother. I think you're missing the entire point of everything, damn. I think you're one of those Amelia Bedelia ass motherfuckers that takes everything seriously at face value, dog. I won't lie. I won't lie. I appreciate you, but goddamn, brother. Like, across the board, this shit's fucked. This shit's fucked. There should be no reason why you have a 50-50 visual-only NDA. It's such a stupid move to not have a reason behind it. Yeah, I think during their live stream, I'm gonna shift my question from something funny to trying to ask why they only repealed the visual part of their NDA, allowing people to leak every single change that comes in. Or sorry, the verbal, while keeping the visuals under wraps and not just taking away the entire NDA since everything's leaked anyways. I think that's the logical question for them to answer. Why wouldn't you just, if you are accepting of things being leaked, why wouldn't you just let people leak the gameplay as a whole? Why wouldn't you open up that transparency and that accessibility instead of being pseudo-transparent for a few certain people who have access to this? That's the biggest thing that I'm confused about. It makes no logical sense to 3 months ago just drop half of your NDA, let everything that you're implementing get leaked, but also protect it from getting leaked with the remaining half of your NDA. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but that just doesn't make sense to me. I don't see a logical, like, means of progression there. Why wouldn't you just rip the whole NDA? What up, Razzie? What's going on? I just tuned in. So basically, we're discussing how 3 months ago, Intrepid took half of the NDA off of their PTR. It was a full NDA'd PTR, verbal, visual, everything. And then 3 months ago, they took away the verbal only. So you've had people making videos based on full NDA'd information, supposedly. But verbal's not NDA'd, so it's not NDA'd information, but it is NDA'd information because if they showed the visual that corresponded with the audio, then they would be cease and desisted. But because they're not showing the visuals and they're only talking about the visuals and describing the visuals in deep detail, it's acceptable. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? It doesn't fucking make sense. It simply doesn't. There's no logic. Money? They don't get any money from it. Intrepid doesn't make money from people leaking their shit. These people already paid. Yeah, people on the NDA servers were like OG buy-ins. I don't think it's money. I just think it's a poor decision. It could get me to buy into it. I think if you are not aware of Ashes of Creation, somebody verbally talking about something and not showing any gameplay is not going to pop up in your algorithm. We went over this before because people were like, well, leakers help bring eyes to the game. No, nobody outside of the game that you're playing is going to go to a leak source to find out stuff. Someone from outside of Ashes of Creation is much more likely to go to the official Ashes of Creation page, find the official Ashes of Creation development streams, or anything like that. There's a reason that those streams pull so much more than the viewership here, the viewership here on my end. Like, because people from outside of the game have all of that info. Anything or any info will help. I don't think, so I think with you just getting into it, you may be like misunderstanding what's happening. Royko, thank you for the follow. So up until 3 months ago, for all of these years, the private test realm was fully NDA'd, verbal and visual. Nothing could be talked about. Nothing could be shown. 3 months ago, they pulled the verbal part exclusively. So what I'm wondering is if you want that content exposed, why would you not make it transparent and accessible for more people to put content out for it If their goal was to get the eyes on this leaked content, they would want more people participating in that and seeing it directly via visual aids in videos and opening up the PTR access to more people. But instead, they took away the verbal part, didn't open anything up, didn't allow us to actually see anything. And that's like the one weird part for me. That's the weird part for me. For me, the hype to follow patches from PTR is my entire life as a dev. If it wasn't fully NDA. What? The hype to follow the patches from PTR is my entire life of a dev. If it wasn't fully NDA, I wouldn't. If it was fully NDA, I wouldn't follow it at all. If it was fully NDA, you wouldn't be able to follow it at all. So there would be some mystery to these patches. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. It would stop the patches from being solved all at once. That's a huge thing. That's the big thing. They talk about how they don't want the game solved. They talk about how it's not going to be one of those just streamlined games. Everything's going to remain dynamic, right? But they're playing into having their entire game solved before patches go live. It's like you're going to turn kind of the mystique around things in the game, right? To a Diablo 3 streamline. There's 5% of the game in the game. You're on Galaxy Gas if you think that. So a map expanding and taking the same systems and copy pasting them further does not mean that 5% of the game is in. If your core gameplay loop is in the slightest form, that represents most of your game. The polish and visual and expanding the map is not a one-to-one with your core gameplay loop in terms of game progression. Your core gameplay loop, your combat, your action, your activities within the game, like all of that shit is the chunk of it, and then you just extrapolate. It's not 5% of the game being in. Your combat system, which is 80% of the game, is in. Your movement is in. Like, you have a good amount of this game already in. A lot of it just needs to be extrapolated, right? And the people that don't want to know and just not read it, it's kind of on the person at the end of the day. I think that's a kind of a weird take to it. Because again, Intrepid's entire thing has been transparency around everything. So if they want this if they want this information out there, take away the whole NDA. See, that's what you guys aren't getting. They should either take away the whole NDA or take away none of the NDA. And I don't think anybody can argue that. I'm saying do one or the other. That's what you guys are missing. I'm saying either have it locked down NDA cease and desist or have it completely open NDA. No NDA. NDA. Those are the two realities where it should be. We shouldn't sit in our chairs, fucking crisscross applesauce with our knees to our chest, having NDA leak story time. It should either be visuals as well as the audio or nothing being leaked. That's where I'm at. I don't have a horse in the race one way or the other. I used to leak shit for New World. I had legitimate qualified people sending me leaks. I don't fucking care one way or the other, but I think that the biggest issue is you either don't NDA it at all or you NDA the whole thing. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but this just seems like a weird thing for me. A very weird thing. Servers go live 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. Like, I've liked, I think, every decision from Intrepid that I've seen so far, except this. This just seems weird. I feel like they should just take away the entire NDA at this point. Your information's already out. Literally everything is already out. You should just pull the NDA at this point. That's what I think. Personally. All right, hold on. I have to go fill up my coffee. Then we're actually going to watch this. Because we were supposed to watch that video and then we got distracted. Because I was wondering where the extra 10 abilities came from. That's crazy. I'm still flabbergasted. I'm like shock and awe levels of like, what the fuck? Like, that might be the most passionate that I've felt about something in a negative way related to Ashes. It's been like bliss and euphoria until that. I'm confused, dog. I'm gonna try to think about it while I get coffee. I'll be right back in 1 sec, chat. So, on a... Excuse me. Ooh. On a slightly happier note, I recently switched from nut-based milk in my coffee, like almond milk and stuff. I'm lactose intolerant, and like, coffee actually just cooks the shit out of me. Or, not coffee, milk, like real milk, cooks the shit out of me. And so I switched over to like lactose-free milk, because chat told me that it didn't actually suck. And that's been a game changer for me, being completely honest. I used to like drink my coffee and be in like actual pain when I was drinking like almond milk or milk. And so it's been a very large, very welcome change for me. Just in case anybody else is lactose intolerant, would highly recommend. Who drinks almond milk? People who throw up when they have lactose. Specifically nut-based milk and not just nut milk. Close one. Yeah, nut-based milk. Okay, let's actually watch this video. Now that I'm done ranting. Weak. You say weak until you smell the shit after. In my opinion, they might have wanted to manage first impressions before Alpha 2, but now that it's already done, I think they should have lifted the NDA completely already, yeah. Well, you're stupid. I don't actually think so. I just wanted to yell at somebody. Everybody was being too reasonable. So I only got to rant angrily, and I didn't actually get to yell at anyone. I got to call damn Amelia Bedelia when he made fun of my murder reference. Also, in reference to that, just one more time before we move on. This might be an unpopular opinion, but it's a real opinion. And I will say this with my chest. It might be insensitive, it might lack empathy. But some random person dying impacts my life way less than patch notes for the game that I play being leaked. And if you deny that, then you're tripping. Because people are dying right now, and you're not thinking about that. You're thinking about the patch notes. There's no way that you can argue with me about that. Someone will say, oh, well, what happens if somebody you know gets murdered? That's a different story. But somebody random getting murdered, that impacts my life less than patch notes getting leaked. I'm just putting that out there. I'm a realist. Somebody probably just died. Shit. 3 days ago, somebody stood 10 feet outside of my window, took out a pistol, and shot multiple rounds into the side of the apartment building 2 buildings down the street. I had to go show cops a video of me in cat ears because you could hear the gunshots through my microphone. You know what I did after that? I came back in and started streaming again. I didn't even take stream down. I just said I'll be right back in a minute. That might be insensitive of me, but I fucking did it. I literally, 2 minutes after the gunshots, I was farming Carfin. I was tanking. I was tanking again. Crazy way to live life. Listen. That's not a crazy way to live life. It's just realistic. It's realistic, bro. I don't think you can argue that either. Your day-to-day life is more impacted by something bad happening with your main video game than by 99.99999% of deaths globally. Someone will be like, Dusty, you're insensitive. But someone else out there will say, Dusty, you're right. What up, Godspeed? Like, if you stubbed your toe right now, you'll think about that for longer than some random person that you don't know dying. You're just still in high school. What? Brother, I don't even know if you know who you're coming at. What? I'm so confused. Are you pretending to actually care about random people dying more than things in your everyday life? Brother, there are 8 billion people in the world right now and people die every second. Are you actually going to lie and virtue signal and pretend that you are an empath for every single death that happens that doesn't impact you? More than the game you don't play? I didn't say more than a game you don't play. I said the game you play daily. And I said it impacts your daily life more. How did your daily life change from all of the people that died since you've been here? It didn't. How did your daily life change from discussing this game? It did. This impacted your daily life more than every single death that's happened today. Don't virtue signal. Did it? Yes. Well, because if any death impacted you, you wouldn't be here in this Twitch chat right now. You'd be caring about that death more than you'd be caring about being in this Twitch chat. you logically just set your priorities as being in this Twitch chat. How do you know? Because you're typing right now. So this is your highest priority, because if anything else was a higher priority, you'd be doing that. Your mom cares about random death, I can tell you that. Well, your mom also probably doesn't have a banger fucking video game to play. And if she cared about every random death, then she'd be crying 24/7 because people never stop dying. Checkmate. People are dying right now. It's happening. But his mom does 24/7 just crying. She's bawling her eyes out. Just the ones she reads about? Okay. And she probably reads about less than 1/1,000,000th of deaths. Yeah, people are afraid to admit it, but bro, some random person in Zimbabwe dying right now is not going to change your daily life. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you. You can act like a virtue signaler all you want there and act like the hardest empath in the fucking world. But brother, I'm telling you, one bad patch for your favorite game, and you're caring about that more. We just have a mind that isn't stuck in the game, that's all. Brother, nah, literally, you're just coping. I don't even hate to say it, Dusty's correct. I am correct. I'm absolutely correct. Yeah, I'm absolutely correct. And if you're pretending I'm not, then you're incorrect. That's simply what it is. I'm 100% correct. A patch for the game that you play as your main game is more impactful to your daily life than a random person dying. Yeah. You can't argue with me on it. Brother, do you know how many people have died since you've been in this stream? I don't know. I stubbed my toe and it's mattered more than some guy I don't know dying? Yeah. Yeah. If I eat Taco Bell and I gotta take a big raunchy shit before stream, that ruins my day more than, I don't know how many people died during that shit. I almost did, but I made it out. 07, soldier. God gives his strongest poops to his toughest soldiers. Just saying, brother. I'm just saying. It's like the box where it's like, okay, killer, get to work, play that video already. Damn, you know what I'm gonna do? Just because you want to be one of those weird viewers, I'm gonna sit here on this video and not play it. Since you want to be one of those weird people who acts like anybody in the stream's here for you, I'm just gonna sit here and not play the video. Then you win? No, because I can just do this. Oh, worst, sorry. I can do this one. Someone typed. There you go. Worst caught a stray there. Yeah, I can just do that. Sorry, Worst, you're not in trouble. Yeah, I don't know. And then I can like, I could untime you out. I could let you type one thing. And then I could do it again. Like this. And then I could untime you out again. And then I could do this. Yeah, nobody's here for you. This is my fun house. Yeah, not a single person's here for you, damn. Look what I can do. Yeah, ain't no one here for you, brother. Oh, he's not even typing. I'm just untiming him out and timing him out again for fun at this point. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Damn, you better copy paste fast. You better copy paste fast, buddy. We're going up the screen. We're going up the screen. Uh-oh. 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 Hold on, damn, you got 10 seconds. You got 10 seconds. Throw something in quick. Throw something in quick, damn. Throw something in quick, brother. I know you're waiting. You had it for a second.
Why does Sword and Board have the best ability
Yo, damn,
in the
thank you
game
for the
now?
follow.
Why did Firestaff get a 20% plague on the easiest ability to use? Why the fuck
know that.
did I lose my grit? Everything sucks and nothing makes sense.
Okay, I'll let you out of timeout. I'm sorry. I'll stop now. I just felt like doing that. I'll play the video now. That's actually funny. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I love how you get crazy. I love how you stick through it. Honestly, I respect it. Most people I control out of chat in like 2 minutes. You're a persistent one. I respect it. You get my respect. We can agree to be adversaries in this chat. Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome here. You've taken your punishment well. And you've earned my respect, sir. Most people would have left. Get to work. Motherfucker, don't you have a job? It's Wednesday. Okay. EU. Fuck! You win again! Bastard! God damn it. Work nights. Pick up some fucking OT. Okay, but hear me out. If you're an EU, you already lost. I'm just putting that out there. I'm just greatest goddamn country in the world. No beans on toast. I had bacon and sausage the other day. USA, USA. Fuck, why do I like this damn guy so much? Why couldn't he been one of the people that I just get to like shit on and then I don't like him so we can all make fun of him? God fucking damn it. I don't like when I get worthy adversaries in chat. Have servers been coming up at a consistent time? What up, Araxis? Servers will be up at 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. I'm fiending for ashes. Me too, dude. I've just been sitting here trolling my fucking chat all day because I can't think of anything to do. I just gotta yell at people all day for content. I'm turning into fucking Dr. Phil, but on Twitch. 1 p.m. EST. Yeah, but honestly, they say by 1 p.m. EST. USA, no healthcare, best place. It's like we don't have free healthcare, but we have bacon. I'm just putting that out there. You have two. Canada has bacon. Canada does not have fucking bacon. Let's clarify this. I live in Maine. Canadian bacon is fucking ham. You go to a store, you buy a ham steak, that's Canadian bacon. Canada owns bacon. Canada should stick to their fucking second-rate maple syrup. Their maple syrup isn't even as good as Maine's. They should stick to what they do best. Freaky hats and standing outside of castles. Or maybe that's UK. I don't fucking know. They got like Mounties in kilometers per hour and their stop signs say a ret. Lived in Canada for 20 years. We have bacon, but it's not like the USA. Yeah, it's fucking ham. American bacon is salt. You must be getting some shitty ass bacon. Also, hear me out. Hear me out. If you don't like American bacon because it's too salty, and you guys might say, wow, typical American. But hear me out, I'm 6'5", 185. You can't call me fat. Get fucked. If the salt is too much, you bake it at fuck, what's Celsius?
Cat with abs is absolutely
shit. Yo, Orthodox, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. It's 425 Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is Celsius. Probably like 1200 Celsius or something. Yo, what up, Casino? How you doing, sexy? Sprinkle some brown sugar on that bitch. Like, get the dust devil going. You're gonna get these ears in attack mode, brother. Also, that's the funniest thing about when I start yapping with chat. Like, if I start yapping at somebody, if you go back, it's always so funny to just see me fucking yapping with cat ears on. So many people have had to argue with a man in cat ears on the internet before. And it's just like, I don't know how to feel about it. Because just looking back in hindsight, it's like, they're yapping at me while I'm wearing cat ears. I'm wearing cat ears yapping back at them. I don't know if you're wearing cat ears. You could have cat ears on right now and I might not even know. You literally could have cat ears on. Chat. Anybody got cat ears on right now? Am I the only one? Wait, oh my God, Dusty merch. We could do Dusty branded cat ears. Wait. Carla, can you cook up some Dusty branded cat ears by chance? Did you sleep until 4 p.m. EST? He probably has an anal plug tail. People always ask what my dodge bind is, Master Chief. Like, people always ask what my dodge bind is, and there's no better reaction than because if you're in trouble, you clinch, right? So I simply do a Kegel when I get scared, and that's my dodge bind. Yeah, it's actually the best keybind optimization because it also frees up your fingers for movement at all times. It's simply optimization that's keeping you from the top level of gaming. This is what the pros do that you're not willing to do. And this is why they're at the top and we're not. If you want Dusty to dodge wrong in PvP, then you need to scare him on stream. We need to control your lights. Lights don't scare me. Pros use butt plug buttons. Yeah, and like the really good ones also have like multiple buttons because you can do like a right Kegel or a left Kegel. Like once you get really good with it, there's a lot of keybind optimizations. So I heard a couple of my friends have actually started playing with a 12 button MMO butt plug recently. The binds are a little tough to get used to, but they say once you get it down, you go sicko mode with it. Yeah. They have LED lights. The new Razer Cork. Shove that bitch in. You got some mean programmable LEDs that syncs up with Razer Synapse, and you can even get the haptic feedback. RGB haptic feedback butt plug. Holy shit, that's their new April Fool's campaign. Man's out here cheating at chess and gaming. Bro, I don't know how to play chess, but if one of the rules of chess was that you had a butt plug that told you where to go, I probably would have learned it by now. I'm gonna keep it a buck. 12 button MMO butt plug. Oh God. How's the latency? I forgot to charge it one day. Waiting for the guy who will make their teeth their keyword. Ooh. Ooh. So American and know how to play chess. So I watch chess. It's just I watch things that I have no desire to actively invest in, right? So I watch chess. I watch solo free climbing. And I also watch, you know, just other shit that I wouldn't do, like Formula One racing shorts, right? I don't really have any of that in my system. So chess is like reading a book. That's why I like watching it, bro. Yeah, I like watching chess videos and just watching people play chess. It's the weirdest thing because it's like relaxing to me. But it's just like, I just be chilling by myself. I live alone. I don't have anybody to like, I mean, I guess I could run chess against chat. But the odds of that going well for me as what would be a new chess player, I'm gonna get cooked. But yeah, I should probably do a chess arc at some point. Like actually investing some time. Just like watching paint dry and grass grow. Some people like that. I mean, low key though, you say that until you watch Magnus Carlsen speed run. Yeah. What does PPC mean? Yeah, Magnus Carlsen's nuts. I actually watched a video this morning. Funny we mention it. He was shit-faced and someone else was playing a round of chess. And so he just walks over, completely drunk, hops onto the PC and speed runs the entire match. And it's just like, oh yeah, we're good. Kind of crazy. Just checked it's 7 p.m., not 1 p.m. Wait, 7 p.m. for what? I know the rules, but I'm awful at it. I don't have the patience for it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like weird about learning things too, because I'm one of the people who will like get frustrated with myself if I'm not good at something right off rip. Piss poor circulation. Oh God. But yeah, I get like frustrated at myself if I'm not good at something very quickly, which I know is a very bad mentality to have. but I'm also super competitive, primarily with myself. But picky painted cock, what the fuck? But yeah, Kenko, I watched the first four episodes of Solo Leveling with Carla last night. It was very good. I like it a lot. We're watching sub, not dub, by the way, because we're not idiots. So yeah, I got to read a little bit of a book too. It was a banger though. I was like picking up on MMO things like before they were happening and stuff. I was trying to like solve shit. I was looking at builds. Bro, it was so funny. Being competitive can be good sometimes. I think there's good competition like and bad competition, right? Like I'm very self-motivating. And so like my competition is like me, right? I always just try to be more entertaining, more whatever than my last stream and build on that. But some people, they have a lot of different competition. They have a lot of like outward competitions. They be fighting demons. They be fighting other people. So, I don't know. Oh, Carla, do you have access to the NDA server, by the way? Since you got a super early supporter pack? Other gamer blood you relate to solo leveling. It's really nice. Cooking ribs. Ooh, you smoking those hoes? How you cooking them? What are we looking at? You don't know? Well, if you do, Carla, basically what they did, apparently 3 months ago, Intrepid pulled the verbal part of their NDA off of the server and only kept the visual. So essentially what you can do is stream the NDA server without showing your gameplay, but just like talk about everything that you're seeing. You could legitimately go to like the new pocket dungeons and you could say, oh, I'm going in. I see this type of entrance. I see these mobs. I'm turning left now. There's an option to turn right, but I'm going to turn left. I run this many steps, I stop, I see this direction or this direction. You could map out every single pocket dungeon, every single change, every single patch note, every single class change, every single ability change. And you make videos on it just like this one. Because the only thing that's currently NDA'd is the visuals and not the like verbal. Now, I don't know why they changed it to a half NDA. That seems... Yo, Savo, you should have heard the rant I went on about this at the start of stream. Oh my god, you should have heard the rant that I went on. I think it's so rough to have, like, that half thing. This has been a thing for a long time. No, the verbal NDA for like actual leaks got lifted. So the patch notes were never NDA'd, but the gameplay was NDA'd. And 3 months ago, the verbal NDA of the actual gameplay got lifted, not just patch notes. So we were talking about this for like an hour at the start of stream. 3 months ago, like apparently the big like knowledge of the NDA being lifted came out. And people were not happy about it. Yo, what up, Kamali? Is the game down right now? Yeah, until 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. If Dusty's not playing it, then yes. Fair. Yeah, I'm fucking addicted. I'm addicted. But yeah, so what I was confused about with this is if the verbal NDA is gone, why wouldn't you just pull visuals as well? Why wouldn't you just allow the content to be made if you're going to allow people to leak everything anyways? That's like my big confusion point. I don't really understand. Yo, Skibby, thank you for the 31 months, brother. I love you. Purple banana.
Turnip.
Turnip to you. Beets even. But yeah, maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I'm just confused and not seeing something. But why is it only a partial A that was like They don't want bugs and glitches being exposed. We talked about this earlier. If that was the case, then they wouldn't have their alpha being super, like, transparent. Like, their entire thing is transparency and not being afraid to show bugs and glitches. But then they are semi-transparent with people talking about bugs and glitches. Because there's nothing stopping you from talking about anything. If I played the NDA server and there was a bug that made my character's titties take up all of Vera, I could talk about that. I just couldn't show you the mountain of titties. It makes no sense. It's not stopping anything from being exposed. If there's a visual bug, I can say, like, the visual bug. One time on PTR, they went, hey, 4-hour test, then 15 minutes went, nope, critical error, come back tomorrow. Yeah, but I could still just make a video about that critical error. It's not stopping anything. Like, that's what I'm trying to establish. Their current NDA is like Swiss cheese armor in a sword fight. That may be the reason, no actual visual record of the bugs. Yeah, but you can describe how to replicate everything. Say there's a mob stack spot. Say there's a bug that makes the walls of Forge all white, like chat talked about before. Here are the biggest bugs with Ashes of Creation's current PTR build. This week, starring Dusty Y. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird to me. I think it's because the first-time viewers showing unstable builds might deter someone versus Alpha Live is more stable. It's like, if they were worried about bugs deterring first-time viewers, then they wouldn't show the alpha either, and they would just go the Dune Awakening route of curated, edited YouTube content. Yo, what up, Sir Child? How you doing, brother? Hope you're having a fantastic day, sir. Like, I don't know. I don't really get the point of an audio-only NDA, or sorry, a visual-only NDA that allows you to describe everything as much as you would like. Like, I was talking about this a second earlier. I could go to a new pocket dungeon while I'm streaming, by the way, as long as I hide my screen, and I can say, hey, chat, I'm pulling up to this dungeon right now. Here are my coordinates. And somebody could be making a map. Somebody could literally be copying the layout as I'm doing it. And I say, okay, I walk this many steps forward, and then I'm faced with a left or a right turn. I take a left turn, and I walk this many steps. I turn north for this many steps. I turn left this many steps. And then there are 3 mobs that spawn. The names of these mobs are this, this, and this. They have this much health. They look like this. I kill these mobs, and they drop this. This boss fight. After I navigate this way, this way, this way, this way, I find a boss in the pocket dungeon. We kill this boss, it drops this. Who's watching that video? Over 8,000 people in one day. Because that's what this is. The one you're describing. The same people that would watch other leaks. Yeah, if you care about leaks, you're going to care about pocket dungeons and stuff like that. Because anybody that's watching this level of information is already specifically seeking out this level of information. Hardcore players would watch it. Yeah, and it'd be significantly advantageous to have that information. Considering every boss fight is an open world battle. And getting those boss drops puts your guild at a significant advantage if you're able to be the first ones with those new powerful boss drops. Yeah, that's huge. That's huge information. I bet any guild that was taking the game semi-seriously would look at that. Like, if I say Vault of the Immigrant leaked entire layout plus boss fights for their new pocket dungeon. That's an entire dungeon being leaked. You imagine if an entire WoW raid got leaked? Like, obviously, raids are much larger scale. But, like, even if a new WoW dungeon layout got leaked or something, and those are instanced. Like, everything here is... Yo, Sasuke, what up, baby? Thank you for the fatty fucking raid, brother. I see the stream was a banger. Much love. What up, Nin? Hope you're doing well. I'm the type of person that doesn't care about leaks, doesn't care about guides. I'm learning as I play. Excuse me. Yeah, and this isn't going to be something that, like... everybody's impacted by, right? But I think, like, across the board, one thing that I've always said, leaking and data mining is typically regarded as something very bad for games, to the point where multiple devs have, like, taken counteractions to leakers and data miners by putting in, like, bait files in their game. See most recently Marvel Rivals putting in fake hero updates, or whatever the fuck they're called there. Din, thank you for the hydrate. Like, leaking and data mining has always been a weird thing that's regarded as, like, negative for games. And it's weird to me that there would be a visual, you can't show this, but no audio, you can't talk about this in depth. Like, New World boss leaked. Here's how much health it has. Here's exactly where it spawns. Here's when it's going to spawn. Here's what you need to kill it. Here are every single one of its abilities described in depth, how you can survive them, what gear is best for this, what it drops, so who's going to want to do it, what the boss is weak to. Like, it's a slippery slope, I think. And depending on how much people want to leak, if there's nothing stopping it, you could just have somebody whose entire content is not built on this live testing, but on PTR leaks. You could have one person with PTR access that leaks every single thing in different videos on a weekly basis and just does like one video a day leaking a different part of the PTR. That's a slippery slope, dog. Yo, what up, Rocco? Do we know how the node siege test went? Did we have a video on that? Or was that PTR'd? If there's no video, then probably not. I don't remember watching that yet. I try to stay up to date on everything, but yeah, I don't know, man. I just wish they would just pull the entire NDA at this point. It's so weird. It's confusing to me. But that's life. Saying the siege test was the 28th on the PTR. Oh, I haven't heard anything about it. Maybe it'll get leaked, but maybe somebody will take us through the siege test story time. That'd be cool. We need one of the participants to come narrate it on stream and I'll like act it out. I'll grab a couple weapons and like swing them around and shit. 100 versus 100. I wonder how server stability was for that. Because in my interactions with Node Wars, that's been the biggest thing so far, is just like stress testing servers and stuff like that, right? I try reaching out to Steven to ask about the weirdness. No, it's not something that like I have any fucking impact on or anything. Like, I simply just rant on stream about things, but I'm not one of those streamers that's like, rah, I don't like this, so I'm gonna message you directly and tell you to fix it. I'm not that important. I rant about things, but I'm not gonna like fucking quit the game or make a scathing YouTube video because of it. Just because I disagree with something doesn't mean that it's inherently wrong. I just might not understand something about it, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to me, and it's something that I disagree with, but it doesn't mean that the people that are doing it are inherently making a wrong decision just because a guy with cat ears and a camera doesn't like the decision, right? I'm not about to like full narc over it. Like, I think I can disagree with one decision that they make without hating them as a, you know, a developer and stuff. And maybe someday there'll be clarification about it, perhaps, of why they want like visuals to not be shown so bad, but I could literally have everybody sit crisscross applesauce on a carpet and describe everything I'm seeing to them in depth, right? That's just where it loses me. But again, I can not agree with something and still potentially be wrong or not have all the info. Humility is refreshing. I mean, I can be a doucher sometimes. Like, I'm not a fucking saint of a person. I'm very opinionated. I can be, you know, ranty and pop off about things. I'm a passionate person, but I don't know. I've been wrong a lot before. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a game dev. I'm just some dude that's really passionate about the game that like sees a potential issue that this could cause and wants to point that out for like more the health of the game than anything. Like, I'm not like, rah, put me in the PTR so I can leak it. Like, my big concern is like the little bit of turmoil that could cause with, oh, we want to be transparent, but not this transparent. And I could see that coming full circle, right? So it's something I don't disagree with, it's something I don't necessarily agree with, having that 50-50 like NDA on shit, but it's also something I don't necessarily understand all the way around, right? I'm not a goddamn oracle. I'm not a genius. I'm just some dude that likes video games and likes this game a lot. So disagreements are part of the development of the game. It's how you make a game. Yeah, and honestly, I don't know how the devs would feel about this, because some devs take it differently if somebody like passionately rants about something that they don't like, right? But I think the devs of Intrepid, like, or the devs of Intrepid, the devs of Ashes, like at Intrepid, I feel like organic feedback about these things is something they take in stride. And as long as it's productive feedback, where it's like, okay, this is coming from a spot of they see a concern that they're voicing their concerns, and it's not just like this all shit talk, right? I think that's better than not saying things. They're open to constructive criticism. Yeah, it's like I see something I disagree with, I make my opinion known. I still love Intrepid. I still love Ashes. I'm not gonna make a this is my last Ashes stream. Like, I still love the game. I just wish there were more clarity, communication, or something like that around like why it happens in this way. And that's simply just because I'm uninformed. I have no problem admitting that. Am I a little upset about things being leaked? Yeah. Is that my personal take on things? Yeah. Are there other people that don't care as much? Yeah. That's fine. I think life goes on. Now, they either change it or they don't. And if they don't, I don't care. And if they change it, cool. Means that opinions were heard, right? I think it's pretty straightforward. Jimmy Callis in the PTR really talks about what he sees, respectful. Yeah, I think there's, I don't know though, because I would rather for Jamie, instead of him having to like go live and like not be able to show the PTR, I'd rather somebody be able to just show that. But that's also me. Maybe there are things that they specifically don't want shown that they don't mind being described. But for me, I'd rather just be able to watch that. And from a content creator to content creator, I can only imagine that it's like A, stressful, and B, a little wacky to try to make that kind of content around it. I don't know. I'd be feeling weird if no one could actually see what I was doing. I just got into the stream, say what he saw I was doing. Maybe it wasn't as long as I thought it was. I mean, personally, I wouldn't even be upset if he narrated everything he was doing. That's within what Intrepid allows him to. Like what I was saying, I could have somebody sitting like in a like 3D Illustrator software, and I could describe the layout of every single turn of a pocket dungeon, and we could map out that entire pocket dungeon before it goes live. And since that's not NDA'd visuals and it's a handmade map, I'm pretty sure we'd be able to share that. Just like you can retype patch notes. I could sketch a map from memory in Microsoft Paint, and it wouldn't be the NDA'd visuals, it would just be audio. I don't know. I hope that Steven doesn't move forward with the Friends and Family Fast Travel. Is horribly abused by the Zerg and Mega Guilds. What would the Friends and Family Fast Travel be? I haven't heard much about that personally, so I won't pretend that I have, but I like no fast travels. personally. I like that. The kind of more chill, slower pace of things. But that's all personal appeal too, right? Like, a lot of people like fast travels. They like that linearization. Makes you more invested in the game. For me, it just like, I think Ashes is a testament to something being as much about the actual journey as the destination, right? Like, it's not all about just getting to the end game and clearing the end game. Like, you're supposed to enjoy the way there as well. And I think things like that are like extremely conducive to, you know, enjoying the game as a whole. You'll be able to summon up to 7 others in your 8-player group to anywhere on the map. Any member can summon the other 7. Wait, so what's the friends and family? Is it just, do you have to like declare something to be able to summon those people? Because I heard that there was supposed to be like a family system. Or is that just like you group up and then you can summon them? Oh, I wouldn't like that very much. Because then you would just have people leave an alt at every POI. And then you would hop on the alt, invite that alt to the group, teleport to that alt, hop back to your main, teleport to your main. You have to be a family. How many people can you have in a family? And can you have like your alt in your own family? Because if you can have your alt in your family, I would just park 4 alts around the map at different locations and I would just map hop so I didn't have to go anywhere. I would have people go to my alt. I would hop on my main once they went to my alt and then I would just teleport to them. It takes all of it out of the game. Eight total. Exact restrictions are not public. Well, I bet we could get somebody to read about them. What a world. What a world. Like, bro, I can't believe that. My brain is still flabbergasted. Why would you allow people to read about everything and just not show it? Just let them show it. I don't complain about anything really, but this family and friends fast travel is worse than giving mayors flying mounts. Yeah, why wouldn't you just have summoning stones at every POI then? Like, if there's going to be a teleport around the map, then just linearize with a teleport. I mean, we don't know the exact restrictions, but what would be the declaration of like a friends and family? Because could you friend and family hop? What's the cooldown going to be there? Because if it's an alt, then we could just move that alt out of the family and then get it back in. Intrepid needs to nuke the leakers like Rockstar did. Well, Intrepid can't nuke the leakers because Intrepid is allowing the leaks, right? That's the thing. Like, the leaks are happening because Intrepid's NDA is not a full NDA. It's only visual. It's not like verbal. So you can talk about and narrate everything that you're doing, even if you're actively streaming on Twitch, playing the NDA PTR. You can just not show the gameplay and narrate everything that you're doing. It's scuffed is what it is. It seems weird. It seems weird. Defeats the purpose of an NDA. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, at that point, just take the entire NDA down and let people show the visuals. I think if there's a lot of restrictions for the FNF fast travel, it would be really nice. They just have to come up with a solution to make it like legitimately 1 a day per account or something. So people can't just fast travel around the map. Like, there needs to be a massive cooldown around that teleport, in my opinion. Because at max level, you're already going to have death skips. Probably, anyways. You can farm off XP debt so fast. Very long cooldown to join a new family and only 1 character per server. I think you should put your account into a family. And not, like, each character. I think just like voting, family stuff should be account bound. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that would be a solution or an issue. 24-hour cooldown per account to summon, and if you've been summoned by someone else, then it should have a 24-hour debuff so you can't get summoned again. Yeah, because if you're able to just like blip around the map, that takes away everything that they're trying to build, I think, in terms of like map interaction, right? Per server makes more sense, not per account. I mean, are people really going to play on multiple servers? I don't think you need per server restrictions in a game like this. I don't think this game is going to be conducive to people having multiple alts across multiple servers. 5 tunes per account, $15 per account. I can afford multiple accounts and I'm not rich. Look at you, Mr. I have expendable income. Fast travel creating Zergs will make this new Ashes. New Ashes is crazy. Yeah. I could definitely see it being an issue. And there would have to be times where it's like disabled and shit. Because you imagine you start a castle siege, but you have like an alt that's parked in like a super advantageous spot that you switch over to, summon people to. I don't know, man. Surely there are like more restrictions with it, but fuck me. I really like the lack of fast travel and stuff. See why not? I don't see the people who would be abusing fast travel like that having multiple characters in a 500-hour projected leveling to 50. I don't see those people making multiple characters like they did in New World, where it's a 10-hour level to 65. Especially with the core gameplay loop actually being important here on your main character. Anybody that's trying to sweat on a high level is going to focus one character. Because if you're playing two characters, you're at a disadvantage to anybody that's playing one character that's like continuing to optimize. I wouldn't be surprised to see like large guilds actually just... What's the point of locking out a whole account? To stop people from exploiting it? Versus just server? I think it's a simpler solution. Yeah, I think it's a simpler solution. I personally don't think fast travel at all is conducive to this game. We have a level 25 right now that multi-accounts while he's in a raid on 1. He's solo farming on 2 for materials. That's fucking insane. Cinematic not having to zip around. I mean, I also think the installation of fast travels just starts the existence of fast travels like being a commonplace. In all honesty, I think once you start to add fast travels, it's established that that's a quality of life within the game and people want more fast travels. I think it's the start of a slippery downhill slope, similar to New World. Keep in mind, New World started with fast travel being very inconveniencing. People got upset about that. They added more fast travel, and then New World continued to add fast travel and fast travel. They linked everything up. They took away the actual immersiveness of the world. And now you've got some big issues. I feel like if they want to stick to the inconvenience of like actual world traveling, they need to like do that. Once it starts, it never goes away. Yeah, once you put a fast travel system in the game, you can't take it away because then everybody would just fucking riot. I see fast travel for when the world has 18 biomes, fast travel between biomes on a long cooldown. Well, that's going to be the fully upgraded scientific nodes. And then other than that, fast travel would be like a ship. I think it's a ship or a mount, right? Yo, morning, Mr. Mags. I don't mind no fast travel if mounts move fast enough to not feel like a drag. For me, it's less about mounts moving fast enough and it's more about the world feeling immersive on the way. That's where I'm at. I think that fast travel very much like detracts from a lot of it. Scientific nodes can only to their own areas. Adjacent nodes, it's not going to be like across anything, but adjacent nodes only to other scientific nodes. I've heard both. We should probably get a definitive on that. Eve 2, I ran 2 accounts, 1 neutral faction hauler and moneymaker skills to feed the PvP skilled and war declared account. Then you had a neutral guild scout to move out of your caravan. Mounts need to be faster, definitely. I don't think mounts should be too fast, personally. Especially with the way that, like, world interaction is with mobs. I think mounts being too fast takes away any risk of mobs catching them and killing them, and you just kind of, like, auto-run. It just concerns me that the map is so big that it can take possible hours. I mean, that's kind of the goal of the game, though. I think. Just genuinely. You'd use 175 mounts all day? I rode around on a Snorse for literally a week and a half. To, like, 1 to 23, I rode on a Snorse exclusively. So, yeah, I have no empathy for that. Just found out today you can buy Hyundai cars off Amazon. What the fuck? Academic nodes that have reached Metropolis unlock teleportation within their vassal network, which can extend across seas and also include islands. If there are multiple scientific metropolises, then an airship will provide faster travel between those scientific metropolises for citizens of those nodes and their vassal nodes as long as the metropolises are not at war. So yes, you can go across oceans with it, you can go to islands, and then you have the airship. That's already a lot of modes of fast travel that cover a lot of areas, I think. Should be hours. Let that area way over there be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, let the north of the map be the north of the map. Let the south of the map be the south of the map. Like, let different regions be unique. I think that within MMOs, you should have uniqueness to your regions and that actual, like, citizenship to a part of the map. And if you want to go somewhere else, it's a calculated, like, adventure past just, all right, we're going to blip over here real quick, and then we're going to blip back, and we're going to get everything along the way. Getting a scientific level 6 will be a long grind, as it should be. And is it even guaranteed that that servers will have scientific nodes that reach 6? Couldn't they potentially get locked out of those by other nodes? Theoretically, may never happen. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because that would be like, if the scientific nodes, academic nodes were like to not reach 6 in the first place. They can get locked by vassals or destroyed. Right. Yo, what up, Rocka? How you doing today? Especially if nodes can be destroyed. Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. Now, do you think that, no, I don't think people would just, like, not destroy shit so they could have the fast travel. Maybe, though. Maybe. Building Metro with an airship will take a ton of investment and then protection if it can be destroyed. Oh, yeah, but I feel like, from the same point, if you have a node that offers fast travel, that's probably going to be the largest attraction, right? What would another node offer that outweighs the fast travel in terms of just a convenience? I feel like that's going to be the most heavily protected node, right? Maybe not, but I don't know. It seems like that as soon as one of those is close, the entire server is going to flock to it. I can see military metros giving buffs to XP and damage in their biome. Do we know what all of the metros will give for bonuses? Because the religious one's going to give, like, the catacombs, right? Which can attach to other religious ones, I think it was. And then you also get the dungeon in that one. It's like a procedurally generated dungeon, I think. Am I tripping on that one? That was another one that sounded cool. Procedurally generated dungeons with, like, boss loot and stuff for the node. Seems kind of fucking sick. Yeah, I don't know, though. That level of fast travel. Fast travel's another thing. Yo, what up, Six? How you doing? Either the economic node will be the most protected since it's holding people's items they're trying to sell. That's true. I don't know. I just feel like, especially if there's a coordination, the Underrealm will connect the two continents. True. Economic has the AH within adjacent nodes. Only vassal citizens can use fast travels. I hope it doesn't go too fast travel-y, personally. That's my big thing. Well, player here just wondering if I should try AOC. Bro, I've had a lot of fun with it personally.
Why does Sword and Board have the best ability in the game now? Why did Firestaff get a 20% plague on the easiest ability to use? Why the fuck did I lose my grit?
But yeah, man,
Everything sucks and nothing makes sense.
I put in over 300 hours for Alpha Phase 2 so far, and I'm having a ton of fun with it. Getting into it now, you should just kind of be aware it's 5 days up, 2 days down, so Tuesday, Wednesday are the down days. It'll be back up tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST, but then when we get to May and the next phase of the alpha comes out, it goes to that live service. So I've been having a ton of fun with it, bro, personally. Yo, what up, monies? Thank you for the 75-day streak, brother. Streak about the same age I feel waking up in the morning. Yeah, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. We have 5 nodes in the entire world that'll have level 6 scientific metropolis. Yeah, I don't think it'll be like super common.
Absolutely S tier.
Yo, 6, appreciate the follow, dog. My guess is 3 to 4 hours of land travel from top to bottom. And I think that should be like an actual investment. I'm not gonna lie, I like that. Like if you as a guild want to go down to another node and get mats from another region, I think it would be in the game's best interest to have you decisively as a guild group up, go down to that area, farm up a shitload of those exclusive mats, and then caravan them with stacked caravans back up to where you're selling or crafting from. I feel like that would be the best integration of systems. I feel like that should be like part of the investment. Been New World free for 11 days, staying strong. Good, good. Come play Ashes with us. New World's a shit show. That's mounted 6 to 8 hours on a caravan. Yeah, when I had been playing for like a week, Glorbo and Katz had been doing caravans from fucking New Ayla to Miraleth, and he he had a caravan that was super close to Miraleth one day and lost it to a bug, and he messaged me about it, and he just goes, "Glorbo, sad." And that was a day that I had an appreciation for how long it takes to actually escort caravans. New World's poison. New World's poison. Ashes is amazing. The biggest issue that we have with Ashes is something that doesn't even matter, and I have to come up with like superficial rants about half NDAs. Get rid of the fast travel. Until get some volcanic ash. Sounds great and all, but when one also has a full-time job, getting on a game, travel for 2 hours, then harvest, then bring it back for another 2 hours. I definitely get that, but there are also games that appeal to that linearization, right? I think recognizing like the type of game that you're getting into is the biggest thing. If you have 2 hours to play, then I'm going to be realistic and brutally honest. A sandbox MMO is not going to be the most successful thing for you if you're trying to play it on a competitive level. And if you're trying to play a sandbox MMO when you have 2 hours to play a few days a week, you should probably be like accepting that you're not going to have that like level of playtime needed to succeed in this game. So you should play it casually anyways. I think there are like realistic things that people have to keep in mind. If you have 2 hours to play Call of Duty, that's a bit more conducive to 2 hours to play an MMO that's built around that long grind, right? So like in a certain aspect, I empathize, but also getting into something that is supported by your schedule is also a large thing that people forget about. And it can't just be oh, well, I don't have 4 hours a game, 4 hours a day to play the game. I can only play a few days, so the game systems need to conform to me. It's actually the opposite. It's I only have 2 hours a day to play. This game system don't conform to me, or these game systems do not conform to me. So I should seek out a game whose systems do conform to me. So that's kind of like, you gotta flip the script there, in my opinion. Let's see. Going over the road should be way faster then. Yeah, they did say in the patch notes that they were giving that like that road speed buff. Yo, what up, Andrew? Game looks so much fun to play, but $100 sounds too much. So the 110 for Wave 2 access, if that's what you were looking at, or the $100 for Wave 3 access, like chat mentioned, you get the 90 days, no hour limit where you can refund the playtest. Like if you're not happy with it, you can get your money back because it's not a fully polished game. It is a playtest. And that also does give you access to all of the future testing phases up until the launch too. So if you get the $110 pack, you get phase 2, phase 3, which begins in May. You get betas, and then on launch, you get 1 month of game time and $15 in the in-game store. It's no box cost, no DLC, just a monthly sub. Then the in-game store is no pay to win, no pay for convenience, just like transmog stuff. So yeah, you do get like a long period of access with that. And again, that 90-day refund period, if you do want to check it out and you're not entirely sure about playtesting. If you guys want to support the stream as well, click on that link and make your account using that link, and a portion of your in-game purchases will help support the stream for the lifetime of your account. If you're not using my link, I highly recommend using somebody's link just so you can support one of your content creators or one of your friends through there. Let's see. Mayors will be able to place orders for caravan runners for specific mats. Any mats needed to level buildings that are not natural to their biome. Steven stated repeatedly, and the mayor will set the gold price for the mats, not the system. Yeah, so you would still need to ferry those, right? Like even if there was a buy order set, you couldn't just globally fill those. Wouldn't you have to ferry those to the mat itself? Yeah, so even if there's a buy order, like say there's a buy order right now in like Halcyon, and the mats are going to be desert mats that you need after the desert revamp. Like, you're still going to have to ferry those mats up. Can I play this game easy solo, or do I need a group to play with? I wouldn't say easy solo. I also wouldn't say easy with a group. Like, the game is meant to be challenging in a certain extent in the combat itself. And like the combat scales up to where it's not that complete autopilot. People are leveling 1 to 25 solo. It's definitely harder solo than it is in a group, especially with questing being like a bit more rudimentary reppy. But like, you could cook it solo if you were grinding enough, if you were cooking. But I will say, like, solo optimization and stuff like that is probably going to be something that's looked at and improved upon. But with a game like this, your group grinding is always going to be your best bet. And I think soloing is meant to be harder, to be that little bit of like, maybe I should get a group. Does Ashes have a shop? I don't know. They don't right now. So it'll be on launch, but it's skins only. Like no pay to win, no pay for convenience or anything like that. So even to the point where if you get a mount from the shop and you have the slowest mount in the game, the mount that you get from the shop is only a skin for your existing mount. It's not like you buy a mount that's high move speed. You just buy a skin to put over your mount. Does Ashes have PvP yet? Oh yeah, Ashes systems are built very heavily around PvX, PvP being a large thing. There are Guild Wars, Node Wars, Caravan PvP, there's Open World PvP, Castle Siege is coming soon. So there's a lot. If they spend 24 months in the alpha beta and the game release, total of 25 months of game time. So really you're paying 110 for 25 months of game time, which is $440 a month. Yeah, I always tell people it's in between $4 and $5 a month. And that's if it's a 2-year launch instead of a 3. Or about 10 Starbucks coffees. Yeah, I was a Starbucks store manager. I can vouch. Force you to play it like an MMO? Yeah, 100%. 100%. Oh yeah, merchant ships too. How does this compare to Life is Feudal MMO? I have never played that MMO. I'm not gonna bullshit you. I do not have any semblance of like input there simply because I haven't played that one. So yeah, I can't be the best source on that. Maybe someone in chat has hit that before, but me, I have not personally. Future crates will be larger than what we have now. Yeah, I mean, so Steven was also talking about in one of the whatchamacallits, one of the videos that we were watching recently, he was talking about how certain relics will also be too large to carry through caravans themselves, so you'll have to merchant ship those hoes. What's coming in the update? Exclamation patch for a full set of the patch notes. This game's gonna take over my life, I can't wait. Dude, the game's not even up right now, and I'm sitting here fucking streaming content around it. I went on a 1-hour passionate rant about leaks earlier today. I've had this video pulled up on my screen for like an hour and a half, and I just keep fucking talking about Ashes because I love this game so much. I'm fucking confused. But dude, I have so much fun with the game. I can't wait to level my alts. I can't wait to grind on the main again. Like, there's so much that I can't wait to do. Already has. I'm running and playing with a friend who put me onto the game. It's fucking crazy. That's crazy. I already schedule life and work as much as I can to play. Keep it healthy. Don't burn out. That's my biggest advice. Like, there's going to be a lot of evolution that happens. There will be a lot of changes throughout the game, but don't burn out in the alpha because this is simply the playtesting period. I'm here every day because I love streaming and it's literally my job. But if you're at a point where you do start getting tired of it, just take a little bit of a break. Take one playtest off or something like that. It's in a state where it's not all about that endgame prog or anything like that. That'll come on launch. I think for now, just make sure you got that healthy enjoyment of the game and you keep building that excitement for the future of the game too. That's my biggest take on it. With that being said, I have to piss. Let's see. Yeah, you guys can have Bardcore Eminem while I go pee. I took a break by leveling a Bard. Yeah, you basically turn your brain off and press 2 buttons. I started my Bard, and at level 6, I think it is. It's 8 now, but when I was level 6, I started hitting for more than my level 25 tank. So, do with that information what you will. Granted, tanks aren't supposed to hit hard, but that was an eye-opener when I saw larger damage numbers on my Bard than I was on my tank, and I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, I gotta pee real quick and then we're actually watching this video. I'll be right back. We're back and cadder than ever. Chat. Get it instead of badder than ever. Ow! I hit my knee on my desk. Ah! Alright. Sorry. Whew. Everyone switch to Dusty Y OnlyFans and watch the stream. Listen. If streaming on Twitch goes south, I'll just take the 2 down days and go spread my butt cheeks on OnlyFans, and then I'll be set to keep streaming. I got a whole plan. But stream's going too well. Stream's going too well right now. So I want to know what secondary arcs we get, because if all classes are getting cleric or tank seconds, that means summoner will be out before secondary. Wait, so is it that the second classes that will be available are tank and cleric, or is it that tank and cleric will be able to specialize in a second class before everyone else? I've heard people say it both ways. We don't know. We don't know. Somebody needs to fucking know. I don't ask you questions for those bullshit cop-out answers, chat. I ask you questions for goddamn information. Shape it up. Shape it the fuck up. Beastmaster piquing my interest. What combo was Beastmaster again? Was that going to be the Ranger Summoner? Jamie Chaos is going to ask his interview in 2 weeks. 5 out of 9 furry vibes. Then you're going to hit single next. Get another life sentence. Bro, don't remind me about the February 1st reset of the cat ears goal that would add it on to the total. I'm pissed. We come to you for leaks. I can't leak. What do you mean? You gotta go to the content creators that are in the NDA'd but not NDA'd NDA PTR server that's technically not NDA'd to get the leaks. Sorry. Tank and Cleric are getting their 7 choices sooner than the rest. Do we have any confirmation? That's what I heard first, was that Tank and Cleric would be getting to choose their secondary choices. But I don't know. I don't know. Counter, the rest of the base will riot. Yeah, but hear me out. If Tank and Cleric get their archetypes first, and the rest of the player base riots, who fucking cares, because the tanks and the healers are still there and they're happy. And they're like 1 million DPS. So like, if the DPS complain, then you just get another DPS. Just keep the femboys happy so the bards are here and we're good to go. But like, as long as I'm happy, the femboys will be here with me because I control the femboy population, which means I will always have bards. Yeah, I will always have bards regardless. Even if they're unhappy about the game, they'll be happy about the cat ears. Does you a femboy? Depends. Are you going to play bard if I say yes? I'll tuck my balls between my legs for a good roster full of bards and clerics. Yeah, I have no shame. I wear cat ears 7 days a week. I don't even know if my dick could reach a tuck between my legs, but I'd try. Shit might just keep popping out. But, give it a shot. I'm a bard main for you. I appreciate that. I'll tuck my balls between my legs later for you. I'll repay the favor. This video's a JPEG, don't let him fool you. Yeah, I'm actually just trying to blind all of you so you can't go anywhere else. Hold on, let me get off of that. There. Get on to a slightly less punishing screen. We've been on a flashbang for the last like hour. I think the right side of my face is sunburnt. So yeah. That was Steven on stream and in an interview. Oh, that's huge. Camera says he's sporting 9 inches of manhood. Brother, I sent you those forearm pictures in peace. I thought you weren't going to leak. A few days ago. Okay, in all fairness, somebody was 10 feet from my stream room window shooting indiscriminately into the side of an apartment building. In all fairness. Like, bro, they literally interrupted my stream because they got kicked out of a party down the street, started walking away, and then turned and started spraying a fucking handgun into the side of the apartment that they got kicked out of. Like, brother, just go home. Like, go jerk off or something. Why do you have to shoot into the side of a fucking building while I'm streaming? It wasn't my building. Thankfully. I would have been pissed. But, like, bruh, it was fucking ridiculous. So, chat, for those that are wondering, just a little bit of a clarification. A few days ago, there was a legitimate shooting right outside of my window. Not like anybody got shot. But, as I mentioned, there was like a party at an apartment down the street. Some people got kicked out of it. They were walking away. And then they just decided to pull out the blicky and start shooting into the side of the apartment building down the street that they got kicked out of. They were standing right outside of my fucking window, dog. Like, pew, pew, pew. And it was loud as fuck. I was pissed. And then I had to show the cops when they came and shut down my whole block the clip so they could hear the pew-pews. And I had to preface it with, hey man, please don't mind the cat ears. It's a sub-goal thing. People paid money for these. Were you streaming? Yeah. Yeah, we have a clip. Yeah, I live in Maine. Assholes are assholes. Yeah, I don't know, like, what the thought... I mean, there probably wasn't a thought process. It was probably just some dumbass. But, yep. Yeah, I live in fucking Maine, dog. It's not even like I'm in fucking Detroit or anything. I'm not even in a city. I would open my window, yelled at him, and as soon as he even... I was corner peeking. Like, so basically, I wasn't sure if it was like actual pew-pews at first because I had music on and I was yapping to chat. And so we heard the pew-pews and I was like, is that gunshots? And so I kind of like was looking around at first because I heard like pop, 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 and then saw something like run basically that way. And at first I thought it was a drive-by and I was like waiting for it to quiet down. And then I kind of like, I went outside and I was like corner peeking and shit because I wanted to make sure there wasn't somebody like fucking laying in the road like, So I'm like corner peeking and shit, bro. I ain't go out there like a fucking Rambo, bro. I went out and I was like, I was trying to like bait shots and shit. I wasn't taking a chance. I wasn't taking a chance, bro. I ain't got peeker's advantage. Shit. Rogue? Rogue leaks. It's not a tornado because it sounds like a train. Nearest track is 15 miles away. So I just thought it was fireworks. I was like, why would somebody be lighting off fireworks right now, right outside of my window? That's weird. I was just chilling, bro. I was in Carfin. I was about to start tanking Carf. Cause it wasn't even late at night, dog. It was like 8:50 p.m. Like, one thing that's amazing that about Ashes that people haven't yet talked about is that you don't feel like you're missing out if you don't play every day. I think it's pretty rare for an MMO to exist in a realm that allows you to miss one day and not feel like you miss the entirety of World War II. No, everybody has to sweat 80 hours a week or they're bitches. Just kidding. Yeah, no, one thing I talked about with Ashes was a lot of games have linearized so much through like daily quests and shit like that, that from the second you hop on, a good portion of your time is spent on this conveyor belt where you just go here, go there, right? And you're pulled through it, right? And with Ashes, you hop on and you make your own daily quest. So instead of a conveyor belt, it's essentially just you doing what you want. You still have that progression mindset, but it's your progression. It's not comparing it to everybody else's progression. I mean, for some people it will be. That's okay. I also get sad because my dick is smaller than everybody else's. But we'd be a lot happier, all of us, if we just played our own game, right? I think that's the ideal scenario. We all just have our own dailies, we focus on our own stuff, and everybody remembers that this is a game that's meant to be played the way that you want to play it. Imagine apartment building. Nah, they dipped. They dipped. It was Youth of America. Yeah, it was a couple fucking high school kids apparently that just had a blicky. So, yeah, I went over to the other apartment building and I was looking at the side of the building too where they shot. Dog, they were panicking. Their bullet spread was like fucking 32 feet across the side of the building with like 4 shots. Like, we're talking like if you had a Fortnite hunting rifle and you were hip firing that bitch, your spread would be less than what their IRL spread was with a simple handgun. It was crazy. I'm surprised they didn't accidentally fuck up and shoot behind them and hit me in the cat ears, bro. Like, it's a fucking miracle that they got the same building that they were aiming at. It was like a 40-footer across the road, and they barely hit the broadside of a fucking apartment building. Luckily, nobody was hurt. Like, hugely luckily. But holy fuck. Holy shit. Like, I fucking grew up on the range and stuff because a lot of my family were Marines. My dad was, my uncles were. And so I spent a good amount of time on the range growing up, like, and I have not seen that bad of shooting in a long ass time. There were the literal definite. Yes, they legitimately barely like. It was like 4 total shots. My camera picked up 3, or not my camera. My mic picked up 3. Apparently it was like 4 total shots. Dude, I shit you not, like a 35-foot spread. It literally looked like they were whirlwinding and just spraying. Like, that's what we play around the 4th is it fireworks or gunshots? Jesus Christ, where the fuck do you live? It's usually just fireworks for me. Jamie's pretty upset at the sandbox label the game's getting. I talked about this before too, but to have something that's a true sandbox is nearly impossible. People associate Minecraft with being one of the largest sandboxes, and even Minecraft is technically a sand park due to the linear progression that it has in fighting the Ender Dragon as its end game objective. And so, like, in the grand scheme of things, everything can technically be called a sand park because everything has some form of linearization to accomplish within it. Even in the form of, like, upgrading pickaxes to gather more efficiently or gather higher tier blocks, right? That's linearization. Sand park. A true sandbox would be absolutely boring. Yup. Everything in existence is a sand park. Rust, you have a linear progression of materials, of equipables. Like, everything is linearized to a certain extent where a true sandbox is impossible. And I think Ashes is the closest example of a modern MMO that resembles a sandbox, but again, it is a sand park. But with that being said, it's a spectrum. Like, you know how I talked about, like, the spectrum where it's 1 to 10 on how gay you are, and it starts at 1 and nobody's truly a 0? That's what the sandbox to theme park spectrum also is within gaming. It's a 1 to 10 and nobody's truly a sandbox. You automatically start in the sand park, just like if you're in here going, wow, Dusty, you kind of look cute in those cat ears. You're automatically minimum of a 1 on the am I gay scale. We all are. You just gotta face it. We broke this down the other day, but like a 10 is like, damn, I wish Dusty would fuck my face in those cat ears. That is World of Warcraft. Theme park. Now, what you have over on the other side is, well, it's like, wow, Dusty looks kind of cute in those cat ears. There's some nice cat ears. 1. Even when it's so damn straight. It's simply a bro job at that point. You're doing it for your friends, man. You're just a good friend. What up, whiskey? But yeah, so like, I think nothing is truly a full sandbox, right? You start at a 1 on the spectrum, which is a sandbox aspect with the minimal linearization that you need to establish a gameplay loop. Because everything needs to have a gameplay loop, in my opinion. You need to have something that's the objective. Otherwise, you just sit here and do nothing. So, I don't know. I definitely see it because, like, Steven himself describes it as a sand park. But I also see how people lean towards the social sandbox. Like it literally is going to be the closest modern iteration of a social sandbox. Would my previous message be a 1? The one about PAX? Do you know how to tell if your roommate's gay? Grab his dick, and if it gets hard, then you have your answer. I thought you were asking for actual life advice. By the way, on this subject, I play golf casually, right? I also stream full time. I don't really have the money to play golf casually, right? So I always look at the monetary investment of golf memberships, and a couple's membership per person is a much more sound investment than 2 solo memberships. So if you have a friend who you're always golfing with, it literally saves you hundreds of dollars to walk into the clubhouse, apply for a couple's membership. If they say you can't have it, make out with your friend for like 30 seconds, and then you save a few $100s on your membership. Like, if you literally make out with your friend, how are they going to deny that you're a couple? And then you both save money on your membership to make out for like 30 seconds. That's not gay, that's investing. It's a sound financial decision. Like, cost per hour saved is substantially, like, multiplicatively more than I make per hour streaming. So. Yeah, you're up tremendous. Things happen when anyone grabs. Dusty about to tell us he's got a golf daddy? No, I didn't get to play golf much last year. No. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. So, taking applications. Should we actually watch the Rogue video now? We've had this pulled up for, what, 3 hours? I don't even think I played a video yet on stream. I literally think it's been a fucking feature-length film. This is like the Oprah Winfrey show, except instead of Oprah, it's just me yapping with cat ears on. And I'm not giving you guys anything. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I'm black and from Detroit. I just came here for ashes. Yo, listen. There were people. I was talking about this a minute ago, bro. I live in Maine. Like 3 days ago, there was a shooting 10 feet outside of my window. We're good. Maine is certified right now for like the 1 week until this fades away. Just let me have my moment, bro. My mic picked up the shots, and I went out like corner peeking to make sure nobody got fucking blasted, bro. I'm just trying to exist. I just wanted to do carfin farming, man. And somebody got kicked out of a party. And so they started fucking blasting. Fucking Frank Reynolds looking ass. Anyways. Street cred. Jesus Christ. I took the cat ears off before I went outside. Full disclosure. The bells would have been a walking disadvantage here. Cause like, I was like checking around corners and shit. And like under shit. To make sure no one like hopped under a car or some bullshit. And like, if I had them on with the bells, dog, like, you can hear me coming. They could have lined up a shot. This sub goal would have been the death of me, chat. Oh my God. Detroit came up earlier. Yeah, because you thought I lived in Detroit. Jesus.
Hey, I'm excited to bring you some more leaks on the upcoming Rogue archetype. Due to NDA, I can't show anything, but I can definitely tell you about the abilities for the Rogue archetype.
Bro, it's been getting crazy.
Keep in mind that we gotta take this with a grain of salt, and
but
of course, this MMO is still a work in progress. Thus, some of these abilities can change in functionality, be removed, or have numerical changes by the time the Rogue is officially on the PTR or live servers. This is meant to just be a quick
weed legal in Detroit
to
at
get you all
least?
the information, so please forgive me if my background footage isn't up to its usual standards. It's 1 in the morning, and I just got off the PTR from testing the tank changes, which were huge, by the way. And also, if you missed it, I did a recent interview with creative director Steven Sharif, in which he let us know the Rogue will be here early February. I'll have that linked at the end of this video, but let's not waste any more time and get right into the rogue ability leaks. Most of the ones
Is it still early
beginning,
February
you'll
for its full
likely
launch?
remember from our previous rogue leaks, so do keep that in mind. Let's get into it. Shadow Step. Teleport behind your target. If used on an enemy that is more than 8 meters away, gain advantage. Shadow Step breaks the caster out of all crowd control effects.
It's your CC break.
So this
That's
is
crazy.
really cool to know that this will be your CC break. Also, it says gain advantage. Remember, advantage is the rogue archetype mechanic.
Yeah, that's your builder spender system.
Much about what that is going to be for sure, but you'll see it referenced a lot in these abilities.
I mean, we don't have the algorithm for it, but it's a rogue builder spender. A lot of the rogue abilities are advantage consumers, right? And if you consume full advantage once you built it, then you drop that. But yeah, it's literally just your like it's your builder spender. The interesting thing in my opinion with rogue builder spender is there are two ways that you can build on a rogue, and it's a flat per hit, which means attack speed is a play, or it is a per damage like build. And that kind of determines like the archetype of the rogue. One thing that's really cool with Ashes in particular that I think is neat about rogues, everyone always assumes a rogue's going to dual wield. You don't have to dual wield. So if it's a per damage spender, like a per damage builder, you could very well be better off going with a two-handed rogue and full burst and then full like per damage build instead of a dual wield, which may be less conducive to big burst. Just something to consider if there's something from a tree that you really like. You're not bound to any specific thing. Rogues available tomorrow or not? I don't think so. Exclamation patch is the notes that went on the PTR most recently. If Rogue was available tomorrow, I'd be shocked. I think Rogue across the board will probably be... I mean, he just said, Nice just said early February. I was thinking more like mid to late February, but if it came from Steven, then early February seems good. Oh, they're on the PTR on February 4th. Okay. So that's what Nice meant. Okay. Okay. So it's PTR deployment early February, and then to us, probably just... Steven said mid to late live. Okay, cool. Cool. Rogue with one dagger and one sword. That's another thing, though. So... there's been a little bit of communication on this stream about dual wielding. And I can actually pull this up real quick and I can show you guys something that's really peculiar about dual wielding in this game and a little prediction that I have. And this actually came about when Steven hard nuked my shit recently, twice. So, Steven's last live stream.
A question from...
I ended up dying to a spear twice.
Okay.
That's me.
Let me...
But
for that.
When he was doing the dagger reveal...
And...
This is a furry that he gave a fox to. Fear for that fox.
There it is.
Where's the actual dagger pull up?
Let me,
Right before this. Okay. So, part of what's really peculiar about this is some people think with dual wield that it was going to be like a set of two weapons that dropped as one item, and then you just equipped that like set of weapons. So it'd be like a double dagger drop. It'd be like a double axe drop. It'd be like a double sword drop or whatever it may be, right? Excuse me. And basically, what this shows us is how the weapons are actually in the game. Weapon melee dual wield daggers, main hand light. Main hand light. Offhand light. One hand, one hand, one hand. And traditionally in MMOs, you have three like specificities for weapons. You have a main hand and an offhand, which are specific. Then you have a one-hand weapon, which is interchangeable between the two. Traditionally, these are conducive to three types of specific like stats with these weapons. Ski. Typically, main hand weapons are your hardest hitting per hit, but your slowest. Offhand weapons are your fastest, but your least damage per hit, and one hands tend to be in the hybrid. Then what you have on top of that, according to this, is light, medium, and then no denomination, which could very much mean heavy. So within that main hand, which is your hardest hitting and your slowest, you would have main hands that are light, medium, and heavy, being heavy, the hardest hitting, and the slowest, medium being the second hardest hitting. And then you go down to light, which is your fastest, like main hand specific weapon. Then you go into your one hands, which has those three. Then you go into your off hands, which also has those three. So for example, a heavy main hand would be your hardest hitting but slowest. A light off hand would be your fastest hitting but least damage per hit. So we talk about that a little bit, and we take that into consideration with the three different types of weapons. What does that mean for gearing your character? Well, that means that according to this, you would not be bound to use a main hand and an offhand of the same type. You could find a specific main hand, one hand weapon and a one hand or an offhand weapon of two different types, and you would be able to mix and match the weapons how you would like. Part of why this is also supported by the game is because anytime you are dual wielding two weapons, you have a specific dual wield tree, not that weapon tree that you are using in your main hand. Now, you can still use a one hand and get additional damage scaling. Instead of using a shield, you would use an energy focus, which gives you plus damage and plus attack speed instead of the defensives. The difference with that is you would maintain your main hand weapon tree. The second you put a weapon into your offhand, it brings up that dual wield weapon tree. Very simple. So that allows you sandbox level customization of everything within your weapons, down to the point where you could target specifically a heavy main hand for that hardest hitting slowest and a light offhand for that fastest hitting least damage per hit. You could also go a light offhand and a light one hand for the fastest combo. You could go a heavy main hand and a heavy one hand for the slowest combo. On top of that, this would in theory be open to all classes since it is a weapon archetype and not a class archetype. Daggers will be usable on every class. Rogues will also be able to use two-handers. So depending on how that rogue builder spender is navigated, if it's a per damage builder instead of a per hit builder, then two-hand rogue is likely going to be more efficient than dual wield rogue. Unless there's something in the dual wield tree that very much benefits that combo, in which case you could combine two weapons to have the same effective output between attack power and attack speed as a two-hander would. For example, right now, if you have a mace, the one hand, and an energy focus, that does very similar attack speed and attack power ratio to a two-hander. Like they're essentially interchangeable. So it's something to keep in mind. Very cool little things that allow character customization down to like the types of weapons that you actually want to run. A lot of that customizability, a lot of that personality showing through. And on top of that, anything in the game could in theory benefit from the dual wielding or the two hands. You could have a fighter mage, or a mage fighter, I should say, that uses spell swords, dual spell swords, dual spell daggers, spell axes when they add one-hand axes, which is supposedly in phase 3. The world is your oyster with this weapon system. WoW did the same thing. Rogues used to be sword, main hand, dagger, offhand, bis. Yeah, there were a few different WoW builds. One time, my buddy CDOS, he couldn't quite get weapons. This was in Classic. He legitimately couldn't get weapons at all to drop, and he ended up going unironically Mace Rogue in PvE. Because all he could get to drop were maces. Like, he couldn't get a sword to drop, so he was forced to go Mace Rogue. It was horrendous, but it worked. Essentially 1,000 hours to find what might be a possible bis. Well, so that's also the thing that makes it very unique. We go to main hand weapons. We go to the subcategory of main hand weapons with the heavy main hand weapons, the hardest hitting, slowest. Within that, you have multiple weapon rolls that are possible within that heavy. So then you have 3 different types of like heavy main hand swords, for example. And then each of those swords has its own independent stat bucket that it can pull rolls from. It has its own independent roll ranges. So even if you get the like highest possible roll heavy main hand sword, the range of those stats may not be a perfect roll, or the stat itself that you pull on the sword may not be perfect. It's crazy. There's so much customization that you would actually have to go through to min-max. Because with things being based on attack power exclusively, you would want to min-max to the hardest per hit damage so you get the most AP scaling instead of attack speed scaling. It's insane. Yo, what up, Wrath? Finally back in the natural habitat. Oh, vibing, brother, vibing. Videos paused as always. Yapping along. But yeah, it's absolutely crazy to think about, in my opinion. Now, with that being said, other than the dual wield tree changing some things and the possible scaling of things, I don't really know why you would dual wield instead of a two-hander. But again, if it's a per hit builder and then you try to spend for a big burst, then you may get more actual damage. Excuse me. From constantly having that resource bar filled from the per hit. Now, if it's per damage translating into, like, if it's that per damage builder, so like I get X amount of advantage per damage done, then it's just going to be about that pure AP. You know, you get to start solo leveling? Yeah, we watched the first 4 episodes. So right, though, when people have nothing better to do, they're just going to farm mats for like 10 legendary of your abyss item, then take the best rolled weapon and sell the rest. Yeah, 100%. Yo, what up, do we do? Missed part of the stream. Oh, no worries. Rogue coming this patch. No, rogues are not coming this patch. They are supposedly being added to the PTR, the semi-NDA PTR, very soon. Early February was that estimated date. And then mid to late February for like our playable one. Thought so far, like, oh yeah, it was fantastic. Sounds like the same debate with the longbow versus shortbow. Oh, I'll settle that one right now. It's purely based off status effects. Shortbow is going to be better for PvE in my opinion, and then longbow will be better for PvP because longbow has a wound on it, which in PvP I think wound is like one of the strongest things in the game in any team-based setting. But I also might be wrong on that. That's just my take. I'm a very anti-heal biased person for PvP. I think it shrinks the effective health pool of somebody so fucking much. So much. Dual wield bard for resonant weapon procs. No, dude. I liked solo leveling a lot. Like, I was talking earlier about it, but solo leveling through the first 4 episodes was probably the least amount of downtime I had transitioning from the skip end credits to the start next episode screen. Like, I legitimately speedran that every single time the episode ended. Within 10 seconds, I had another fucking episode going. It was insane, bro. I was peak efficiency. Peak binge efficiency. It was fucking insane style. But yeah, that's, in my opinion side, that's one of the really cool things, right? Is longbow versus shortbow, sword versus hammer versus eventually axe versus dual wielding versus two-handing versus... Dude, everything is so customizable to the point where, in my opinion, it's never going to be truly min-maxed because there will be so much customizability to it that it will break down to like, do what you want. You want to use axes, dual wield instead of swords? Sure. You want to do a sword and an axe? Hopefully, sure. You want to do one bonker and one slasher? Sure. Long sword, little sword? Sure. If that's truly how it comes out with the dual wield system, it's insane. That would be the biggest thing, in my opinion, that Ashes could do through dual wielding that would just open it up to everything being unique. Because early on in progression, too, you wouldn't even be focused on like, oh, this is just, I want to run the slowest, hardest hitting weapon. You'd get an upgrade that would just push you entirely off of the weapons that you're looking at. Like, you would just get those massive progression pieces and you're like, oh, guess I'm using a hammer now. We're gonna get all this info on the upcoming patches. I don't see it in the forums. So patch notes are not NDA'd from the PTR. So basically people will compile all of the PTR patch notes and retype them, and then they will publish them. So I get those sent over to me, thankfully. And then the PTR, the private test realm, is also not verbally NDA'd. It's only visually NDA'd. So what we're looking at here are rogue leaks coming directly from a private test realm player. So all of this information can be taken directly from the NDA'd realm, and while they can't show it directly, they're able to talk about it in extreme detail. So over on my Twitch, where I'm multi-streaming as well, I do Twitch and YouTube at the same time. But we have a command !patch, and that'll bring up the patch notes. I don't know if you have Twitch as well, or somebody from Twitch wants to pop over to YouTube with that link, but yo, Master Chief, thank you for the hydrate, brother. I appreciate you. Okay. Hold on. Let me fill up my water real quick because I'm almost empty on that bitch. And then I promise you, we are watching 12 minutes of this video nonstop. I swear to God, we are watching 12 minutes of the video nonstop. 12 minutes and 2 seconds. We are finishing this fucking video without stopping. I fill up my water because you guys have me yapping today. And we finish this video without stopping. 12 minutes and 2 seconds, chat. You heard it here. Told you guys he's not going to watch it. We're watching this video. 3 hours and 14 minutes into stream, we have made it 1 minute and 28 seconds into this video. See, this is why I can't be a React YouTuber, by the way. I could never do React content as my day-to-day because I get too distracted. Yo, what up, Nord? Yeah, dude, I just be yapping, dog. I'm not even gonna lie. I yap. The cake is a lie. The cake's never a lie. Oh, wait. Hold on, before I go. So basically what we learned last night is that if you go left off of Vera, right? You go to the edge of the map, you do not come out on this side of the map. You hit a wall, indicating that Vera is flat. Now, Steven has gone on record saying that Vera is round because of the lore. His exact quote was something along the lines of, "You may not see a curvature on the horizon, but due to the lore, Vera is round." Now that sounds like some fucking propaganda to me. And I want to see proof. Dude said the world's round because I said it is. I think this is what Vera looks like. You've got the stairs down to the underworld. You've got a wall here. And it may curve a little bit. But I think it's flat. I think Vera's flat, and I think we're living in a dome. That's my proposal. Sit on that for a second. Consider it. I'm gonna fill up my water. Dusty's a raid lead, and wow, you never wanted explaining the fights because it would take 30 minutes to explain a 10-minute fight. No, I was actually a really good raid lead, and wow, I'm just putting that out there because I was also the main tank, so I could just say, hey, I'm gonna mark 1 DPS. All of you idiots follow around this DPS, and then press your buttons, and then we win the fight. And I would just pick the 1 DPS that knew what they were supposed to do. I would put a condom over their head for safety, and then everybody would follow. Or his ears headphones? No, they're my real ears. It would pain me to take them off. No, I'm kidding. It's a sub goal and channel point redeem. So basically the first sub goal of every month, I have to wear these for 7 days on stream straight for punishment. And as like a little thank you for the subs. And then there's also a channel point redeem where you can make me wear them for a day for 50,000 channel points. And so I have kind of fucked myself over here, and I have 9 days in a row of them. I'm on day 5 right now. And in February, the sub goal resets to the point where I could have to do another week. So I'm kind of pissed, but I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right, sorry, I'm back. Oh, shit. More like he's the guy giving 5-hour VOD reviews for a 30-minute skirmish. Okay, you meme about that, but I actually infamously gave long VOD reviews in New World. Like, a 30-minute war would turn into like a 2-hour breakdown on stream. Like, I would use screen markers, and I would pause the video, and I would draw out what I was showing them. Yup. What's this paint? Steven's lying to us. I'm pretty sure canonically the Vec live underground, right? Where do the Vec live, chat? I don't know. I think Carlo was telling me the Vec live down there. How's that? So Steven has said on record that Vera is round because it is. And I think Vera's flat based on the simple concept that if you travel all the way to the west side, you do not come out on the east side, indicating that it is indeed flat and that there is an invisible wall. Steven's lying to us. Sounds like Narc was here. Okay, Narc was bitching about dumb shit. This is a different level. Narc was just bitching. I'm exposing a fucking cover-up. I'm exposing a goddamn actual lie. The desert existed, but around Vera does not. Hi, Quinn. We're discussing how Vera's flat and Steven lied to us. It's not round. Are we flat Vera-ing again? We never stopped. But it's an alpha? I don't fucking care if it's an alpha. This is my core gameplay loop. I'm on Steven's side? Of course you're on his side. You work for him. You're big intrepid, aren't you? I'm on to you.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Guerrero, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Ash is a creation, unfair. Steven Sharif is in there, standing at the concession, plotting his oppression. Yeah, I think Vera's flat. Steven legitimately said the world is round because in the lore, the world is round. And I'm not buying that. Yeah, I also assume the Dunir were going to live like underneath. Need a flat Vera shirt? Holy fuck. I need to make one of those for TwitchCon. Big Intrepid has invaded chat. No, they will not. They legitimately cannot invade this chat. Vera's flat. It's not round. Chat, during the Ashes live stream, Can we all go in at the same exact time? Like, plan it out. All go in at the same exact time and type, will you confirm or deny that Vera is flat with proof? We should type the same message out and all post it on like a 3, 2, 1 so he's forced to address the conspiracy. He simply can't ignore us. One of the servers back up? 1 p.m. EST tomorrow, Mr. Loudmans. So very soon, and then I'll be able to play the game again. But the conspiracy doesn't stop there. The devs are always floating around watching. The devs probably agree with me. They're probably being silenced by him. What channel are we doing this? On the 31st, there's an Ashes of Creation official live stream, and I think we stand up against the man. Have you played Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah, Carla and I did a little bit of a playthrough, and she's a fucking warmonger, and I'm like a video game empath. Like, I feel more empathy to, like, video game storylines than most things, because I get into those shits. And so she just wanted to murderize, and I was like, no, wait, let's hear their story. If Vera's flat, I'm still wondering if it'll be like Valheim and you can just sail off the edge. I mean, do you think? Or do you think that it would be just an invisible wall? My prediction is an invisible wall. Somebody in chat yesterday was saying, Dusty, it's a square, which could also make sense because the square would be like a basement, right? They'll simulate that it's planet-like. What do you mean? They'll like green screen the moon landing or something? Nah, I don't know. I wanted to listen to the story, but I still wanted to murderize. You were cutting them off the murderize. I would be in a cutscene and the cutscene would end and Carla's just like pillaging. 3 buildings are on fire. People are screaming. She's like, Dusty, you at the cutscene yet? Dusty needs to do a Dirge playthrough. What's Dirge? It was a dagger in WoW. Maybe it's a flat circle, and that's what he meant when he said round. Like a flat circle like this? Oh, Dark Urge. Makes more sense to simulate Vera as a planet in a sandbox. Yeah, but sandboxes are also square. Don't let him fool you. Sandbox is traditionally square. Vera, flat. Vec, underground, not the Dunir. Because I think the Dunir live in the mountain and the Vec live under the mountain, right? Not the turtle sandbox? Ah, but still flat at its base, sir. Still flat at its base. It may be round this way. You may be on a circle, but it's a dome. Yes, yes, yes. I too had a turtle sandbox. I hated sandboxes that had bottoms to them. I'd give anything to learn what it takes to be a dev for Ashes of Creation. Oh, their devs seem pretty dope. I had my first legitimate complaint today. With like the NDA being weird. But that's just a personal quip. Just like Arc, domes. Yeah, it's literally dome. That's what I'm thinking. And then everything just like goes back and forth on the dome. What was your complaint? I think it's really weird that the NDA'd private test realm is only visually NDA'd and not verbally NDA'd because you can still leak 110% of the information about the patches and what's on it, but you just can't show the assets with it. And I think that's very weird to have it so you can leak the stuff, but you can't leak the stuff. And I think that, in my opinion, again, I was talking about this earlier, but like, while I disagree with it, I'm also like uninformed about the entire subject, and I'm not a lawyer or a dev or anything involved in NDAs. I just think it's weird that they're allowed to talk about it, but they can't show it. And I wish that they would go one way or the other, because it seems like a lack of transparency while also trying to be transparent, but their entire thing's about being transparent. And so I think they're like, I don't want to speak for anybody, right? But for me, it seems like they're just not being transparent while also trying to be transparent, and maybe it could be perceived as, well, at least they're giving us this. But I personally don't like leaks coming from NDA'd stuff, and that's just kind of like my personal standpoint on it. Like, I don't like leaks in data mines and stuff like that, because I think it takes out a lot of the fun of like figuring out a new patch. And I think that it is very conducive to a few people being able to figure out the patch before the patch actually drops. And the example that I'm using is like, say I'm on the NDA'd PTR and I am on stream, not showing the visuals, but talking about what I'm doing. I run over to one of the new pocket dungeons and narrate every single thing that I'm doing, how many steps it is, and then which turns I'm presented with. And we make a literal hand-drawn map of the layout of the new pocket dungeons with every single boss spawn. And then we leak the entire layout there. The NDA is to prevent people from farming views before everything is ready. Well, the NDA doesn't prevent that at all, because it's only a verbal. Or it's only a visual. Yeah, this is straight from the NDA'd servers. Because you can take anything from the NDA'd server and you can narrate it. 4 days ago, apparently, somebody was streaming in the directory from the NDA'd server, but they didn't have their gameplay shown and they were narrating what they were doing. So, like, it seems weird. I wish it were like an all or nothing, right? I wish we could either watch the entire, like, the entire situation unfold, or we just were blind to it. But it seems weird to me to have NDA story time, but with no pictures. That's just kind of where I'm at. Because literally everything from the NDA server can be leaked verbally. Like I was saying, I could say, oh, chat, I'm pulling up on this pocket dungeon in this node. What I see right now is a big archway that is 10 times higher than my character is. It's a desert theme with pyramids. There are like Anubis statues outside with hieroglyphics on the walls. I walk in and I'm immediately faced with a left turn and a right turn. I go left, I take this many steps. I stop, I see 3 mobs of this type of spawn that have this much health, are this level with this many stars. We kill these mobs, this is the loot that I just received. I then take this many steps past them, going this way, and then we come across a boss. And you can map out the entire pocket dungeon and all of the content before it actually, like, comes out. Like, there's nothing preventing that. And you could do that while you played through the content live, as long as you don't show your POV. I could sit here with just, like, an Ashes logo on my screen and like narrate the NDA'd server if I was on the NDA'd server. I just couldn't show the stuff. Imagine a verbal NDA, but not a visual NDA. Silent streams where you just can't talk. That would be terrible. That would be awful. A verbal NDA, but not a visual NDA would be so fucking funny. Like full YouTube videos of silence and like, wait, I would learn sign language. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm cooking. I would learn sign language. Yeah. Yeah, we're up tremendous. Yeah, hit me with that shit. Chat, we got any ASL specialists? Yeah, we're cooking. Throw that NDA at me, baby. We're out of there. Fuck yeah. That'd be awesome. That'd be sick. ASL, I bet, would still be covered under verbal NDA. Yeah, someone go. Any lawyers in the chat? Do we have Intrepid's NDA guy in the chat? They should NDA the PTR, but let you talk about the patch notes. It's kind of what they have going anyways. The weird thing is, with the patch notes, it still falls under the visual, but not verbal, because the official patch notes aren't the ones that are leaked. People take the patch notes, retype them and format them, and then post their reformat of the patch notes. So even like the exclamation patch, like those were just rewritten and reformatted patch notes that documented all of the changes anyways, because it's the verbal side of it. So it's just weird. Like, we can see the patch notes, but not the official patch notes. We can hear about the rogue changes, but we can't see the rogue changes. We can hear about the castle siege, but we can't see the castle siege. It's really weird. Somebody could throw up a stream during the siege test, hide their POV of the siege, and walk you through what they're doing. I just feel like it should be one or the other. Can we rant about why are the servers down? $450 per month. It has been 24 hours. It's something can develop. They gave us 24/7 access through the holiday period, which was actually pretty smooth. But yeah. I demand it. I started stream and I was like, boys, I'm just gonna hop into the streamer only server real quick. I say you can't show gameplay, but everything else is good. Yeah, again, I'm uninformed about the topic as a whole. I'm not an NDA guy. I'm not a lawyer. And I'm not ranting as like a fwickin' twepid, right? I'm just confused. We haven't been able to find much clarification about why it happened, which is a weird thing. And I just wish it would be one way or the other personally. That's just my take on it. I'm not a fucking oracle or anything like that. I Googled it and found nothing. I think you found a loophole. ASL it up. Yeah, we're up tremendous. Oh wait, I could also just like type on the screen. I could just do like a text on the screen. Cause that would be visual. Yeah, they can't stop this train once it's rolling. I'm gonna get cease and desisted one day. But yeah, I don't know. I just wish it was one way or the other. I'm just confused on it. I'm not gonna like get all in a tizzy and stop making Ashes content or anything. I don't fucking care that much. I'm just confused. That's all. I also think Vera's flat. Really curious about that now. Gonna do some more research on NDAs. Bet we're about to have an expert. You'll be my NDA guy, should I ever need to navigate one. Yeah, I don't know. I just think the current like setup of it's a little strange, but again, that's just my opinion. Oh, what'd I do?
Abilities. Also keep in mind with Shadow Step here that it says teleport behind your target and if used on an enemy, so you can use Shadow Step to get towards an ally. Maybe go towards your tank or your cleric for protection. Step to get towards it.
I don't know. Maybe that's like after testing the ability, but that's not what I take from that. It said teleport behind your target. So like, if he's tested it, then definitely. But I don't necessarily take that like as immediately being able to use it on an ally. I take that as like if used on your enemy target that's more than 8 meters away, but that could also just be, yeah, friend or foe. That'd be cool. That'd be OP as fuck though. If you can blink out and break CC, one thing that I've talked about with Fighter is Fighter Summoner. If you were able to, got 5 seconds. I hate you guys. If Fighter Summoner was able to like friendly charge onto a minion and then empower that would be cool as fuck. Or Axis, thank you for the follow. Okay, yeah, no, I see it as that. Teleport behind your, yeah, because it would say teleport behind your enemy if it was enemy exclusive, right? That makes sense. And there's just if used on an enemy, they have to be an enemy and more than 8 meters away, then you get advantage. So no advantage on an allied teleport or on a close enemy teleport. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Reading comprehension's never been my strong suit. And he's probably also tested these if he's... No, because Rogue's not on the PTR yet. I wonder if they've seen more than we have. Okay.
An ally. Maybe go towards your tank or your cleric for protection. Stealth. Everyone's curious on how the rogue stealth
No, I'm just kidding.
Mechanic will work. The rogue will apparently have true stealth, not like camouflage that we
I heard
see on
perma stealth
Gain
too.
Stealth. This will trigger stealth's cooldown again. Gain advantage. Stealth can only be activated when 20 meters away from enemies. I really like this, by the way.
Wait, what was the second half of that? This isn't my fault. He didn't read the bottom half of this. This is his fault. Stealth POV, can't wait for stealth. Jesus fucking Christ. Good timing, brother. I love that. Okay, I was when I played Dota 2, I was a big Invis hero enjoyer too. Bounty Hunter and Ricky were my two favorites, but
And his name is John.
yo, Mr. Chaos. What up, brother? Yo, we've actually been discussing some of the things. We actually hit on the whole sandbox thing. So if you don't have to raid and run, I'd love to get your take on that. And then we're also talking about the you miss Jamie shirtless? I'ma peep that VOD after stream, baby. But yeah, we're also talking about the NDA around the PTR. I feel like it's weird to have it like visual only. I feel like they should just open it up at this point. If it's verbal only, or if it's visual only and verbal's open to the point where everything can just be like word of mouth reiterated, I feel like they should just open it up and let people make content around it. That's kind of my thing. I wish it were fully one way or the other. Was doing a gym stream. I love that. I love that. Hopefully you got a big pump in, brother. That's a good way to spend the off days. I sit here in my chair and wallow. Can I please ask you to watch a short? It has nothing to do with Ashes, but it's my favorite. Well, what kind of ADHD shit are we on right now? You guys are giving me shit for making it 8 seconds through a video before I fucking pause, but then you're like, Dusty, can you watch a short? Do you want me to fucking watch this video, or do you want me to watch a short and get distracted for 3 hours again? We've watched 1 minute and 53 seconds of a video in 3 hours and 38 minutes of stream. We are currently fucked on pacing. We are fucked. Dude, I still have to watch the duel tournament, or the 8v8 tourney. Like, we still have to watch that shit. That's like a 3-hour video. We're gonna miss the next fucking playtest at this rate. I'm fucked. Tracking how much VOD we watch versus how much EAPs in between. It's a bad ratio, man. I'm aware. I'm aware. Yo, Raiders, welcome in, by the way. If you've never been here before, my name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I stream a lot of Ashes even on the down days. As you can tell, right now we're looking at the Rogue Leaks, talking about a lot of that shit. Primarily talking, I guess. I appreciate y'all being here. So, what we're on right now, stealth. You'll be able to blink out onto an ally depending on the max cast range of your shadow step. Pop your stealth if it's not like an in combat mod and it's only 20 meters away. I don't know what the range of shadow step's gonna be, but that's like a free out. Stealth, you're invisible except the party members. Movement speed is reduced by 20%. Stealth will fade upon most offensive ability actions or if you're damaged for more than 10% of your max health over the duration of the buff. Oh. Okay, so that's a conditional that's actually very scary. You can be hit. I'm not a furry. This is a fucking sub goal. I'm so sorry. Yeah, the ears are a sub goal. The first sub goal of every month. I have to wear these shits for a week straight. And then there's a channel point redeem where people can make winner for the day. So currently we're at day like 5 of 9. And then on February 1st, the sub goal resets. So it's an MMO meme. I just can't get distracted. I can't get distracted. Sasuke, after we finish this video, you link that. Because that'll be the transition. That'll be the transition. Within 20 meters, it has to be minimum. 20 meters away from enemies. So, yeah, you have to be far away. Her ears too huge. I was asking earlier who else just casually has cat ears on. Now, mine's a sub goal, but I don't judge. To each their own. We need to be in the just chatting section. Yo, just chat with the hole in between my butt cheeks. How's that sound, Drewski? You ever consider that? How many subs until you wear a butt plug? Foxtail. Listen, brother, it's currently 5 days on my snores. Let's hit that one, and then we'll negotiate the next steps. Jesus Christ. All right. So, 10% max HP, though, to break a stealth is really insane, in my opinion. Like, 10% max HP as a stealth break is wild. I know that you're not going to be able to get, like, healed and reset that, hopefully. But most games that have a perma-stealth is, like, an instant break upon taking damage. So I was thinking as a tank, I'd just be able to run around, get close, Intim Aura, pop their stealth with, like, a 3 damage tick from Intim Aura, which is every half second. And it does not appear that that's the case. That's fucking scary.
When 20 meters away from enemies, I really like this, by the way. Apparently your movement speed is going to be reduced by 20%, and stealth will fade upon using an offensive ability, or if you are damaged for more than 10% of your
I think a
max
couple
health
on the
over
wiki weren't going to break it, right?
Duration of the buff. So
yeah,
if
that's
you're
really
getting
scary.
cleaved by AoEs or like getting hit by a ball of lightning, if that does more than 10%, that AoE will take you out of stealth, because in theory you shouldn't be able to single target someone that's using rogue stealth. So this next ability is called Stab or Backstab. Deals X damage and consumes advantage.
This one was on the wiki.
Bonus damage. Backstab. This ability deals double damage from behind your target. Backstab's cooldown is halved when used from stealth. This one sounds really cool, and you'll see the theme is sort of an assassin theme,
right?
Rewarding you with hits from the flanks and having abilities that bring you to the opponent's flank. Lacerate. Deals.
There were a few like weird things with the wiki as well, because it's a whole builder spender system, right? So your backstab's going to consume to do additional damage. Feint's currently bugged over here, so I hope that they get... I hope that Nice covers it in this. Kick is a really intriguing one, because it's a single target trip with no advantage. But say you get your advantage and you go in and you break stealth with a kick, it'll consume your advantage to hit all targets within melee range. So you get like an AoE trip off there, which is actually fucking Insano style. Lacerate is a double base duration bleed and then 100% fizz damage. You consume the advantage and it becomes a frontal cone, which is kind of cool because rogue's traditionally very single target, but this could give like some PvE AoE applicability as well, which I think is a really cool adaptation for it. And then what else had advantage consume? This one. Thump. So deal 50% bludgeon damage and apply silence for 1 second, then apply dazed. If you have advantage, instead apply silence for 5 seconds. Which seems really strong. So the entire thing I think is going to be like deciding where you want your builder spender system to be like specialized. It seems really cool though so far.
X damage and applies bleeding. Consumes advantage to
Sir will seem dead because everybody will be playing rogue and will be invisible.
In melee range.
Caravans are going to be so scary.
Damage split amongst
Totally you'll be able to be invisible while on mounts.
At double duration. Then
That's
we learned
awesome.
that the rogue has a couple of different poisons in
Yo,
its
what up,
kit,
Buttered?
at least one,
Servers are
but
down
I
till
don't
1
really
p.m.
have much
EST tomorrow,
information
but we're
on
just
that
doing
one
some
at this time. Kick.
doing a little research. Wait, poisons. Weakening poison, probably a damage debuff.
At least one.
Chilling poison.
But I
Chill.
don't really have much information on.
Draining poison, your damaging abilities and 3 specific hits in each melee weapon combo will drain mana from your target, granting it to you based on 100% of the damage done by the attack. Additionally applies poison. Only one type of poison. Wow. Okay. So is that the answer to like long sustained bard never running out of mana type shit? That's actually kind of sick. Yo, Bedco, have a fantastic sleep, brother. I appreciate you. Will dual wield be added in with rogue? Or am I gonna have to be a one-armed dagger rogue? I don't know. Honestly. Because with their current system, they don't necessarily have to add in daggers synonymously with rogue, because it's just part of the entire dual wield architecture of the game. Like what you would in theory need is just the dual wield tree itself, and then offhand weapons to be added that would open up that dual wield tree when an offhand weapon is equipped in the offhand. Because right now you can still get like dual wield damage scaling from a main hand weapon and an energy focus as a physical class. It gives you that extra damage, like that extra AP scale, but I don't know. I feel like they would just need to finish the tree, not even necessarily like daggers with weapon trails and everything like Steven was saying in his stream. But just the dual wield architecture with like opening up offhand specific and one hand specific weapon rolls of the existing one hand weapons would add a lot. 5 days up, 2 days down. Yeah. It's Tuesday, Wednesday downtime right now, and then 5 days up, and then starting May 1st is the best figure we have. We updated that yesterday. Thank you, chat. Starting May 1st, as of right now, it'll go to that live service with Phase 3's launch. So that'll be as close to that 24/7 schedule as possible.
On that one at this time.
That poison seems really strong, by the way.
Blank damage and applies tripped. Stun/trip on the rogue sounds lethal, so that's really cool that they have one.
The advantage
Also, it
consume
says
out of stealth is
consumes advantage
insane.
to instead hit all targets within melee range. Next ability is Thump. Deal blank and apply dazed, and apply silence for 1 second. Dazed, if you recall, reduces their cast time, and a silence for 1 second
Silence
can
is
be very
fucking
lethal.
sicko mode.
If you have advantage, instead apply silence for 4 seconds. Now that is insane. 4 seconds not be able to cast.
I think one thing that's really big as well is if silence is like full duration, right? If it's eligible for CC breaks, then it'll bait CC breaks. If it's like your CC breaks ineligible to break a silence, then, you know, you can't cast it. You're fucked for 5 seconds. You play movement. A trip comes out subsequent to the silence. And then if you didn't CC break the silence, you got to CC break the trip. There's going to be a lot of 1v1 chase, I think. Rogue on Life Alpha 1. Latest estimate was mid to late February from Steven. So it's deploying on PTR in early February. Somebody said the 4th, somebody said the 8th. Early February PTR, probably like mid to late February for live alpha.
It's going to be really, really detrimental to someone, especially with the damage Rogue will likely have. Next up is a fun one, Shuriken. Throw a Shuriken at your target and deal X damage and apply blank. Shuriken bounces up to 4 other nearby enemies, dealing lesser damage each bounce. This sounds like a really fun AoE projectile. Next up,
I think the second part of that was actually the biggest thing about it. Each hit applies any currently active poison. And I think across the board, if we go back to that, like the poison that he showed before with the draining poison, where was it? This one. You throw that into a backline and you just start draining mana. It might not be the largest burst, but I feel like there's a lot of like synergy within applying every single, or like each poison that you have active to every single one of the poison that you get, or every single one of the people that hit. I'm sorry.
Throw a Shuriken at your target and deal X damage and apply blank.
That seems really strong as just like a utility.
4 other nearby enemies, dealing lesser damage each bounce.
Isn't it really 4.5 days up, 2.5 days down?
Projectile. Next up, we have Feint. Dash behind your target with a fainting strike, dealing X damage. Gain advantage, and then backstab resets the cooldown. It starts the downtime.
Don't make me do math. It starts the downtime, what, Tuesday at 1 a.m.? Could be. If you're smart, you can really mess up an opponent's rotation and knock out other heroes. Oh, yeah, you're going to have a lot of answers to, like, bait casts, too. Oh, shit.
Remember the backstab ability that we just spoke about earlier? Well, these two skills will synergize very well. Next up is Sap. Stab your target with a draining dagger that deals blank and apply Sap. If the target has 10 stacks of poison status effect, you gain advantage. Now, Sap is an interesting thing. There's some debuffs that we have seen here, but they're not in game. So from what I understand in Sap, it says deals blank for each stack of poison and heals the rogue for double that amount.
What the fuck? That self-sustain is probably going to ramp like crazy. Oh my god. That's actually kind of crazy because the Sap mechanic in the last ability was 10 stacks of status poison. So that's 10 stacks of your poison. You apply the Sap. You're going to be dealing 10x that tick at that point if you are ramping properly. What the fuck?
So it says it deals damage for each stack of poison and heals you for double the amount of the poison that you have
10 stacks to be common to apply to a single target.
That's the best I pretty much got.
Kind of seems like it.
I don't really have much more information than that, so do take
it. If that's the break point for functionality and an ability,
double strike. Strike again with the last use melee ability from either the list of stab, lacerate, or thump. So this just instantly resets, or rather doubles the cooldown of one of these abilities, which is really insane. Imagine using feint to get behind a target, and then using backstab, and then using double strike to use backstab again for bonus damage. That sounds ridiculous, like a really quick assassination. Then we have something known as sleep, and then using backstab. Insane.
The question for me with double strike is, will you be able to build a full advantage modifier before the double strike uses your last ability, and will it carry the advantage modifier that was used with the last ability? Because if you use something that's dependent on like your advantage modifier, like a backstab, like a lacerate, what was the other one? Was it thump? Oh, fuck me. Wait. So if you advantage dump thump, it's a 5-second silence. You gain advantage back. You double strike. What's the cooldown on thump itself? That's going to be a flashbang. 20 seconds. So 20 seconds is the cooldown on thump according to the wiki. So in theory, if you're able to build a full advantage modifier in 5 seconds, you double thump 2 5-second silences, 50% silence uptime to chain on a single target. What the fuck is that? If you're able to build a full advantage mod in 5 seconds, you're cooked. Yo, Maximus, a 7-day streak. You're the highest in the chat. You're winning. Hi, bud. That's crazy. A 50% uptime silence? Cello? It just depends on, like, how fast your advantage build is, though, in my opinion. I don't know if it's going to be, like, a per hit advantage tick or if it's going to be a per damage advantage tick. And that determines a lot of things, too, because one thing I was talking about earlier was how Rogue could very well just go two-hander if it's per damage advantage tick. Because then you would just probably scale more AP that way, more consistently.
Imagine using feint to get behind a target, and then using backstab, and then using double strike to use backstab again for bonus damage. That sounds ridiculous, like a really quick assassination. Then we have something known as sleep dart.
That's intriguing.
Now, sleep dart is very, very interesting.
I'm worried about thump.
Shoot a sleep dart at a target enemy and applies the incapacitated effect. Minimum range of 8 meters, so you can't use this on someone that's right up in your face. You have.
Nah, but this is a disengage. Fuck. So the thing with this is if your shadow step is used on an enemy that's 8 meters or more away, you get advantage. So what you'll want to do is sleep dart, intro, shadow step, gain advantage, thump while they're silenced, re-advantage, double strike for thump. And then you have a full, like, you have a full combo there. You literally, you intro sleep dart 8 meters away or more. You shadow step in, gain advantage, thump 5-second silence off your advantage gain, build advantage during the 5-second silence, double strike for another 5-second silence. If there's no DR, 5 seconds away on CCs, which there shouldn't be 5 seconds apart on CCs. 10-second silent, 50% uptime. You're dumping damage the entire time. Whew, that's scary. That's scary. Can you share the video? Yeah. Copy.
Effect. Minimum range of 8 meters, so you can't use this on someone that's right up in your face. You have to have a little bit of distance.
Yeah, it just pairs with shadow steps so ungodly well.
Incapacitated, which is insane.
You incap into that gap close.
With this, you gain the adrenaline status effect, usable without breaking stealth, so you can activate adrenaline while in stealth. We're not really sure about what adrenaline does, but it's something about giving stamina regen, or maybe you get stamina per target that you hit, or something like that.
Does Wiki have anything on it? We can check. Thump. Oh, what did I just hit? Please. Please don't flashbang me. I think it might flashbang you. Oh no, we're good. Adrenaline is a buff in Ashes of Creation that increases physical damage by 30% and can stack twice. What the fuck? Hello? Increases fizz damage by 30% and can stack twice? Duration 120 seconds. Surely this is a different adrenaline. No, this is a status effect. Status effect buff. Did they say what the cooldown of double strike is? Hold on. Let me open a new tab and see if I can find it real quick. Double strike AOC. Ashes Wiki. Double strike. Nothing double strike right now. Unfortunately. I did find the dagger skill tree though. So that's kind of intriguing. At least an old one. Huh. Dagger proficiency, proficiency. That's all going to be accuracy. Here you've got bonus crit strike chance, stacks twice, allies within 35 meters. What do you have over here? Bleeds? Heartseeker? Okay. So that's a lot of bleed damage. What's over here? Basic stuff. Daggers hit extra damage. This is intriguing. Dual daggers hit 6. Status effect and Ashes of Creation. Interesting. When did this come about? Did we see that on the tree? This tree's a copy of the longbow tree. Word. What can I do to earn VIP status? 142,069 monkey bucks. They say anything about wall running? They should make my Snorse able to wall run, but at a very slow pace. Adrenaline scares me. If you can pop this before breaking stealth and just go in with a raw 30% fizz. And is the 2 stacks 30% per stack? Or is it increased duration? Because if we're dealing with rogues that are 60% bonus fizz and locking down, I don't know. That's a little scary, brothers.
But this one, once again, I'm not sure about. Take it with a grain of salt. That's going to be the theme of this video. Next up is Acrobatic Strike. Quickly strike your target 3 times for X damage, whilst flipping to the other side of them. Applies maneuvering. If your target is facing you upon activation, gain advantage.
Interesting.
Now, maneuvering is very interesting. Apparently, it will just be an addition of more base evasion. Next up is Smoke Bomb.
Well, it's also base advantage, base evasion, and then on your next weapon combo finisher, gain advantage. So this could potentially work really well with that combo I was talking about earlier. So pop your adrenaline buff, get your bonus fizz damage. You sleep dart, get the in cap. You shadow step out, you gain advantage, you thump for 5 seconds of silence, you go around to the front of them, you pop maneuvering, you you get advantage, and then you thump again for another 5 seconds of silence because now you're going to have your guaranteed advantage. I was wondering if you'd be able to gain advantage like within that 5-second first thump. But yeah, so essentially what you'll have is start stealthed, pop your... Oh, I just kicked my desk. Pump your advantage bonus, or not your advantage, your adrenaline. Sleep dart in, shadow step to the back, thump in the back, 5-second silence, go to the front, maneuvering behind them again, chop, 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 get advantage, use your double strike. Oh, wait, would maneuvering be... No, I don't think maneuvering would be the melee ability. Or would you flip again? That would be the only thing, is if maneuvering's considered... No, because it wasn't in the list. No, thump's the only one on the list. It was a specific list, and maneuvering wasn't in the list. It was backstab, lacerate, and thump. So yeah, you could maneuvering and then you could double strike with the advantage from maneuvering, and that would give you the advantage for your second thump for a 10-second silence. Yeah, every single time, replicatable 10-second silence. Just off of that one combo. Stealth, adrenaline, sleep dagger, shadow step, thump, maneuvering, double strike, 10-second silence.
It will just be an addition of more base evasion. Next up is smoke bomb. Throw a smoke bomb.
We have
down
some of the
beneath you that
cooldowns.
lasts 10 seconds. While within, you gain blurred. Enemies within are periodically afflicted with chilled and blinded. Bomb down beneath you that lasts 10 seconds.
Smoke bomb also grants advantage. No fucking way. So you can thump smoke bomb. What? Thump for the silence. Smoke bomb for the chill and blind so they can't hit back if they do square up. They're going to be slower if they try to run. And if you can keep them in that with your trip and everything else, then you'll chain advantage too. Oh my fucking god. Because you still... fucking hell. Bro, there's a lot of fuckery going on here. This is giving me like Ricky from Dota 2, but with more CC built in. Oh my god. Yeah, this is scary.
Seconds. While
they should make grapple a friendly target as well as an enemy target so I can pull my clerics out of these combos. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Then you gain blurred. Enemies within are periodically afflicted with chilled and blinded.
Fuck,
Smoke bomb also
dude.
grants advantage maybe every second. Now this is really cool. Being able to blind and chill an enemy. The blinded status effect is just going to reduce their base accuracy. So that's going to be really, really good. And it kind of fits
Plus
that
your maneuvering
rogue
base
slash assassin
evasion.
theme. Next up, we have Caltrops.
Yo, what up,
Throw a
Grix?
field of
How you doing,
Caltrops
Goat?
at the target location. Enemies that move through this field become snared and take 15% damage each second, and have a chance to become dismounted. This is really cool. How many times
What's
have
the same
been
as you stream
attacking an enemy
579?
in PvP?
Okay, in all fairness, it's because I was in New World and you, as a smart human being, probably stayed far away from New World. That's probably why. Yeah. So I've been in Ashes for like a month now. I came to Ashes right after Christmas when it was in that 24/7. Yeah. Very new to the Ashes directory. Hard with Envious on New World. I was with Envious for a little bit too. So I was actually with Axiom or Axios when they were over there. Axios was what they were over there. They died and I went to Envious. And then Envious left New World and then I went somewhere else. But I went back to back with like Axiom and Envious, but like their New World side of things. It was kind of hilarious. Yo, what up, Strange? How you doing over on YouTube? Go. Rogue Leaks? Yeah, we're going through the whole thing right now, and it seems like there's going to be a pretty disgusting combo that we're leaning into just based on what we've seen already. A couple of the big facilitators that I've seen in this video so far, if you shadow step, which is basically a blink strike to the backside of a target, an enemy that's more than 8 meters away, you gain advantage, which advantage is a large facilitator for a lot of like augments to your abilities. So what we're looking at in particular is a thump combo here. That's going to be facilitated by thump, advantage gain, and then double strike. Double strike takes either your most recently casted ability between backstab, lacerate, or thump, your big advantage, consumers, and cast the last used one, again, regardless of the cooldown. So what I'm playing around, some people will probably play around other stuff, but what I'm thinking, because I'm just anti-fun, there's a reason I'm playing tank rogue in PvP when it is eligible, right? But essentially what I'm thinking is you start your stealth, you can basically pop an ability that gives you adrenaline when you're stealthed. Adrenaline, according to the wiki, is 120 second duration, 2 stack, 30% fizz damage modifier. So you pop that when you're stealthed. You get a sleep dart that if you use it to a target, it incapacitates a target that you hit, and it has a minimum range of 8 meters. And then you gain advantage. So essentially what you're going to do is stealth, pop your adrenaline, get your fizz damage buff. You're going to sleep dart the target from 8 meters or more out. That's going to incap them. You shadow step from 8 meters or more out, you gain advantage. You consume that first set of advantage on a thump, which would apply a 1 second silence, but if you have advantage, it's a 5 second silence. Then you're going to go back and you're going to drop ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Where is it?
Addition of Nifu that last.
You're going to drop Smoke Bomb on them. So it gives them chilled and blinded. Blinded is less accuracy. Chilled, move speed debuff. Also grants advantage each tick. Yo, Pickat, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. But yeah, so this is going to be another advantage generator. Okay? Yo, Dave Dippy, what up, go? How you been, brother? How you been? Thank you so much for the raid, my boy. I hope you've been well. I hope you're out of New World. We're looking at Ashes of Creation leaks, as we always are. Raiders, welcome in. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day, starting at 2 p.m. EST. I play Ashes full-time now. I've been out of New World for a bit, so if you're still there, I feel bad for you. Exclamation Ashes in the chat to start a new life, boys. Anyways, so we're going in with that Initiate. We start Stealth. We get that Adrenaline for the 30% increased Fizz damage. You go into your Sleep Dart, which is 8 meters or more away. You... the fucking Blink Strike, Shadow Step in 8 meters or more away gives you advantage. You spend that first set of advantage on your Thump, which is a 5 second silence. You drop Smoke Bomb. You drop Smoke Bomb, which is also going to gen advantage. It's going to give them chilled and blinded. And then during that Smoke Bomb, you pop Acrobatic Strike, which is going to flip you to the back side of the target if they're facing you. So essentially what you want to do is Smoke Bomb, go around to the front of the target, pop your Acrobatic Strike. You're going to get advantage. You're going to get advantage from your Smoke Bomb. You're also going to get advantage on your next weapon combo finisher from the maneuvering, as long as you pop your Acrobatic Strike on the front side of the target in that Smoke Bomb. You use your second set of advantage as soon as you get it to recast your Thump with Double Strike, which again is another 5 second silence. And then from there, you can just go into advantage dump backstabs with a kick ready to go for the trip. Like, this is kind of scary already. This is fucking scary. Like, good rogues are actually going to be able to just full CC you down. You'll actually need to go to Dota 2, get a Force Staff, and use a Force Staff on allies to push their shit out of this combo. Like, I half jokingly said a few seconds ago, or a few minutes ago, tank grapple being friendly use in addition to enemy use would be huge against rogues. Haven't played New World in a while. I love that. Good for you, brother. Rogue seems like it has the most CC in the game. Yeah, I mean, mostly single target. I feel like rogues are traditionally that though, right? Like, I picture a rogue as like a mage and healer hunter primarily. It's that just big initiate, keep you locked down, like take away your fun, your character autonomy, right? And when a good rogue is on you, you just feel like you're sitting there not playing the game. And then when a bad rogue is on you, you just you shit on them. But like, I feel like rogues are always that insanely high skill ceiling. I still plan to main tank. Rogue's going to be my secondary with the tank eventually when that all is available. But I don't know, man. This seems really nuts. And we're only halfway through this fucking video, dog. Like, this is good. Does Rogue get pocket sand? The trash man cometh. Holy shit. Pocket sand's great. So I played Deadlock for a while. And when I was playing Deadlock, I was like a 65% win rate Mo and Krill before I threw a little bit. And my favorite thing was just popping up on people and pocket sanding their shit. Tank Cleric, have fun trying to burst me. I feel like Tank Bard is gonna be super cool to run with from a PvE standpoint. Like, PvP aside, I feel like Tank Bard could potentially be like the craziest addition to like an 8-man group. That shit seems so valid. The thing about Tank Cleric from an 8-man application too is, like, if you're doing hard content that typically constitutes 2 healers and you're able to tank Cleric and still hold threat and you're able to drop one of those healers, you could throw in another DPS and your group efficiency is so optimal because of that. Warframe's been holding me tight lately. My ADHD's loving it. Warframe, okay. I like the grind. I'm telling you, man, if you need another MMO, you just ask me anything you want to know about Ashes, and I'll help you. You said that after the first silence, you lose acrobatic strike, but then opponent will always look at you and won't allow you to go to his back. Silence isn't hard CC. No, but you have so much soft CC paired with the hard CC, right? And there's also so much movement from like iframes and stuff like that. If I hit a combo out of stealth, keep in mind there's no global cooldown, so it's not like this is going to happen over the course of like 5 seconds. You're going to be in-capped into this combo, and everything's going to be down before you can do anything, because you're going to get in-capped leading into the first silence. Silence goes down, smoke goes down, dodge roll through, quick acro, and even if the acro doesn't trigger the advantage, then you still just hop, and the smoke is going to give you the advantage anyways, and you still have your trip in your smoke as well once you cast your double strike for that second thump. It's going to happen extremely fast. Like, the entire combo itself is well within that first 5-second thump, and then the second thump is honestly either there as like a follow-up, or if that first CC, if that first silence somehow gets purged off. And like, silence isn't hard CC, but for classes, if you're targeting certain classes that are dependent on those casts, then it is essentially a hard CC, right? If your class is relegated to doing 10% of its output because 90% of your output is through abilities, then honestly, you might as well be stunned, right? Fucking heal support and be ungodly tanky. I'm in. Exclamation classes, Dave. You'll like it. Is a rogue or a flying type Pokemon? It might be both. It might be both. I wonder how Acro Strike will carry momentum too. Like, so I wonder if there will be a cancel around Acro Strike where you could start an Acro Strike, dodge out of the animation of it, and then use it as like a disengage. Basically, you would hop to the like other side of your target and then cancel your Acro Strike during the hits with an iframe, like a dodge roll, and it would take you like off screen in theory. Because you could get really shifty with that, because you could do something like an Acro Strike, iframe 8 meters out, shadow step back in for another advantage roll, depending on cooldown of everything. But that could be a really good like gap start. Acrobatic Strike, I imagine, is like Thief's Lotus Blossom from Guild Wars 2. Fuck, I need to brush up on my Guild Wars 2 knowledge, bro. I played Guild Wars 2 so casually. I played too much New World. Imagine this, you're going to be in big battles a lot as a rogue, so you'll have to CC one, then another. Oh yeah, and in big battles, like, one thing that I thought would be fucking hilarious too, combo aside, because this is specifically like a single target lockdown combo that I'm talking about right now, and that's if the target gets 0 assistance whatsoever, which is going to be pretty rare in Ashes. One thing that you could do to be an asshole is just get advantage and then walk into the middle of their backline stealthed, and then you could just kick and trip everybody and run off. You don't even have to do anything too crazy. You could just be a dick. Combo or not, this would just be a dick move. This looks so annoying. Fuck me. Looks like Paladin or Argent would be my go-to. So right now we've got the base classes in. Rogue is the next one to be coming in. Then Summoner is going to be phase 3. You only have that base class currently, and the 6 that we have are Tank, Fighter, Mage, Ranger, Cleric, Bard. Subclass system is going to supposedly start phase 3, as well as Summoner eventually coming phase 3. Rogue is going to be coming to us here, hopefully before the end of February, is my optimism. So that would be very cool. Pretty excited for Rogue. I personally probably will not play a Rogue right off rip, because I'm just going to play a tank. I like tanking. I'm going to level everything over the course of it, but I think like the amount of rogues being leveled off rip is going to be fucking insano style. Like, good luck finding groups when 90% of the leveling curve is DPS. It's going to be rough.
Gain advantage. Now, maneuvering is very interesting. Apparently, it will just be an addition of more base evasion.
Yeah,
Next up is Smoke Bomb. Though a smoke, enemies within are periodically afflicted with chilled and blinded. Smoke Bomb also grants advantage maybe every second. Now,
yeah, depending on how fast
really
that tick
cool.
is, that's crazy.
Being able to blind and chill an enemy. The blinded status effect is just going to reduce their base accuracy. So that's going to be really, really good. And it kind of fits that rogue/assassin theme.
You're going to be able to stack a lot of mischance too.
Throw a field of caltrops at the target location. Enemies that move through this field become snared and take 15% damage each second.
The dismount's pretty sick.
And have a chance to become dismounted. This is really cool. How many times have you been attacking an enemy in PvP, but they hop on their mount and they just get too much distance?
Yeah,
on
I mean, you got a prio killing mounts.
Too much HP to really take them out. This will be really good for correcting that situation. Now, here's a really
that's a cool functionality though. I like that.
Here we have Umbral Cloak. Applies Umbral Cloak. Consumes advantage to clear all damaging debuffs and CC effects.
Oh.
And it puts your character directly into stealth. Now,
so you're going to be able to vanish. This is literally a vanish. Huh. So you also get a fucking vanish. And the crazy thing about a vanish in combat here is that your stealth isn't broken upon your first instance of taking damage. It's 10% of your total HP before your stealth breaks. So vanish is extremely valid. The biggest thing about that that's nuts is you clear all of your debuffs. It's a cleanse into a vanish, so you would then have to take 10% like new HP as damage from like new attacks or status effects. Fuck me. That's strong.
This is a second CC break, making the rogue very versatile and very mobile. It also says it puts your character directly into stealth. Now remember, the stealth ability says it needs 20 meters. You need to be 20 meters away, right? I don't see that requirement here. So I'm thinking if you use this
it's a
CC break, you automatically go into stealth no matter how close the enemies
insane.
are.
Yeah, it's a vanish.
It could work the opposite where, you know, it's just a CC break, and if people are within X amount of meters, you don't get the stealth. I'm not interpreting it that way, but
I don't think so.
See and wait and test.
I think it'll just be a vanish.
Really cool.
I think we're on the same page.
Hook. Throw a grappling hook at your target location and pull yourself to that position. Taking direct damage during this effect will cause you to become
that's not very good.
1 second. Now this is interesting. An ability with the
maybe if you're
of this magnitude,
stealth,
it is only 1 second, but I think it's really cool. Now what I'm curious about
direct
is,
damage is intriguing.
Hook at a location and it works with elevation, like can you go up a level or could you go up a hill and really use this to get out of a sticky situation? I mean, it's a grappling hook, so you would assume it allows for verticality, but this is something we'll have to test
direct
on
damage
the
is the intriguing
Next
thing
up
too
is Thrash.
because I feel like I feel like a lightning ball tick, like those AoE abilities, wouldn't necessarily be direct damage. I think of direct damage as a targeted specific instance of damage, like a left click. And so you could potentially like vanish, like pop your cloak to vanish, break all the targets that are on you, because a vanish will in theory break all the people that are targeting you. Then you pop that maneuverability with your grab. Interesting. I think if you vanish, you have to get a timer on your stealth. Attack in 3 seconds to run. I mean, it's just said it applies stealth, and the base stealth is going to be that 10% HP break. Like, that's just a strong ass disengage. I hope this grappling hook breaks stealth. If it doesn't, that's Insano style.
Target. This ability can be activated up to 2 more times in a short time frame for increasing damage. However, you must activate another ability before it can be recast. The third and final strike will apply bleeding to your target and grant advantage to your
stealth, adrenaline, sleep dart, shadow step, thrash, thump, thrash, double strike, trip, thrash, while in the smoke. While you're left clicking, by the way, because thrash doesn't reset your weapon combo. Stealth, adrenaline, sleep dart, shadow step, thrash, thump, smoke, thrash, thump, thrash, thump, thrash, trip. And then the third one is going to give you advantage. So then you'll be able to lacerate or something too. You're getting too much advantage. What the fuck? God damn, bro. Give rogues a global cooldown. Holy shit. Dude, the APM on a rogue is going to be like that one scene in NCIS where the two people were on the one keyboard where they're getting hacked and they're just like, scoot over, and they hop on the same keyboard. That's gonna be a rogue in PvP, dog. Holy shit. Hopefully if you whisper too hard, you kill them. Yeah, hopefully the panic fart that comes out of my ass when a rogue jumps me is enough to kill the rogue. Otherwise, I'm fucked. That's about all I got based on this current kit. This got so much potential. Bro, you're just gonna thrash and fucking thump. You're literally gonna thrash, thump, thrash, double strike, thrash, trip. Fuck. Fucking hell. And like, what's the cooldown on a full thrash once the combo's down? Oh my lord. Then you factor in if thrash is an animation cancel for like the reset, so you can instantly thump and you cancel a thrash. Fuck, dude. Yeah, this is nuts. Imagine rogue. I think rogue mage will be a monster in damage. Bro, what about a rogue fighter where you just get like a low HP execute on one of your abilities to just finish everything off? Say you get somebody to 30% and then you get like a backstab execute threshold where it does a guaranteed crit with bonus crit modifier because of like rogue fighter. Oh my god. Are you in the Cats War tonight? Oh, is there a Cats War tonight? Berserker Adrenaline 30 plus 30? That's what I'm wondering with the wiki showing adrenaline as 2 stacks. But at the same time, I'm not convinced this is the same buff being 120-second duration with 2 stacks that persists through relog. I don't think that's the same buff. Cause like, I think it'll work only when stealthed. I think the specific wording on the ability was it can be used without breaking stealth, right? It'll probably be changed. I would say the duration is probably going to be a lot lower if I had to guess. Like, keep the damage the same, but duration's a lot lower with 2 stacks for the duration per chance. Could be the play there. First hit will deal 30. Ooh. Oh, you might be cooking, Shobo. That's a peculiar way to look at it, because it'd be 120-second duration, where if you don't use the charges, they expire, but the charge itself expires on hit. That's peculiar. So it could just be like 2 really big intro hits. Yeah, I mean, that could check out. That would make sense with the duration being that long, because you pop it in stealth as a setup, and then you wait for your opportunity with that buff up. Yeah, you could be cooking there. That seems very reasonable. That seems really reasonable. Oh, I want to play the video and I'm not even on the right tab. Dude, I have to pee.
Yourself. Thrash does not reset your weapon combo. So this sounds like it's going to be a really cool ability to use, and it's just going to weave well.
Bonk,
I know on the PTR, they just changed it so that Vengeance from the tank, you know, the knee ability that you kind of start off with, well, that feels really, really smooth. You can actually use that ability and it won't interrupt your weapon combo. I think that's really good for a class to have. It's like a semi-spammable that you can just weave and it just feels really good. So I can't wait to see what this
Thrash is going to be really good.
Next up is Death's Mark. Your target is afflicted with Death's Mark. If you kill the target with your mark, you will be healed for 50% of your max health, and the cooldown will be reset. Death's Mark is only usable while stealthed and has a minimum range of 20 meters. This is going to be really good in PvP, especially if you're outnumbered. If you can focus out one target and put your mark on them, get a nice little burst heal. This is going to be really good for solo
That's
gameplay.
intriguing, though. The intriguing thing about this is it's almost an anti-snowball mechanic in itself if you want to channel the marks. because you're not just going to be able to mark the next healer. You're going to have to like mark, kill, disengage, like vanish, disengage, remark outside of 20, set up another combo. I think, yo, what up, Ragnar? How you doing, brother? I think it's a cool system with the minimum cast range on certain abilities, because it's almost like an anti-sit there and just stab, slash like you're walking down the street in London. I think it actually has this really nice in-out to it so far from what I've seen. So we'll see.
Really aggressive constantly throughout battle. I think this is a really cool assassin-like ability as well. Next up is Flurry. Quickly strike your target twice. Weapon combo finishers grant a charge of Flurry. Flurry does not reset your weapon combo. Another ability that you can weave that doesn't reset your weapon
Flurry
combo. I'm wondering if Flurry can really synergize.
What's Flurry? Flurry. Fuck! Flashbang, sorry. Flurry is not listed on the wiki. You guys got flashbanged for nothing. Sorry about that. I got curious and I almost killed you.
As with the Thrash ability, because with Thrash, it says you have to cast a different ability before it lets you cast that one. So it sounds like a rogue with daggers and just casting this is just going to be non-stop pressure.
Wait till you run into a rogue with a two-hander casting it.
Shadow Cascade. Dash 20 meters forward through your enemies. After a short delay.
Ah, yes. 20 meters. What a coincidence that that syncs up with all of the cast range thresholds that you have to abide by. Jesus Christ. Wow, what a perfect range disengage. What the fuck? This class is designed like airtight. Everything interacts. What the fuck? Like, it's such good class design, but it's so disgusting as well because I come from New World and I'm used to things just being bad fundamentally. Holy fuck, their class designers are disgustingly good at what they do. This is gross. Even the tank rework, I'm super hyped to play the tank rework. I don't know, that's Jesus Christ. This number is so random. What the fuck? After a short delay, deals necrotic damage to each target hit, increasing based on the amount of missing health on the target. Oh, that's gonna be what pairs with fighter for an execute. Targets below 66% health suffer bleeding. Targets below 33% health suffer hemorrhage. Requires and consumes advantage. Oh yeah, so that's just gonna be your advantage dump to reset your combo. Fuck me. That's gonna be active as hell. Oh my lord. That's gonna be really strong.
It deals necrotic damage to each target hit, increasing based on the amount
big
of
combo
missing
ender
health
there
on the target. Targets below 66% health suffer bleeding. Targets below 33% health suffer hemorrhage. Requires and consumes advantage. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Talk about mobility. Talk about execute. Talk about a bleed.
Facilitation is the biggest thing.
It's going to
it opens up your entire
insane.
kit again,
the
too.
rogue sounds broken. And guys, this may not be the final kit. This may not even be the whole kit here in these
Yeah, there's a lot.
Man, and there's a lot more. There's wounding, poison, your damaging abilities, and 3 specific hits in each melee weapon combo have a 50% chance to apply
anti-heal.
Wounded, so there's some heal reduction in there. These weapon hits will apply poisons. There's so much more. I don't really want to I don't want to really get too much into things that I mean, I can't really confirm any
tank
of this,
rework is this patch.
Like
tank rework was on the PTR for the last set of patch notes, so we're hoping that it comes in. It was grouped in with the like desert rework patch notes and everything, so I'm optimistic that it makes it in. Shadow magic. In the camp of I love, there's a high magic world. Everyone has mana, including fighter. Yeah, resource validity is really cool. I think like all 4 resources, even with builder spenders, are really well played into. I'm excited to see the builder spender of like the new tank rework. For rogue, using shadow magic makes sense within lore. Yeah, I don't know. I would assume shadow magic would be best for a rogue, just like lore wise, canonically. Then you'd wear like a hood and shit. Not me playing this shit as my first introduction to an MMO and missing everything. Nah, you're vibing. I mean, this will be a really cool MMO to play as your first MMO because it's not linearized like very heavily. I think that as a first MMO, this will give you like a really cool immersive feeling and actually be a world that feels alive. Other abilities didn't consume advantage. So they have a peculiar structure for a lot of their abilities. It's a builder spender system with optional advantage spend, right? So kick your target, dealing bludgeon damage and applying tripped, consumes advantage to instead hit all targets within melee range. So if you have advantage. Thump just says if you have advantage. So that means you can thump dual strike on one advantage. So you can thump dual strike on one advantage, but what it's going to do in that scenario is probably just pull the non-advantage, because I would assume dual strike is a hard recast of it. So it would go through the same logic where if you have advantage at the time of casting your dual strike, it applies this secondary effect instead of the primary effect. So what you'll want to do is thump, build advantage, then dual strike to spend the advantage on that second like advantage dump. And then certain abilities, it won't really matter as an advantage dump. So if you're single target, you're not going to want to dump advantage on a kick because it's the same thing and applies the tripped regardless. It's just an AoE trip if, you know, you're kicking with advantage. So there's actually going to be like awareness required of what you're dumping on. Which is pretty cool as well. You can't just like builder spender on everything and have a decisive like gain from it. If you're chasing single target, you dump your advantage on a kick. That means you don't have it for bonus damage. That means you don't have it for additional silence. So there's a lot of cool stuff going on with the rogue. I like a lot of the interactions with it. Active decision making with a fast pace of play is always very fun.
When marked for death by the rogue, that you can take 10% more damage from their attacks. So not only are you getting that heal if they die, when you mark them, they take 10% more damage from you.
Can you put multiple marks on one target?
Gonna be,
or is it only one per target?
Nightmare. It's going to be ridiculous. I think it will have a lot. I think it will literally change the game. I can picture like some rogues being scavengers, just looting everybody.
Oh, yeah.
They turn purple and you want to attack them, but you know, they get away because of stealth and things like their shadow cascade, giving them a big dash to make distance. I think it's going to be insane. You guys let me know. Once again, please understand that these are leaks. Don't take it at face value, but I'm pretty confident because this is
taking everything at face value and suing you if any of it's incorrect.
Much lines up with the other stuff
you
that I've
for my
received.
lawyers.
So yeah, do keep in mind some things can and will change, but this will at least give you an idea of what direction Intrepid's going to go with the rogue archetype. Depending on when we get the rogue on the PTR, which should be early February, I will just update something in the pinned comment, or maybe do a follow-up video once we have the actual skills. But yeah, you guys let me know what you think. Comment what you think the rogue archetype mechanic known as advantage will do, and just give your overall thoughts on these leaks. Remember, like and subscribe if you have not already. Really appreciate all the continued support. Thank you to our Twitch subs, YouTube chat.
It's all gone. It's all gone. The video's done. The video's gone. We made it through a video. It took us 4.5 hours to make it through a 13-minute video. Chat, we fucking did it. We made it through one whole video. 4.5 hours and 6 pee breaks. It's like 3 pee breaks and 3 bong breaks. Here's a video from the old melee basic attack. It has a dual dagger. I think we can have a concept of the rogue there. Is this a Rickroll?
Feels very impactful, like it has a lot of inertia. It feels very physical.
All inertia.
Yeah, my litmus test for agency in combat is take any moment in combat, pause time, look down at your hands, look at the keyboard. The buttons that you're pressing should be the directions that your character is moving. So with these weapons, even though there are little little bits of root motion here or there, they're always respecting your WASD input, and I think that's what makes them feel good.
I think another thing that you guys did that helps with that is the timing of which that gets registered, right? Like, it's not, you know.
Is this like the OG action cam?
Where
0 gunshots. I'm gonna hit play and not pause again. I did. How long brings Mysterious Briggs to be sponsored? Well, I'm pretty sure as long as I don't smoke on stream, I'm still vibing in that regard. But yeah, that's why I call them my pee breaks. I take a pee break. I can't wait to play with the Golem. Golem summons are always pretty cool too. Depending on like what the validity of that ends up being. I like summoners so much. Before the combat rework. Bless. Bless. Huge combat rework saving the day. Huge combat rework saving the day. Okay, into the YouTube to grab another video really quick. We go here. We go. We have the 8v8. Arcade Chronicles. Is that the trailer that I'm supposed to watch? Okay, this one. If you want that, okay. I unironically do have to pee real quick. I'll be right back. Like, no bullshit. Game down right now? Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, downtime. The game comes up 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. I'll be right back. All right. Excuse me.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Olish Kirk, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Skirt. Are we on a pee break or a mysterious break? It was a 2-for-1. Yeah, it was a 2-for-1. This hurts my feels so bad they ruined my game. Crazy that Intrepid has such a good animator. Wait, what you mean? Is this self-glaze? Are you an animator at Intrepid?
So, how did it feel to learn the truth about the night sky tragedy? Long
Kai Snot stream be like,
you humans slaughtered each other until the whole world lay in ruins. And yet, you have been granted another chance.
This looks sick.
Aurora. It must be the will of your beloved.
I'm assuming that's where the problem lies, that it looks good and wasn't good.
However, I still have no trust in your kind.
The combat looks nice and weighty. These look like fun fights.
Prove yourself. If you survive this trial, perhaps you might become one of us.
Okay, that kind of fucked. Okay, wait, so what was the problem with this? Hey, yo, what up, White Ghoul? How you doing, brother? 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. I don't know what time OCE that is. I should probably know because my boy Oreo is from over there, but... Yo, what up, Woodington? It's a shame pay to win's gonna ruin this. It's a shame my pay to win's gonna ruin you. Hi, Quack, I love you. How hard is a countdown timer for stream to come back up? Not. Hold on. Countdown timer. Create a countdown clock. Servers back up. January 30th at 1 p.m. EST. We'll go. Share. How do I copy this? Control C. And then I have to go, you give me 1 sec. Okay. So what we're going to do now, let's go way smaller with this. Actually. Then we'll have to go. I did it. Then we're up tremendous. Nice clock. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We are up tremendous, chat. I have given you all the countdown that you need. I am doing God's work. How heavy is the game on GPU? I've heard that it's pretty, depending on what GPU do you have? I've heard a lot of people say that it's like relatively free to run on low settings. But depending on like how old we're talking here. Quinn, thank you for the 500 biddies, by the way. I appreciate you. Okay. Let me catch up on chat. Do you watch my short? Link it again. Yeah, link it real quick. Get a few hours online a day. It's only one of my days off. I can life the game. 3060 Ti? Oh yeah, you'd probably be good. Chat, do we have like the minimum versus recommended specs right on hand? I know they're on the wiki somewhere. I just don't know where necessarily to grab those. Let me close out some of these tabs real quick. I have a couple extra tabs open right now. And then we go here.
Welcome, my friends, to.
All right, we got Crix's video from the PvP tourney.
Absolutely
Yo, White Gold, thank you for the follow, brother. I appreciate you. It was pretty low, not gonna lie. Yeah, you should be fine. If you do exclamation specs, I run a good amount of shit on like high. Not everything, but a decent amount of shit over there. So if you do exclamation specs, though, that's my build. I've in certain areas pulled like over 200 FPS. The short, good. You got it.
And what do we call our biggest fans? Whales. Now, our team over at Player Monetization have some very exciting and very profitable whale-related news. Can I please introduce our Player Monetization
That's a
manager
goldfish.
and resident whale expert, Mr. Jonathan Ahab. Come on down, sir.
Ahoy there.
Fuck yeah.
Ahoy.
I hear tale you've been looking to catch some whale.
That's exactly right, Mr. Ahab.
Well, fortune smiles upon you, eh? For I have hunted all manner of leviathan, partial to the sweet taste.
Is that nose
of a
fake?
seasonal cosmetic. But lately, me crew been hearing whispers of
I had a peg
new
leg in New World.
A great white whale, dropping coin like a sailor on shore leave.
Oh, I feel
seen it
targeted.
once with my own eye. It was a dark and stormy night on a season 7 battle pass, and I seen the one.
Hold up, New World just went to season 7. Unironically, New World just went to season 7. Crazy you dropped this right now.
White whale.
And they also introduced pay to win this season. Just putting that out there. Just putting that out there. Hi, Crows.
25,000 on our virtual in-game currency, Skybucks.
Holy shit, who the f is this guy?
But nobody knows. Some say he's a crown prince of an oil-rich nation. Others say he's a kingpin of a violent crime syndicate.
Dota 2 had a prince that would juice their international compendium every year.
Access to his mother's credit card.
Please tell me we can exploit their problematic
How you doing,
spending habits
Crows?
for profit.
Tell him, Mr. Ahab.
I propose adding a single cosmetic item to the store that the great white whale won't be able to resist for $1 million.
Boom!
Is it just anime
Yes.
titties?
Delvin, how long do you need to make this happen?
I mean, theoretically, I guess it could be made of the golden fleece of the Light Realm. But the Light Realm has been closed since the Fire Lords invaded the Light Tree.
Delvin, shut the f up. Delvin, shut the f up. Delvin, shut the f up.
I'm gonna have to do some serious lore reworking later then.
Literally do whatever you have to do.
Okay.
The
there, it's
lore
done. It's on
rework
the
is
store.
crazy.
Now, the white whale moves in mysterious ways, so you'll never know where he began.
Poor lore guy.
What?
It's sold. It's gone.
Fuck yeah!
Oh, Jake! Oh, my God, you're a genius! I mean, you credit where credit is due, Mr. Ahab, but I am brilliant. I am brilliant.
And another one.
What?
Another one just sold.
What?
What?
And another one.
What?
I thought you said there was only one white whale.
I guess old Ahab underestimated people's tolerance of irresponsible in-game spending.
And another one. Another one. And another one. And another one. Two more.
Oh,
Another one.
Bruh.
oh, shit. Oh, God.
Star Citizen.
Another one. That's 12 so far.
Is that literally just Star Citizen? New World been pay to win since the expansion. What do you think about New World was pay to win with the expansion? And which expansion? Like Rise of the Angry Earth or like where are we going with this? Or are we talking like the Eternum update or pay for 5 levels? How? I have 7,000 hours in New World and was playing it the other day for a war. I have 8 characters that were all warring. I don't recall there being a pay for 5 levels in my time there. Maybe I missed something, but did you notice that the Ashes of Creation launcher has a manual setting to allow for 6 parallel operations instead of the default 1? Yes, I also actually enabled all 6 of those manual operations because I understand what that means. Just kidding. No, I don't even know what that means. No, I did not notice any of that. Nope. Not a single one of those. I use my launcher to press play game. simply. I don't even know. Like, does that mean you can run like 6 instances of the game? Like, can you multi-box through the launcher? Couldn't you only get to 65 unless you get the first expansion / DLC, or am I wrong? Oh, well, that's not like pay to win. That's pay for content. That's like a paid expansion. No. So like, you're not wrong there. And I guess you're not wrong by any means, by the way. And I wasn't saying that to try to like shit on you. I was just genuinely like curious. But basically what happened there was, in my opinion, and of course everyone has their own opinion on stuff. Mine isn't scripture or anything, but I played a lot of New World, and one thing that New World really suffered from was their first big patch, that Brimstone Sands expansion, where Fresh Start servers first came about. That was a free update. So half of the population that was playing and people that came back, they were like, oh, fuck yeah, like free DLCs, we're up tremendous. And then they did a paid expansion where they increased level cap, did some other shit that was locked behind the paid expansion, including mounts. And so that's where people started to be like, oh, this was like a pay to win. But basically what I tried to explain to people when I was streaming New World, that's where I came from before Ashes, was like, it's not as much pay to win as it is like World of Warcraft vanilla going to World of Warcraft The Burning Crusade, right? It's basically like a paid DLC for the game. And it's like a paid expansion, right? It does end up being like, you know, necessary feeling, which is the shitty thing about what I think inconsistent monetization led to. And I think if they had established early on with Brimstone Sands, like, hey, these major updates will be $20 DLCs, $30 DLCs for major updates. But they started to go like free major updates, and then they went a paid major update that had like major things that were gated behind that major update. And that's where I think a lot of that like contention around that particular expansion came from. Because after that, they also had the Eternal relaunch, which was the most recent in October, and that was free if you already had your stuff, but you still had to like buy both copies of the game and shit, and they didn't change the base price of the game very much. Like, their monetization has always been extremely fucking wacky. So yeah, no, definitely not wrong there with the expansion gating those things. It wasn't like, in my opinion, something where it's like direct pay to win, but it was more so victim of like poor monetization and communication, which I think has been New World's like, one of New World's downfalls. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Yeah. I definitely see that POV. I had a lot of people ask that same question when I was streaming New World, which is why I was curious. But yeah. A lot of people that kind of fell into that same thing. 6 box accounts easy. Wait, so is that actually what it is? See, is that what that means? 6 parallel operations? Does that mean that you could run 6 instances of the game? Like, providing you had the PC for it? What are, like, the thoughts on multi-boxing, if that's the case? I don't know how any programming stuff works. I'm not a dev or a programmer. I'm just an idiot with a fucking camera and a microphone. And so, for me, I just try to exist and ask questions when I don't know shit. But if you're able to, like, sextuple box and you just run 6 bards or 6 mages in AoE farm, you're insano style. These weapon skins. Somebody bought a skin on CSGO for like 50k. Oh, there's some expensive Dota 2 skins too. Yeah, what up, Kim? You were quick with that. Thank you. The current policy on multi-boxing is that players are allowed to own multiple accounts, but may not launch multiple game clients from the same computer. Well, that answers that. Don't multi-box. Is that what 6 parallel operations means though? Like, I'm an actual idiot. Mainly just at OPR when I came on, so to me it felt like, oh, dude. Oh, fuck. If you were a casual player that just wanted to chill. Oh, dude. Yeah. That game, in my opinion, where it really fell off was like the casual player who just wanted to hop in and be like, oh, I like this leveling. This combat's really fun. Maybe I'll start becoming an everyday player. And when you tried to become an everyday player, there was always such a gap getting into the end game PvE, the end game PvP. Like, I warred on 8 servers, and the entire time that I was there, I was like crying trying to get like changes to retain casual players across the board and help them instead of like catering to the warring players, because that game just atrophied players in that same spot that you mentioned. Even players that were more casual that owned the expansion that could get up to 65, there was just such a disparity within that game of the people that were going, you know, absolutely hard at it being mixed into the same lobbies with people who were super casual, and they could never really figure out like how to make the game enjoyable across the board for everybody. So, dude, I definitely empathize that. Yeah, I feel that. Do you ever play Albion? I did not. People tried to get me to play Albion for a bit when New World was on its way down, but I never ended up doing it. You just launch them from a computer cluster. Wait, I dual PC stream. So I could multi-box, but I would have to control 2 like keyboards and shit at the same time. Could I like chain keyboards together, like do a USB to USB from one keyboard to the other, and then another USB coming out of that USB into the PCs? How can I make this work? There are programs for that. Well, programs sound like cheating. Because, like, when I was playing Diablo 2, I ran a sandbox so that way I could run a barbarian to give me shouts. So, like, they were basically war cries that were, like, there were war cries that were buffs. And we would basically, like, run a sandbox so we each had a personal barbarian that would just war cry our main characters while we farmed. And so, like, I did that in D2 for a little bit, but people also hard botted in that. So I bet people were just appreciating us actually playing the game. Yo, what up, Techno? I'm new here, becoming interested in Ashes after seeing some gameplay and features on YouTube. Trying to get more info about the game before deciding to buy the beta. Is there anything you think a new player should know? Yeah, just in terms of like the monetization, looking at it can be a little bit confusing. But if you're looking to play in this current phase is called Alpha Phase 2. This is the Wave 2 pack. With that $110 purchase, you would get access to Alpha Phase 2, as well as all of the future development phases leading up to the launch of the game. So you get Alpha Phase 2, Phase 3, beta access, and when the game launches, it's no box cost, no DLC cost. You get 1 month of game time, $15 a month is the sub. It's localized currency if you're like not in NA or EU, depending on the server region that you play on. And on top of that, you get $15, 1.5 in the in-game store, which is no pay to win. No pay for convenience. It's transmog only. So like those packs will get you access the entire way through development. It's not like if you wanted to come in now, you'd pay 110. Then in May when phase 3 starts, you'd pay another 100. It's just that one. On top of that, right now, the game is 5 days up. 5 days up, 2 days down for phase 2. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, game is up. Tuesday, Wednesday, game is down right now for development time. Game comes back up then. Oh, wait, that matches my hoodie. You need a paint diagram for this? I kind of like yapping about it. I waited tables for a long time, like through college and stuff, and I really like just being able to fucking go off on rants on command. It's kind of fun. So anyways, that access is, you know, all the way through. Hoofsy, thank you for the sub, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for the gifty. I appreciate that, man. So on top of that, Technomorpher, thank you for the follow. Much love, guys. I appreciate you. On top of that, with that purchase, getting you access to all of the development phases.
Absolutely S tier.
There is a 90-day refund period where if you get access to the playtest and you end up not wanting to play the unfinished product, it ends up being different than what your expectations were. Intrepid Studios gives you 90 days with no hours limit. So you can play the game as much as you want. You can make a decision about whether you'd like to continue as a playtester or wait it out until launch when it's a bit more polished. If you want to sit it out, you have 90 days. Again, no hours restriction where you can get a refund. It's not like Steam where you can play the game 2 hours and you have to decide there. You can genuinely play up. You can check out the systems that are in the game right now. And if you're like, oh, I think I can do this, then you're vibing. With the pricing, the only thing I'm unsure about is when the actual game will come out, as I don't know the price to time ratio. Yeah, so it is estimated to be 2 to 3 years until the full launch. Phase 2 goes until May. May 1st is the estimated launch of Phase 3. Phase 3 is estimated to be at least a year from Steven. And then after that, we have the betas. So most estimates land at 2 to 3 years right in there. So it's in between $4 to $5 a month just on like the base, cost of that per month. So, and again, you get access that entire time. The only thing with access right now is that up until May 1st, we're on that 5 up, 2 down, where Tuesday and Wednesday are down days. And then starting May 1st, when we go into phase 3, it's live service. So as close to 24/7 as possible. So yeah, if you have any more questions, I can literally help out with anything. More than happy to answer. We don't have too much going on. We're just watching Big Homie Crix's video here. Do the spacing of the betas. I was worried that phase 3 would last a few months. Yeah, so one source that's really nice, the Ashes wiki is really cool because you can go phase 3. Oh, I'm so sorry. Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry, chat. So phase 3, and I will link this in chat for you. Copy, and we'll go paste. So this has details about phase 3. And the cool thing about the wiki is if you hover over these, it cites all of the sources, which is kind of fucking sick. So phase 3 is expected to be open 24/7 or as close as possible, expected to last at least 1 year. And it's subject to change because, development always changes and stuff. But you can check out any of the phases across the board, and the wiki is up to date with, again, cited sources on every single thing that we can think of that they've compiled. It's been really great. They also have the roadmaps attached too. So you can check out the roadmap here. And these have changed a little bit. Like some things get pushed back because of development. They become lower priorities. Some things become higher priorities. But for the most part, this is a really solid thing to go off of. I'm really excited for one-hand axes. Personally, I really like the aesthetic of one-hand axes as a tank. But yeah, super good resource. Pretty good value for the money. Yeah, I've played over 300 hours of phase 2. And again, I stream 8 to 12 hours a day most days. Yo, Chili. Hi. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I hope your stream was good. What do you get up to today? But yeah, I stream like 8 to 12 hours most days, right? And so I've got like 300-ish hours all total with phase 2 so far. I only have one character at 25. I have not done anything artisan-wise. I'm just getting into actual like more PvP. Coming from New World, I was hugely PvP focused, but like I played WoW for years before I played New World, where I was just a pumper tank. I loved parsing and doing big numbers as a tank, right? So I came from WoW where I was PvE oriented. Getting back into Ashes for me was kind of crazy because I've spent so much time just enjoying like the combat itself, the world, like the movement systems. Oh my fucking God. I have had so much fun and I haven't even scratched the surface. I've done like 2 caravans the entire time. Like it's crazy. Let's see. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Played Pac-Man and we watched Sorted Foods Poker Face Challenge. Okay. You're going hard. Yo, what up, King? How you doing tonight, brother? Yo, Robot, thank you for the follow, brother. Thanks for the info. I'm probably going to get the game, but how important is the crafting and artisan versus the combat? I'm interested in both. So the crafting and artisan system is roughly 10% held up right now. It's not like the full system by any means, but the artisan system is including animal husbandry. That's largely dependent on like the end game being up to the server progression level, right? And the server does progress pretty slowly up to like the journeyman level and everything like that. So Steven has said on record that crafters will be able to, quote, make the best shit in the game. Like they really want to reward that crafting input versus output of like worthwhile gear. In addition to that, my experience just superficially with crafting so far is that it's extensive in terms of its needs. So the entire game is built on a lot of interaction between multiple people. It's very, very social based. And so we plan just within the community. We have a couple guilds going already. But we're over on the virus server if anybody does want to join us. But we already are making plans to like funnel mats into certain people who are interested in deep diving the actual crafting systems. And that's the level of things that it's going to take in terms of coordination to successfully craft on launch. Now, successfully is always relative too. Like if you want to sweat it, it's going to be a bit more. But the crafting versus the combat and everything is great. It's really well worked in. One thing that really works well with the artisan system too is that there's not a lot of fast traveling in the game. None right now. And very limited on launch. So there's a lot of going from point A to point B and having like that experience or that journey within your trip, right? Instead of just checking out all the way, if you're someone who's interested in gathering or you're feeding crafters, you're running to go to another mob grind so you can gear grind. And you're like, oh shit, I see a node. I got to grab this node and bring the materials back with me. Then, like, if you die with those materials, you drop 50% of the materials from your bag, including glint, which you can turn into gold, right? So it's always that risk of death too. By the way, if anyone is going to come check out Ashes with us, you guys can always do !Ashes. And if you do want to support the stream, that link when you create your account will make it so for the lifetime of your account, 15% of your in-game purchases help support the stream. Thank you guys. You don't have to, but I highly encourage you to use somebody's referral link so that way somebody gets that, you know, that little fucking in-game currency kickback. Free dripping tin for all. You also get a referral link when you make your account too. So that'll be right in your account settings. So if you have friends that are going to get into it, you can basically give them your referral link and then their sub, their alpha, if they buy into the alpha with you, you get in-game currency for sharing that referral link. Make decent cash just doing gathering and processing without crafting. Yeah, we have somebody in chat who's gone from, I think they have like all of the crafting credentials, but they break down like the gold per 250 logs gathered and refined profit. And if you gather 250 logs, double refine them, and then vendor them, it's 1.2 gold profit per 250 logs. Which is fucking crazy. So there's so many things that are all worked in together. Minus the one bug that plagues your entire existence. You mean my titties getting smaller? Is that the bug you're talking about? Traveling in Arcade was so much fun. Oh, dude, wait until you're on like the open seas plundering booty and you see a merchant ship that looks submissive and boardable over there. Oh my god. Yeah, shiver me timbers, yar har. I'm fucking in. From what I saw on the wiki, everyone has to choose a class. Are there any classes that have advantages in crafting? I saw in the lore for races, there was something regarding different artisan types. So there are not currently race bonuses in the game. Classes will specifically be your active abilities, so more combat oriented and like, you know, character identity oriented in terms of those active abilities. Now, while there aren't race like bonuses in the game, people are theorizing that the race bonuses that do eventually come will probably be crafting related because Steven has said before he doesn't want racial bonuses to have any impact on like race class combinations being like necessary. So more of kind of like a complement to the class itself and keep that customization. So yeah, no, really good question as well. Fast travel being mounts and possibility carriages, NPC, both. Yeah, 100%. Fast travel will also be like very limitedly available. Limitedly, is that a word? We're going to pretend that's a word. There will be very limited fast travel between like certain max upgraded, we call them metropolises. That's their government name. But scientific nodes, they'll be able to fast travel to adjacent nodes or vassaled nodes. And that can actually cover a lot of ground from what we've heard. No, it's metropolises. Is it windy as hell outside? My whole house just shook. Limitedly limited. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for clarifying, Sonic's dick. I appreciate you. But yeah, so if you do want to see the full class, it's the full class grid, I should say. It's exclamation classes. That'll bring up the image. I can actually show it on stream too. Hold on, I'll pull it up. Is this clear? I'll do that. So essentially what we have in the game right now are the base classes. So we don't have the secondary classes. That's going to be coming phase 3. We also do not have the rogue or the summoner yet. The rogue is next on the agenda. And then summoner will be coming phase 3. Rogue is estimated like mid to end of February. So we're up tremendous. According to Loreforge's recent podcast, the best way to fast travel right now is to unstuck. Oh, unstuck is tremendous, yeah. What are the restrictions on guilds on joining and leaving? If I should be such a ship that's submissive and breedable, can I betray my guild to join the pirates? Submissive and breedable is fucking awesome. So basically, there's a cooldown on going guild to guild. So if you leave one guild, there is, I believe it's a 24-hour cooldown, and then you can join another guild. But we've already had people come over, join us and stuff like that. So there is always the opportunity for a good mutiny. They have a carriage-based system where 2 mayors of a high enough node agree to upkeep a carriage route between the 2 towns. Do you think people would pillage the carriage route? Like, would you be able to attack the people in the carriage? Like, ambush the taxi, so to say? And then you would have to salary guards for the carriages? Help Step Dusty, I'm stuck. Step Admiral. Fuck. Yeah, and then one cool thing about the patch notes too. Do I have it tabbed? Fuck. I'm so unprofessional. Patch. At least I know all my commands. Thank you, Kando. I love you. So one thing that was cool in the patch notes that were most recently deployed on the PTR, this is a patch that we're thinking we get tonight into tomorrow, by the way. This is what we're hoping for. This was the most recent PTR patch, so if we get some or all of this, this is massive. This patch is including a massive desert rework. So 6 pocket dungeons added to the desert. Riverlands gatherables. Oh, these are known issues. But basically, the Riverlands gatherables, which if we go to the map here, this is the Riverlands. Start of the Tropics up here is also in the game. This is a lawless zone, so this will be one of the next zones to be incorporated. There's also a lawless zone right in the middle of the desert here. So, lawless zones have been said to be the next areas to be like, you know, developed. So, what we're looking at is, as of right now, Riverlands materials spawn in the desert, but with this patch, you would be getting desert exclusive materials, and the Riverlands materials would no longer spawn in the desert, so they'd be exclusive to the Riverlands. So this is going to be the start of like unique biomes having those distinct advantages and the need to transport them like point A to point B. Be just like the carriages now, except not crates, but people. Except not crates, but people. Wait, so what if you had it so you could put a certain amount of people on the taxi, and then you could also have like a certain number of guards, and the guards were paid for like successful transports? That'd be kind of fire. Do we know if you can grow anything on the freeholds, or is that zone specific too? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know specifically. Like, would a desert freehold be able to grow anything from any biome? Is the question that, like, we're asking, right? That's a really good question. Freehold would be, I mean, freehold's already a massive advantage for like crafting and gathering. But that's strong. I really like the idea that mayors could either pay more for better guards or decide to keep the node more lawless and defund the guards. If a lot of people started dying, there would be this like, what are you paying your guards for anyways? No, that's insane. That's a whole nother story arc within the server, bro. And then you could have a conspiracy. Oh my God. You could have people from your own nodes that are like corrupt guards that sacrifice people for payouts. Oh my God, you could throw them to the wolves for a few gold. Oh my fucking God. One thing I hope Steven will do is possibility to dive for treasures like we could in Arcade. You know what's crazy? New World, 3 years after its launch, added swimming when its entire map was not made with swimming in mind. So most of the areas were not even swimmable. Like 99% of the watery areas were just made to wade through and not actually swim. So it didn't trigger your swim animation there. And then there was also no like under surface level swimming whatsoever or a breath. It was just surface level swimming after 3 years. And they hyped it up for like a year as a big thing. How interactable is the environment? So far I know you can harvest resources, fight monsters, and nodes have ridiculous amounts of stuff. But what about the wild areas? So wild areas with like the lawless zones specifically. Lawless zones are actually really cool because they are a forced PvP flag. And there are some really good mob spawns in this one in particular. And the Tropics is a bit higher level. There is like a settlement out here. But even the lawless zones feel very, very rewarding to farm in. The Tropics one in particular has a spawn that I want to try to secure one day. It's got a bunch of like 3-star level 30 giants. No, it's not 3-star. It's like 5-star. So we would need like a raid group to kill them, but I want to go out there sometime, but it's tough because if you go out there with a big group and there's like attention on you, people will follow you out for that PvP. So there's a ton of like world interaction in my opinion, to the point where it's like across the board, the world feels extremely alive on something as simple as running from node to node. Is Alpha 2 still going on actively? Was looking at packs, but unsure if it's worth to invest now or wait till Wave 3 in May. Yeah, Alpha 2 is still going on right now. So it's 5 days up, 2 days down right now. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, the game's playable. Tuesday, Wednesday, the game's down for development time. And if you get into the Wave 2, like with that Wave 2 pack, it gets you access to this and all future phases of development. Same thing where if you wait till Wave 3 in May. When Wave 3 hits in May, it does go to that 24/7 live service schedule. And by then, you'll definitely have Rogue in the game. But it's that $10 difference to basically play, you know, now 5 days up, 2 days down until May. Yeah, of course. And if anybody's come to check out Ashes, you can do exclamation Ashes in chat. If you make your account using that link, your purchases for the lifetime of your account help support the stream. And I stream Ashes every single day. So more than happy to answer any questions too. Which side are you picking? Which side of the map? Illyrium or Vandegar? So Carla really wants to have like a harbor node. And I'm kind of wondering what's going on here. Like, will this ever be an incorporated area? Or is this like the mythical GM island in WoW that you could never technically get to? But it's open seas. So in theory, all of these, like, maybe Australia would be cool, because I feel like this is like Australia and New Zealand down here. Like, this could be kind of fire. That spot will be crazy. I feel like it'll be really good because of the trade routes too. You'll have a lot of ships that go through there. As long as you support docking, as long as you build up your harbor for a lot of ships, then you could have a lot of ship caravans that just stop there. I had $10 of fun the first day, so I'm glad I didn't wait till May. Oh, dude, I'm 300 hours deep into this phase, and I have one character at max level. I'm fucked. I think they mentioned that the middle island will be one of the castles. That's so sick. So for a castle siege, we're going to have to like get on boats and sail out to the middle island. Bruh. Shiver me fucking timbers. Nah, that's insane. The first time... Tuesday, Wednesday for which country? Oh, true. Tuesday, Wednesday EST. So it goes down 1 a.m. EST on Tuesday and comes up 1 p.m. EST on Thursday or this time. That's probably crazy. Yeah, can you imagine pulling up to that middle island for a castle siege and seeing just hundreds of ships? Oh my god. That would be so sick. I have all 5 slots filled and I'm torn on what class to delete for Rogue. Just pick your least favorite. Can you imagine the Kraken fights? Can you imagine getting third party during a Kraken fight for the Kraken tag? Because I'm assuming it'll still work the same way, where if there's a Kraken, another person can come along, out damage you, and then take it. 300 plus deep with 25, 22, and 15. Yeah, I gotta stop going back to level my friends in my guild and tell them to go fuck themselves and level themselves. I could have had a couple 25s by now. You want to be a desert walker? Are you going to try to get materials from the desert and like bring them up to other areas? Because I think once you start with, keep in mind, by the way, there's going to be like an underworld map as well. Like there's an entire underground area. So I believe the measurements are like 1,200 square kilometers above and 800 below, I think. And with that being said, I would also like to establish something. So if you look at the map of Vera, one thing that I was asking chat the other day was like, oh, so clearly if I am in the mountains, and I go west, I can get over here, right? And someone in chat was like, well, no. That's probably not how it's going to work. And so unfortunately, after some research, we've determined that because you cannot do that, Vera must be flat. Now, Steven has gone on record saying that due to the lore of Vera, Vera is round. It is a circle. But if it were a circle, going west would allow me to come out of the east side of the map. And if I'm unable to do that, that indicates one of two things. Either Vera is flat, has walls around it, or we're living in a dome. So I think Steven is lying to us. Vec live underground, Dunir live in the mountain. Just to clarify, Vec live underground. The Dunir aren't underground, they're just in the mountain. They excavate the mountain horizontally. The Vec are the ones who go under the ground. So don't get that twisted. But Vera's flat. So if you were expecting a round world, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thought it was Tolnar that live underground. Is it Tolnar? Oh, fuck. Wait, I thought we confirmed earlier that it was Vec. Is it both? There could be multiple that live underground. I don't want to get it fucked up. Do we have a source that Tolnar also live underground? I can always amend this. I don't want to put out any lies. It's Tolnar. Is it Tolnar instead of Vec? Or Vira is round and we only have access to a small part of it. It is Tolnar? Okay, hold on. Tolnar. Thank you. Okay, we're good. The graphic is correct. Gunner. This here is a Twitch chat, buddy. You try to bring logic like that in here. It's a good way to get taken outside by the mods. Smacked around a little bit. Kidding, by the way. Welcome. I still think it's flat. So Steven himself said, by the way, part of the reason why I think it's flat, you say it's round, but Steven in the wiki said that Vera has no curvature on the horizon. That would mean that it's flat. If it were round, it would have curvature on the horizon. So what Steven has led us to believe isn't even this. It's just a straight flat. Because he said it had no curvature. And no curvature would indicate flat Vera. And it would make sense too. It would make sense. Because like this is the proposed map. This is the latest thing that we have. I have curvature on my horizon and I am round, can confirm. Yeah, you're very familiar with the subject. An expert, some would say. Beach dwarves? Where are the beach dwarves going to be? Down here, right? Is this where the beach dwarves are? Or is it Sand Squall? Is Beach Dwarf close? Just looking forward to be able to play Pyre. Steven was hyped up on that too, right? I feel like Steven yaps about that a lot. There was also a lot of lore around Carfin with them, right? I feel like in one of the Carfin... Was it the Carfin story arc video that we watched? The dev update there where a lot of the art was based around them? Tropics? Oh, fuck. Tropics makes sense. Yeah. Because Tropics are lawless right now. So if they're coming soon, then it could be either like this area of the Tropics that's already in. Because Steven mentioned like lawless zones are the next to be like developed. So if lawless zone Tropic is here, then they develop this. And then this would maybe become the next lawless zone of the Tropics. Who knows? Depending on where they expand. I wonder what that means though for this little like middle segment of Sand Squall. Do we think that this like lawless area here is going to get something slapped there? I can't see it being large enough to like support something crazy, right? AOC and Yap, the day job. Vec live on the coast. We should get a labeled map going with like where everyone is from. Almost done with the patch notes video. Huge. Why'd they buff the living shit out of Tank? Dude, it's going to be so fun to play, isn't it? How's my breakdown on it? good, like, understanding. Clear, concise. In Arcade, which influenced this pirate island? I don't know why I read that so weird. In Arcade, which influences pirate island for red players is in the middle. This one? Wait, like, red, like, corrupted? Yo, what up, Fogly? Tank's gonna be Giga Chad? Yeah, it's basically like, not only is it a buff, right, in my opinion, but the biggest thing about it is it's a rework of like our actual active mechanics. So I can summarize for people too, but Drewski's cooking up the full patch note breakdown. But with the tank changes, one of the primary facilitators of the entire change, people are really hyped up about Vengeance, but the biggest thing in my opinion that's a fundamental change is the grit change. Change from a toggle ability, so always up, to now have a 10-second duration which can be stacked up to 2 times. Each activation now costs 40 courage. Each stack now grants 10% fizz mitigation. Remove the damage penalty and threat bonus. So here lies the entire effective rework to tanks. Currently, grit is always up and it gives minus 25% damage output for a plus 50% threat trade-off. The thing is, we have an ability called Intimidating Aura. Intimidating Aura pulses every half second, much like I do after about 3.5 minutes. And every time it pulses, it generates threat equal to 30% of your max HP, so 60% a second. Then its damage is the only thing that scales off of magic in our entire kit. So the damage doesn't really matter. The threat gen is dependent on your max HP. Therein lies grit. So that 50% threat gen goes onto your Intimidating Aura without any effective damage penalty. So they remove the threat bonus. Intim Aura essentially loses 50% of its threat. And then everything else, which has an increased threat modifier for our damage abilities, gains increased threat. So our threat output will still be similar, if not higher, but it's redistributed to our active abilities instead of just being based around Intimidating Aura. Now, the thing about this that in my opinion is an extremely cool and well thought out change is by affecting one ability with grit primarily. Like all of these are just accessory changes that are tweaks, right? In my opinion, the grit change itself is what facilitated the large rework. And this was a genius way to go about this because Intimidating Aura was simply putting out too much threat. But it's also a very good feeling ability to use. It's an AoE pulse as a tank. It gets threat on everything around you. So if you nerf Intim Aura directly, the ability itself will feel less rewarding, less fun to use. But what they did was they nerfed the facilitator of that extra threat on Intim. So they bring Intim down 50% in terms of its threat, but they still make the ability itself rewarding and fun to press and use. It's really fucking smart. It's a really well thought out change that addresses like our threat being brain dead in terms of just pressing Intimidating Aura. Like I've pressed Intimidating Aura and then gone AFK and held threat the entire fight. This is such a cool change. Intimidating Aura is still going to be good, is still going to generate a lot of threat, but it's getting 50% nerfed by this. APM up? Yup. And the biggest thing as well is we play into a builder spender with a lot of our mitigation and a lot of our actives. Ground Pound facilitates an AoE trip. So anything that was staggered recently is tripped when you ground pound. It's a cone attack. So its courage cost goes up, its cooldown goes down. So you're able to facilitate those AoE trips a lot more frequently, but you've also got to play into that courage spender of whether you want to AoE trip, whether you want to maintain your grit. They took Vengeance and they reworked it as well to actually be Insano style. Inciting Strikes, which is going to be another APM buff. This currently isn't used in many tank builds that I've seen. They made the damage per hit up 25%, which is effectively, keep in mind, like a 50% buff because 100% buff would be doubling it. So this is a 50% buff to the damage output. Now generates 3 courage per enemy hit and up to 10 enemies per swing. Keep in mind it swings multiple times. So you're generating like a full courage bar off of that. And then the threat multi gets dropped down. So inciting strikes is now going to be like our big thing that we want to be spamming all the time. We want to have our intim aura ticking, and then we want to have our inciting strikes just always going. Everything is going to be intim, inciting strikes, and then mitigation, AoEs, stuff like that. It's really, really cool for not only PvE, but PvP. And then they take a lot of our like sustain things. Fortify no longer scales duration off courage consumed. If you consumed it at full courage, it was doubling the mitigation and the duration. So it was a 20% damage mit for 20 seconds instead of 10% for 10 seconds when you didn't consume any courage. So they make it a 20% mit for 10 seconds, which you can then scale with your grit, which is also that 10-second duration if it's only stacked once. You see where it's going. It's going to be very, very good spike cooldowns. Absorption field. 5% less health gain for all of your allies. Absorption field gives you, Thugly, thank you for the follow. Absorption field gives every ally in the absorption field that 20% temporary health from your max HP, which pairs off of Indomitable Spirit. Again, Indomitable Spirit is nutso because again, maximum health and healing received 30% currently. Keep in mind what I was mentioning earlier, Intimidating Aura, its threat is based off of your maximum health. So you pop Indom, you pop an Intim Aura at the start of the fight, you get 30% more max health, which is essentially 30% more threat from your Intim Aura. You get 50% more threat on your Intim Aura from current grit. They're reworking it really fucking well. Really fucking well. Then you have Iron Aura, which is mitigation for nearby allies. Its mitigation goes from 2% to 5%, so it feels more of that like supporty and feels more viable. Tank also got 3% more passive resist. The Iron Ore is nice too. It's really nice. And then Intercept no longer has an increased effect when you cast it on yourself, so you're actually incentivized to cast it on allies instead of you to double the effective like temp health output. So it's really solid. Really good tank changes that result in a lot of decision making and a lot of APM, which I think is really good with like the current combat state. One thing that I also like is the Vengeance, which will be one of our big uptimes, is no longer going to break combo progression, so you can weave it between your combos, and it adds like that level of fluidity within the actions per minute. So it's not like you're just swing once, ability, swing once, and it feels like clunky APM. Everything is going to be fluid with additional inputs like in that fluidity. And I think that's a really nice thing to maintain in combat. And I think all of these changes from the tank side are really well thought out. I usually have, like I say this a lot, I say this in the video that Drew's editing right now, I usually have big feedback on like, oh, I think this change might have a cascading effect. I think these changes fucking cook. I think these are good changes. Like whoever does tank stuff, yeah, they're doing it well. Like I'm a tank main and I'm super excited for these. I haven't played it yet because I'm not in the NDA server, like the PTR, but dude, I'm really fucking excited for these changes. So yeah, that's basically that little side tangent because Drewski came in and mentioned the video. So if anybody was wondering, do you guys think Asmon plays off stream on an anonymous account? I'm pretty sure he said that he was going to check it out. I don't remember where he was saying it, but I feel like I saw in a video he said he was going to check it out. Oh, was it during the Steven stuff? It might have been during the Steven stuff. He said he would have to check it out like off stream on like an anonymous account and get a feel for it. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. That must suck like in a certain like aspect, having to play games off stream as a streamer because you are too massive. What the fuck? That's insane. What a problem to have. He's level 26 already. He's pumping. He's got 4 flying mounts and he's not even a mare. Huh, what a concept. Just an army of people that want to annihilate you with a game. Because he got like full griefed off the game, right? People like flocked to where he was and were just PKing him on site. That's crazy. I mean, I guess that's kind of what can happen with streaming these games, though. People could easily do that to me if they wanted to. Like, say like all of Vyro was just like, yo, let's go fuck with Dusty. And like Envious and fucking Polar and everyone on the server just pulled up, fucking Dopamine, all just pulled up to fuck with me for a day. It could happen. Like, high key. I get it. But that must suck. Steven already does. Dude, I made it through last playtest without dying to Steven, so surely as soon as this one goes live, I'm fucked. Surely. Doodle wouldn't do that to you. The goats. They implemented safe zones faster after that incident. The incident. I mean, hey, it led to a progressive change. Good on the devs for like seeing something positive that could come out of it. I come from New World, so. What differentiates a lawless zone from any other? So as of right now, lawless zones have been described by Steven as the next zones to be like, well, colonized. I should probably be careful with that word here. But yeah, they're the next zones to be like developed and have those towns there. So lawless zones will force flag you for the combatant state of PvP, which is consensual PvP. In open world and Ashes, there is an unflagged state, there is a combatant state, which is purple, where you opt into PvP, and then there is a red state called corrupt. If you come up to me, you are purple, and I hit you, or I flag back, I then flag up for the combatant state, and it's consensual PvP. If I am farming, and I'm unflagged, you come up, and you just kill me, and I don't hit back, and I'm just, running away, then you corrupt. If you corrupt from non-consensual PvP, you show on the map as like a red emblem. You have a stat dampening, and when you die, you can drop 3 to 6 pieces of equipped or in your bag gear, like equipment just in general, which can be looted by any players that kill you. So, in those lawless zones, everybody that opts to go into a lawless zone is automatically in that purple consensual state. So if you are in a lawless zone, you're basically saying, I'm ready to farm here, but I'm also ready to fight for all of this farm. Steven has a checklist for when servers go live and you're on top of it. It's like, check server health, kill Dusty. God damn it. That's the first thing that's happening tomorrow. You know what's crazy? I know it's like zero, like actual, alignment here. But their server uptime lines up perfectly with my stream schedule to the point where like I have sat down before to start stream and like the ping comes up that the servers are live. And anytime that just happens to correspond, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, they did it for me. And I just pretend in my head, like I'm never going to be big enough to get like whitelisted on servers or anything like that. So anytime I sit down and I'm getting stream ready and I'm like, man, I guess I have to react content for a minute while we wait. And then the ping goes out. I'm like, yeah, we did this, Dusty. We did this. There's no lineup of that whatsoever, but it's a cool feeling when it happens. It's like you hit every green light on your way home and you're just like, oh, fuck yeah. Like everything's aligning today. This is good. Maybe I am the main character for a day. Okay, we have... I said we were going to start Crix's video like 2 hours ago. Fuck me, I suck at this. Okay, are we ready to watch Crix's video? What we have is an 8 versus 8 PvP tournament that I do believe guilds sent some people into. So, cool thing is that there's a little comparison at the top, which shows the classes that are being played by each company, each guild. Shows their power, which is the P, because most of your abilities will scale off of that power stat. Shows their percent crit chance, and then also shows their max HP. So, nice little lineup comparison across the board. Shows where the gear really lies, who's juicing, who's not. There are a couple big juicers, Jesus Christ. Couple large juicers in this. How big is the game storage-wise? Storage is an active decision. So, yo, Reaper.
I'll juice you.
Do it. Thank you for the 4 months, brother. I appreciate you. Storage basically has one storage that is for equipment, which is pretty limited. And then you have material storage. Material storage is independent to each node. So different nodes, you can basically store different materials if you'd like to. Say you go to the desert, you can store your farmed materials from the desert in a desert node. You can have your Riverland nodes storing your Riverlands mats and stuff like that. Oh! Download wise. My bad. I thought you meant like the storage system. My fucking fault. Chat, how many gigs is the game? Do we know? That's my bad. I thought you meant the other storage. Yo, Reaper. Thank you for the 40-day streak, brother. This info is useful too. True. Chat, do we know it's 60 gigs? Tell me you missed the game without telling me you missed the game. I missed the game. 60 to 70 something. So we'll say greater than 50, less than 100. Safe bet. Pretty happy with that. Depends on your crash logs. So just don't crash. Is basically what I'm gathering. It's no COD download. I'm pretty sure even New World's a fat download. I had to go back for like a retirement war. And I almost missed the war because I had to update my game. Sorry, I have hiccups. 200 gigs clearly when it comes out, unless they pack it well. There's about 100 gigs for Alpha 1. So it's more efficient. I have hiccups. Somebody scare me. That's nice. It's getting more efficient too. That's okay. I appreciate you still coming through, brother. I appreciate you. Not everyone has to enjoy Ashes, but there's always the chance that it grows on you over time. That's one of the nice things. It's simply a playtest right now. So if it's a point where like polish isn't quite there or just something is missing, there's a lot of potential for it to evolve like down the road. It's already changed so much. 1 teaspoon of sugar and chase it with water. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna let Crix hit his intro real quick, and I'm gonna try
Welcome, my friends, to what's going to be an 8v8 tournament for Ashes of Creation, with Polar hosting it this time. This is going to be a whole lot of some of the top PvP guilds doing an 8v8, which I am extremely excited for. By my side is not Vadis this time, but my good friend Lloyd. Lloyd, how you doing, brother?
Well,
take it away.
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Can't wait. I'm super excited.
Dude, absolutely excited for what is to come on today's matchups. Seems my game froze, so I'm gonna have a little technical difficulties on that. But we'll get back into the game and start viewing that as soon as possible. We have our first matchups, Team Axiom versus Team Survivors. They are going to be on Team Survivors. We have 2 mages, 2 bards, 2 rangers, and 2 clerics. And with Team Axiom, we have 2 mages, 2 bards, 1 ranger, 1 tank, and 2 clerics. So almost the exact same comp with a substitution from a ranger to a tank. So that's going to be pretty interesting to watch and to see.
What do you think's more helpful in that situation, the second ranger or the tank? That's a hard choice.
I have a personal preference for. Yeah, the second vine field is huge, but I have a personal preference for the I just like the peel of the tank. So I feel like if the tank can peel the ranger or the mages, they'll be able to play a more supportive game style in the back end, and they'll be able to do a little bit more there.
Yes, that'd be rough.
So
I
the vine field is nice.
I'm on the side of I hate rangers. So hey, you know what I mean. We are waiting for them to begin. It is mayhem on the server. Vire, like you said, there's a lot of PvP going on. There's people going to be trying to grief us. So we'll have a whole bunch of people spread out. So we never know what's going to happen with this. But either way, we can promise bloodshed. Okay, bloodshed from everybody. I'm down for the chaos. That is this game. This is a PvP game. For anybody who gets mad ahead of time that people might grief, welcome to Ash. Welcome to a PvP game. This is why we play it. To PvP. Okay. There's violence will ensue tonight. Whether that's us. Well, I guess him and I are casting. We're not really fighting, but whether that's just the 8v8 tournament going on, maybe it's nice and clean and we can fight, or maybe we get jumped. Either way, I think it's gonna be fun.
All right,
I'm
I
excited
think
for
we're
it.
up tremendous.
Absolutely.
I don't know when they're gonna begin. Besides, maybe they just begin and we'll see them fight. If so, we'll just start casting them. If not, I know that the GM, T Mugsy, said he'll be throwing people in here to interview as we go along.
Hiccups,
and
cure
that's because it's an
stick.
AVA tournament.
Yeah, we'll be able to
Average
get a lot
size
of insights
pineapple
from
up
the
your bum.
players themselves. We'll be able to see how they feel on like the balancing side of things, how everything is.
That a
when it
hiccup specific
comes
thing?
Towards the 8v8 style, if they think things are balanced. We also get to see different types of.
Should I feel
comps,
bad that my
although it
magic
looks
power
like
on my
some of
cleric's
them
452
are
without food?
Primarily doing the meta comps, which are the bards,
Are
clerics,
you-
rangers, and mages. Those.
I feel like the thing with that though is a lot of people are complaining about time to kill in the game right now. And people are very quick to forget that a lot of people in terms of quote unquote, excuse me, like meta AP stackers are going up to 450-ish because they're using level 10 plus 8 gear. And that level 10 gear is going to leave you significantly less tanky across the board in terms of raw mit in favor of that AP. So I feel like if everybody's AP stacking, then you kind of have this weird mit trade-off. Armor's level 20 gear. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck do you have? Accessories are 10 plus 10? Holy fuck. You got some juicer gear. My lord. Issues at mid scale at 1/3 of the offensive stats. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird issue. But I also feel like the biggest thing right now is simply that 20 enchanting isn't valid. If 20 enchanting were valid at this stage of progression within the game, I feel like we'd also notice a lot of difference within the TTK. Like if everything were caught up to a level appropriate scenario, so to say, I know it's not because server progression, but just hypothetically in a vacuum, I feel like the balance would feel a lot less egregious than it does in certain scenarios where you're just getting shotted. Now, if everybody just had that 25 like plus 10 across the board, then I feel like balance would probably be a bit better in terms of TTK. It's still going to feel probably fast, but I don't know. I'm also confident that they're going to refine it. It's one thing I always talk about with this is it's a weird thing to picture them balancing around a level 25 cap when everything could feel entirely different from secondary classes, certain abilities coming online for certain classes, certain set bonuses even. I feel like there's so much in between 25 and 50 that can really impact that baseline that it's really weird for them to try to have to balance around this phase too. So I don't envy that. I also think there's going to be so much that changes across the board. I respect my tank over there though at 5420 HP. That's my dog. I don't know who that is, but that's my dog. I respect him. Is it Thursday? It's back up yet? Soon. Apparently 17 hours. I have a timer going. So what do we think they could do with mit scaling? I mean, I guess right now it's less of a concern. I don't know. I feel like even trying to balance around right now is a bit subjective. It'll be interesting to see as we continue to get like more progressed in the server states, like what shapes up in terms of meta changes.
Those are definitely showing up right now in the meta as the top dogs. So we do have a caravan event showing up here, so they may be looking to sign up for attacking and defenders right now.
Can you explain to people
How much
watching
do you
why-
spend
what
on
they're
those 10 plus 10 accessories?
Everything?
Yeah,
Maybe they shouldn't really
so
worry about
the
balance unless
caravans
it's just
are
obviously broken
basically
until
what's
level
going
50 is
to allow
achievable.
players
Yeah, I 100%
to
agree.
attack each other without getting any XP. Obviously, it doesn't really matter because we're level 25, or for the most part, all these players are level
And I think a
25.
lot of the things that I've seen, even the
However,
bard stuff, like
this is just going to be.
I feel like
best
the
way
bard is just a
to
loss of burst
determine
for an increase in
who's attacking,
throughput.
who's defending, and it'll
Accessories
allow
are
them
the
to be
cheapest to
in
enchant?
an
Okay.
instance where they
Maybe I
won't
need
be
to
able
invest
get
in mine then.
griefed because they won't be flagged up in the
I
open
just
world.
I feel
We are
weird as a
currently in the
tank
open world,
spending a chance on
so
accessories that
there
are simply
is
plus
definitely
HP scaling.
chance
It's
of
such a low
people
return.
coming
I
in
need to
and
get those
griefing
main stats.
these sort
Eight
of
cent gold per
I bet
piece. That's not
anything
bad
people
at
are
all.
gonna come try to grief, dude. I can't wait.
It's not
dude.
bad at all.
So much fun.
Yeah. So
I
mean,
need to
I'm
do
from
way more with enchanting
Chaos
my
and Waste
shit.
Cartel.
I
I'm
haven't
always
really
down for
invested in
chaos.
it
I'm
because I'm also
absolutely
poor.
ready for
Because I spent
what
so
is-
much time
whatever
going
happens
back
today.
to level my
So-
guildies, and I need to just
Yeah, it's
neglect
fun,
them
man.
for a few days.
Shout out Chaos Light Cartel. Love them.
I must farm my
Yep.
stuff.
Absolutely.
Shout out
We
everybody
tried
who's
sign-
in playing the game right now, bro. We're the real ones. We're testing the game. I guess besides Intrepid making the game, shout out to everybody playing the game still. Not everybody hating on the game. You guys
pretty
are
good
enjoying
turnout.
it. You're leveling. You're testing the game out. We're the real heroes.
Welcome.
We are
Director
starting in
Chat.
about 30 seconds. We'll be starting on my shout, okay?
Okay.
Perfect.
Go ahead. When I see you guys run in, it's mayhem, gentlemen. It's starting. I'm pumped. Usually we go on opposite sides, but to be honest, I don't want to run way over there.
That's okay. I got
I
you.
wish I could zoom out more. Jeez, I can a little bit. Yes, perfect. Okay, dude, I don't even know how to call an aviator. It's
Yo.
mayhem, dude. Like one big ones are.
Crick should get in a caravan for this, because if you sit in a caravan, you can zoom way the fuck out. So you're like, your spectator POV, if you're sitting in a caravan, would be nuts. Because you could zoom all the way out. You could do like overheads and shit and spin your camera. Oh, that'd be nice.
They're easy because it's one person. Yeah, Ink Firebrand. Oh my gosh, that's right, dude. A world boss can spawn.
Get yourself like a fighter and you'll never look back.
All right, they're going.
I also think that's just going to be kind of like where we transition. I was talking about the patch notes earlier. I'm not sure if you were in here for it or not. But I went back to reference the tank patch notes again, talking about how a lot of our threat placement was redistributed from like that Intim or a HP stack type shit with threat PvE wise to that damage output to threat scaling. And so I think across the board, a lot of tanks are going to go more towards that AP scale than just that raw HP stack, which will be a really cool trade-off, because then you can go the route of, I get tanky enough for content, and then I scale as much damage as I can once I'm tanky enough to comfortably do the content, and then you work on optimizing clear speed too. Whereas before it was like, I am rock. And that's about it. So I'm really excited. I like kind of a zoomy tank vibe. I was a pally tank in WoW, and I very much love a good pace tank. I snagged a two-hander the other day, so I'm probably going to start tanking some content with that, but who knows? We'll see. I'm excited for dual wield too. I kind of want a dual wield tank a bit.
Going in right now, looks like they're going in. Axiom on the right side and Polar Envious Mix on the left side. Both of them good friends. Enemies at one point on the old server, actually duking it out, and it's kind of they might have some words. It's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna hide my UI because I don't really know who to click here. I can't see the health bars of these guys. Let me get closer than I can.
Mages trading already. I'm excited to see what tanks do. Oh my god.
Looks to be a front to back happening right now. Ultra going in.
Clerk's
on
already
Wizard
coming
on
out
the
with crazy saves, though.
right-hand flank. They are just playing this front to back.
This frontline situation is
open
weird.
Field, so there's not a whole lot of LOSing going on right now. Ultra getting low, cake low in the back. Ultra goes
just got
down.
destroyed.
Wizard goes down. They lost the mage.
All right, so we
So
have
both of them down one.
one bard, one mage down.
That's gonna
Axiom
hurt
losing the
Bards down
bard.
more, I think, too. Ooh, Axiom loses again.
Ooh,
Tank
Tank
Nasty.
Nasty.
People
Tank
just
Nasty
like
goes down.
full getting ticked down
They
by
nuked the
dots.
tank down. Interesting.
Another
Usually people leave
King
them alone.
headshot goes down as well.
That
It looks
Priz
like
just went
Envious
crazy.
is looking to push here. They're going in deep.
And just look at this Ranger juiced. He has been over here by my side, just flanking it
Just
almost
free
the entire time
casting.
around and uncontested. Watch, just
Cake's
snipe
about
after
to drop.
Snipe after
Yeah.
snipe getting off. This is nice to see, and
Yeah,
that's why
these-
Rangers are so dangerous.
The
That's why I was
frontline
scared
scenario
Rangers
just
had
looks
one.
so scary right now.
There we go.
Holy
That
shit.
is round one
But I
done
feel
with,
like I
Team
feel like as a
Survivors
tank,
coming
if you
ahead
hit
with the lead.
one good
Is this a
wall,
2 out of 3, or how are we doing this?
you go
Actually, don't know.
crazy.
This is a round robin, so they win the first round. So we will look at
Like a wall into a well-timed ground pound
the-
goes Insano style.
Here we are. Let me see here.
This is gonna be hard to cast. At
What if
first,
they
my
make
brain was
offhand
like,
weapons or just offhand daggers?
until someone dies.
So
I was
I
like,
actually
"No,
still
can say
haven't pulled
something."
up, so I can take you through my theory real quick. I closed it out of it. Hold on, I'll pull it up. Give me 1 second before we get too into this. So I actually have a theory, and it's based on what Steven showed on his stream directly when he killed me with the spear multiple times. And I have it timestamped, thankfully. But what we can believe based on Steven showing us the dagger format is that it's going to be dedicated main hand, one hand, offhand like weapons, because you have the daggers, which are main hand light, right? You've got offhand and you've got one hand. So within this, you're going to have a couple of types of hierarchy. So what I've talked about is traditionally in MMOs, main hands are hardest hitting but slowest, like hardest hit per hit, but slowest. Offhands are fastest but least damage per hit. One hand's right in the middle. Based on this, within each denomination, you're going to have light, medium, and heavy weapons, which would then be indicative of heavy main hand, the slowest but hardest hitting on the entire spectrum, with multiple weapon types within that. Then you have medium, main hands, which will be the second slowest, second hardest hitting. And then you have the light variant of main hands. And then it goes down to your one hands, and it's an entire scale all the way down. And each one of those like sections on that scale has multiple item rolls within it with different rolls on those items. So if this is the way that the entire dual wield architecture does come into the game, what would make sense is it's a dedicated dual wield tree. That's what the wiki tells us. Tarvo, have a good night, sleep well. What the wiki tells us is that dual wielding, the biggest thing about it is a new weapon combo and a dedicated dual wielding weapon tree. So it's not going to say your one hand sword, main hand, dagger, offhand. You're not going to get both of those weapon trees. You're not going to get a sword weapon tree. You're going to get a dedicated dual wield weapon tree, dedicated dual wield animation. So the scaling for this is already in the game. You can use a one-hand physical weapon and an energy focus in your offhand, and you can achieve the same raw AP numbers that you would with dual wielding. So the advantage then lies within the customizability of that entire weapon attack speed, attack power distribution up and down the ladder from main hand, one hand, offhand, and the aesthetic of mixing and matching weapons to the player's preference, which more or less turns out to simply be cosmetic if it is truly the same dual wield animation and the same dual wield tree. You could then have a sandbox weapon system where players can play literally whatever weapon combo they would like, spell variant or fizz variant, and it would be that entire level of customization within the game itself. So you could have someone running axe main hand, sword offhand, but it could still be optimal scaling, same thing as sword main hand, mace offhand. So what I picture is those offhand weapons to have a similar stat distribution to a current like energy focus, which is that fizz scaling focus, which is already in the game. And you'll just be able to mix and match with dedicated main hand, one hand, offhand like slots. I think that that would be a really good way to do it. And I think that's what the dev console indicates, because again, you've got main hands, you've got offhands, you've got one hands. So what we're going to see is Steven's going to spawn in the main hand light, which is the dual wield daggers ready.
Dual wield daggers, maybe?
Knife, main hand. Main hand light. So
We will see.
He's looking through because he's kind of like, okay, what's going on here?
Might be on the development branch.
So
Try this.
he said it might be on the development branch. So unless it's something that's not shown here, but based on what's shown here, right? This is an old stream as well. This is from when he killed me with the spear twice. So he puts that on.
Okay.
Test weapon for dual wield daggers. Only a main hand weapon.
Okay, okay.
No, you can't try a dagger.
Can I try dagger? Shrimpy says, can I try the dagger?
Only a main hand. He goes over and hits a mob and he's like, okay, well, that's not quite right.
An offhand light? Yeah, it could be. Let me see. Hold on one second. This is
So,
main hand light.
Main hand light.
Let's take a look at
Offhand light.
the offhand light.
Knife, offhand.
Alright.
Offhand dagger. Dedicated main hand, one hand, offhand. So the thing that we would have needed to see for this to be decisive is if he could equip the offhand or a one-hand dagger with a different weapon. So if he would have put like a one hand, like a main hand sword on with the offhand dagger, it would have been decisively confirmed. But based on what's being shown right now, kind of where I'm leaning. Where the server's based, my country typically doesn't get the best ping. So they have EU servers and NA servers currently. The NA servers are central, and from what I've heard, the ping is really good. Everyone that I've talked to has been really impressed with their ping. I play in NA, of course, but I'm like in Maine, so all the way northeast NA, and my ping has been as low as 5 to NA central servers. Yo, what up, Breakin? Looks like all the dual wielding options will have the same tree. Yep, and that's why it would play into that sandbox scaling so much too. Might change the equation based on light, heavy set of weapons. Yeah, so essentially what it would be, right, is I can actually do a paint for this. Let me get a new paint set up
because this is my conspiracy theory that Vera's actually flat. So I'll get a new one set up for us real quick. You give me just 1 second. Save flat Vera. File new. All right. So essentially what you'd have is boop this spectrum, right? And then you'd have here at one end and you'd have here at the other. So you would then have major points throughout. So this would be like where your offhand threshold ends. And this will all make sense in a second. This is your one hand. And then anything past here is your main hand. So this is basically going to be fastest, least damage per swing.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Silps, appreciate the follow. Oh, Sips, thank you for the follow. Sorry. And then this is slowest, most damage per swing. And then within these, everything basically here or less would be offhand. So we can say that is offhand. And then you've got your one hands, which make up a primary amount of this space, or you can always shift it differently, right? But everything within here would be one hand. Then you'd have main hand, which would basically be everything on this end of the spectrum. So within that, you would have little subticks. So you would have here, here, and here. And keep in mind, this can apply to every single tree, right? So this could simply be maces. This could be swords. This could be axes. This could be daggers, anything. It's applicable across the board. So then you have light, whoops. Light main hand, mid main hand, heavy main hand. And it goes through the exact same thing for all of these, right? So this would be your medium one hand. Anything in here would be your light one hands. And then this would be your, like, your heavy one hands. So same thing over here. Light one hand. Medium one hand. Heavy one hand. And same thing over here with these three. Now, within that, the cool thing about it is you can have different named weapons along the way, like different weapon sets. So, say within your light main hands, you have different named hammers, for example, that tick different points here, right? So then you have 3 different types of light main hands. And you have those that go along this entire way as different named items with different like miniature stat scales, right? Within that, like there's a distribution of the attack power versus the attack speed that each of these named items can satisfy. And then within that, this little void is fulfilled by the actual stat roll on each individual named item. So say within this, there are 4 maces from here to here in the light main hand spectrum. You'll have one mace that has the lowest possible rolls, another mace that has the next set of rolls, another mace that has that, and another mace that has that. So there's always that varying distribution within different weapons. And if that's where they're going with it, then it ends up being completely customizable to whatever you want. And there's always that level of like, I can hit that next one, right? It's not flat though.
It's round because Steven said so. Yeah, don't let him lie to you. Don't let Steven lie to you. If I say you should gift me 100 subs right now because I said so, you won't do it. Don't trust that man just because he said it's not flat. Ooh. I just got such a good back crack. People in my guild from Australia? Yeah, there are people who play from OCE that are on Vira, which is a server that I play on. And I think they don't hate their lives. At least not in-game. Do we know if Mace and Sword have different base attack speed right now in the game? Or the stat tree difference? So right now, the swords that I have seen, one-handed swords, tend to be more on the balanced end of the spectrum. So like, this entire thing could be applicable to every weapon as well, right? But so within that, like, swords have more of like a here to here on the spectrum, right? Instead of that full like heavy distribution. So different weapons will place differently on like the larger spectrum of that as well, right? So sword tends to be a lesser power, higher attack speed comparatively to the one-handed mace, which is a slower attack speed, higher power. Ow, I just kicked my desk. So yeah, there's the attack speed difference within that. So depending on how they end up doing it, you could see like maybe it's just medium or light swords that we're getting right now, and you see heavier swords work into it. Maybe there are those base differences where like your true customization would come in that like slowest of the slow main hand with a slowest of the slow one hand. And that would end up being like, you know, maces here, swords are like here in terms of the main hand spectrum, right? So if we go here, oh, I'm just going to control Z that. But like in theory, from your one hands, just like you were saying, you'd have mace, say like technically dagger, sword, axe. Could be the way to look at that as well within like this different area. So you could always have that set up too, where like you think of it this way, but basically sword would in theory be, you know, more on that balanced end of the spectrum. And then you would have each of those weapon types as main hand, one hand, offhand drops too. Your Discord icon is located just above mine. I got confused and thought I was getting spammed. You are. So yeah, there's so much that opens up with this. I wish that we could have got him to equip a different main hand with this. If we could get him in a stream to equip an offhand. Has anyone seen when spears are coming? I got a preview on spears. Doesn't Mace have the biggest hit scaling rating? Just gives more phys attack. We could look into that more to see like what the micro differences would be within it. There's going to be a lot to look into with different weapons. If we want to pull the wikis on it and compare just like what the scaling is for maces versus swords and stuff, we could look into that so much. That's kind of what I like about the game. It feels like even if you want to try to like start min-maxing things, there are just so many fucking levels. It's so fun. That's why I asked about base attack speed. Yeah, we should definitely look at the wiki for those and see where they line up. Spend spears, P2 or phase 3. Let's see. That would be wiki roadmap. What do we have here? Orb, one-handed axe, and one-handed sword pierce. So, not on phase 3. So I'd assume probably beta. It didn't seem like it was super close to ready. I think he said it was literally like just a stick. Kind of like longbow and shortbow. Longbow has more fizz power, but shortbow has way more attack speed, which is why some prefer shortbow for PvP, longbow for PvP when it comes to fighters. And longbow, you get that nice wound on the tree. I'm a big anti-heal enjoyer. Yeah, big anti-heal enjoyer. Do you guys think we'll get axes in phase 2? One-hand axes are on the phase 3 one, which is what I'm really excited for. Longbow and shortbow differences are in weapon combo scaling. Weapon combo scaling and the tree availability. Shortbow doesn't have like a wound that it can put out. It's a snail. You know where I'm going. You know where I'm going. Out of the weapon combo, hit scaling will based on base chain or main hand or offhand weapon. With like the dual wield tree. Yeah, I think it'll just be that same base for the dual wield like weapon combo, like the dual wield animation and the dual wield combo, and then the dual wield tree will stay consistent. And then I think the changes will just be like you said, those scaling differences based on what you choose for your main hand and offhand along that spectrum. Are you gonna be playing Rogue? I might make one like later on, but I'm not gonna make one like right when they come out because everybody's going to be roguing. And what I can do as a tank is I can probably make a shitload of gold power leveling those rogue groups. Cause if you are outside of the group as a tank, yo, Pito, thank you for the follow. If you are outside of a group as a tank, all you have to do is hold aggro on the mobs and do less damage than the entire group hitting the mobs, and you don't take any of their experience, and it's kind of like a power leveling strat. So that's one thing I've employed a little bit to level some of my friends, and it's really strong. I plan to do that for all of these silly rogues that want to level. But if they're not silly rogues in my guild, then they've got to pay a price. That price? I don't know, probably a couple of gold. I'm poor as fuck because I just spend so much time exploring and yapping and hitting mobs that I've been saving glint for caravans, but I haven't really been running caravans because I don't want to run caravans solo because the odds of me surviving those are probably pretty low based on the number of people that could pull up on me at any time. Can you join your guild on my rogue? Yeah, of course. Just make sure you're in the Discord. It's discord.gg/dusty, or you guys can do exclamation socials. I multi-stream here and on YouTube. We do daily shorts on YouTube as well as long form content. Drewski just posted my entire patch notes breakdown as well for the upcoming patch. So that's going to be there. Hopefully posted tomorrow morning before the stream, so you guys have something to check out. And then we can compare it to what actually goes live when the stream does start. So that'll be super exciting. But I do stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. So if you guys are new and you haven't already, make sure you drop the follows. You know when I go live every single day. I've streamed now like 579 days in a row or something. A lot of days in a row. Hi, Corlo, what you doing? Are you grinding your highways still? Carla's a full-time city developer, chat, for anybody that's curious. City Skylines, that is. Yeah, she's been going crazy. She sells cell phones, but City Skylines has consumed her life. I'm pumping. City developing like crazy. Good. I hope you're Are you still on optimization or are you on your beautification phase? I'm about to play Don't Starve. Don't Starve or Don't Starve together? Do you have no friends? Did all of your friends abandon you? Optimization? Good. Optimization. Function over fashion. Jaster! What the frick? Yo, thank you for the 10 gifted, dude. What the fuck? I appreciate you so much. Wife said you can't have 100. Hey, thank you for the 10, man. That means a ton. I really appreciate that. I made a rogue guide and published on Ash's forums. Oh, wait, drop a link. We'll check it out. Do you have info on like abilities and stuff? Are you on the NDA server? We just watched the homie Nice's video earlier today on some rogue info, and I was talking a lot about those combos that I see, man. Y'all got a lot of good abilities coming your way. Yeah, we have, so if you join my Discord, we have like our Ashes channel there. You can post any links to like guides and stuff like that there, man. Based on the Nice video? Oh, fuck yeah. So I was thinking about a disgusting combo since you did it. Let me know what you think. I still have the tree pulled up. But based on what we know, I was thinking you'd start stealth, you'd get your adrenaline buff going, okay? You go in, sleep dart, incapacitate, into the shadow step, into smoke bomb, thrash. You're going to dump your first advantage on thump, 5-second silence, thrash again, smoke bombs ticking. You double strike with thump again, 10 seconds of silence, and then you still have your kick follow-up. You still have backstabs for more advantage tick. You still have cal trips. Oh, Fuck. Like, that's gonna be toxic as shit. Rogue's gonna be Pog. That doesn't sound very Pog, man. The silent stack or refresh duration. I would assume it works like other CCs where it's a duration refresh, but if you silence too soon, you're gonna hit a lockout on resilence applications. So like if you trip or chill a target too many times, like they get their... Love you, have fun. I hope your DST goes well. Don't die instantly. Make sure you prioritize food. But yeah, so I would probably say it's gonna refresh active duration if I had to guess. But if you refresh too quickly and try to stack too many, there'll be a lockout. Is what I would have to assume based on how the CCs have been functioning so far. Seems pretty reasonable. But yeah, I'm excited. There are also gonna be a lot of different combos. You have to directly time your second silence after 5 seconds and how long does smoke bomb last? Smoke bomb, let's see if it's on the wiki yet. Oh, fuck. Sorry for the flashbang chat. I keep forgetting we have to do that shit. Smoke bomb is not on the wiki yet. Let's see. I still have the nice video pulled up. Sorry. I am so sorry. I know. Streamer's unfucking believable. Wounding poison, shadow cascade, flurry, dust mark, thrash, hook, umbral cloak, caltrips, smoke bomb. 10 seconds? Yeah, 10 seconds. 10-second duration. So depending on cooldown, it's kind of sicko mode. Because that's going to be a chill, which is a 50% move speed if you can keep them in there. The only thing about it is like, I think the scenario will be best if you have a second follow-up. I'm still butthurt about you rolling need and getting that cog cloak from Carfin Tower. Which cloak? The one that was like 110 HP better than the one I had on? Just have better dice. Yeah, just be less bad at rolling. And then you would have the cloak. Fortnite, take the elbozo. Yeah, I'm still using that hoe. I'll wear that bitch every day. Proudly. It wraps around and connects to like the middle of my dwarf titties. Be less bad at rolling. Yeah, literal skill issue. You just gotta try harder. Gonna remind myself of that every day. Lobster, before you get on Ashes, I wanna see you 20 dice rolls, brother. 20 fucking dice rolls. You gotta get in the rhythm. You gotta get in the rhythm so you can't have these problems. You wonder why I have the cloak. This is my morning routine. I do 30 bicep curls, 20 dice rolls, and then I get on ready to get some upgrades, brother. You just gotta fucking lock it in. There's a commitment level difference, right? And if you were committed the same way I was committed, you'd have the cloak that attaches to the middle of the big dwarf titties. I'm just putting that out there. Also, join up anytime I'm running groups and I'll happily help you farm another one. Okay, we gotta go back to this. We got so distracted. We got 6 minutes into this video. And we just got full distracted. Gonna buy myself a set of pink sparkling Vegas dice and roll them IRL before I roll on gear. You gotta keep rolling until you hit a bad roll. Dude goes to roll on Biss and hits like double sixes on his IRL dice and he's like, oh shit, I gotta reroll. Double sixes, 5 and 6, double sixes, rolls in game, 1. That's how it go too, bro. You fucking know it. You get D20s, you get normal die, whatever you need. But you know that's going to be the curse at some point. As soon as you start feeling hot, that bad RNG gets you in game.
I know what happened here.
Fuck.
Dude died.
We've got Team Polar versus Team Misfits next. Team Survivors with the first win.
Huge.
I wish there was a way to differentiate, whatever that word is. You can if you're looking at them, but like it kind of just looks like two people are fighting.
Fucking crazy.
It really does.
Yeah, I wish there was a way to do it.
From the spectator point of view, yeah, since we are not flagged as an attacker or defender.
Team Uwu is crazy.
Uwu?
It is going to be
Yo, this
Team
tank got
Polar
56,
versus Team
69
Misfits.
HP.
So
Beefy.
Survivors
How
with
far
first
should I
win
be
versus
on?
Axiom. Team Polar versus Team Misfits. Team Polar should be on the defensive side. Team
You're
Misfits
right, I have
should
them,
be on the attacking
You're right,
side.
I have them off because I.
Not that that
keep
matters
them
for our
off when I
viewers,
play.
as this is just a 1v1. Or a
Is that
I
DA
should
from
say.
Envious?
There's no way for us to be able to caravan through and get something because we'd get nuked probably actually on accident.
True.
Yeah. Unless we could be further
People
away, but
just-
then they would
I
outrun.
played New World with him and Dot when they were over there.
I had health plates on only when damage, so that helps to have those on maybe.
Oh, I have.
we can
all
we
of
can
them
add one of us to each of their raids so we can see their health more. Okay, cool. I like that. I don't know why we didn't think of that.
We didn't think of
Listen,
and we
events
just gotta
develop as they go.
Go to the other side and get.
This is good.
Get in their raid.
Yeah,
Finding
absolutely.
things out like that is actually huge.
I am waiting for Team Misfits on
What's
the
barcode dodging?
opposite side.
I don't know what that means.
And then,
Chat spamming.
just a side note, one thing that they could do in the future with this is they could each join one of the raids and then they could have a display capture or like they could pull up the other person's like stream POV essentially. And what you can do is you can like add it as a capture on your OBS and then you can hold Alt and resize to trim it down. So as long as the raid frames were in a consistent place, it might be a little delayed with stream, or if you Discord streamed and did that capture from the Discord stream, it would be more real time. But you could Discord stream your POV to the other person that's streaming as well. Grab that Discord POV as a capture, trim it down to where their raid frames are, put it on the other side, and then basically have it set up like that so both raid frames are showing. And then I think you would have real time, like on stream at least, real time health bars for each side. Could be a really cool like quality of life thing to add in.
Barcode dodging. I don't see barcode in there. Oh my god, who's barcode? What am I missing here? I need to get invited to this raid and no one's doing it. Let's see if I can jump up somewhere and find him. Axiom, Apex, Polar.
Did you ask for a invite? Was that what you did?
Yeah, I'm going to in a second.
They don't want to let Cricks in.
In the dickens, if I can find them.
Is
can you
asking
guys invite
for
me?
a raid invite. We
Yeah,
prefer
invite me.
our cleric to be able to see the debuffs.
Yeah, I do
Oh,
not
does it
want
fuck with your
that.
guys' debuffs?
Oh.
Siri, if you can switch it to.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. It's no big deal. It's no, yeah. Good luck, boys. Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah,
good luck.
that makes sense.
No, yeah, that makes sense. Do you? Good luck, gentlemen. W2. They don't want any us in there because it fucks with the frames for debuffs, debuff tracking.
Okay, never
It's
mind.
much easier with them in it.
Yeah,
no,
that
we
makes
do
a
it-
lot
do what
of
we do best,
sense.
boys. We'll just try to fill in the air, gentlemen.
Okay.
So what's gonna happen in like actual
Alright,
raid
sounds good.
groups?
Okay.
Have you ever had Peach Cobbler?
We've got
Yeah,
the
Peach
30-second
Cobbler
cooldown.
As a cleric, I totally get it. The
underway.
debuff icon
So
gets
we
real
have
hard to
Team
see.
Polar
Is that
on-
just?
Wait.
Is that a raid frame optimization where, like, right now, is it just the raid frames show as like the health bar? Fuck, I wish I remembered. I could look back in my VOD. What's the current raid frame show for information? Is there a buff debuff bar anywhere on the raid frame, or is it just a health bar? It shows the HP and mana bar. So I feel like you could just overlay on the raid frame on that HP bar UI wise a set number of debuffs that it would show. It'll still be less optimal than having that full like target debuff, but yeah, I feel like a set cap of debuffs showing on the raid frame itself would be really nice to be an indicator, especially for quick casts without that defensive target. Thoughts, feedback. Maybe like 4 debuffs or so it doesn't clutter the entire raid frame, but... And it doesn't even have to be like a full detail. It can just be like the icon of the debuff itself, right? Like you're on a raid frame and you see, for instance, PvE-wise an anti-heal. Come out.
Is absolutely S
Yo, Annalene, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah, I feel like that'd be valid. On our server, it's dumb because every town has like 6 buffs, so that's all you see. So do you think that they should have fewer buffs displayed and more debuffs displayed? Basically just cut out the actual like buffs Even like how you see Crix's bar. Yeah, I notice like, especially when I'm tanking, like buffs on the left side, debuffs on the right side, right? Yeah, so on a raid frame, would you recommend just like cutting out all of the active buffs on the raid frame and then just showing debuffs? It'll show that in a box that says +7. Oh, fuck. Sometimes it'll say +42. It gets so bad. Jesus Christ. As a cleric, I love that. Yeah, that's a lot of debuffs. So what would the limit of like visible debuffs be? Because obviously in like a raid frame scenario where it's going to be a super cluttered raid frame, you wouldn't be able to just have, you know, 100 debuffs per target. But like if you had like a 5 debuff preview per target on a raid frame, would that be enough to be like, oh, they have this core debuff, let me target them and see what else they have? I mean, probably like a better than nothing scenario there, right? Because in a game where there are a lot of debuffs and no debuff cap on targets, it can get messy with managing like all of those icons. That can get very cluttered very quickly, I feel like. 5 is plenty. I feel like you could fit 5 small debuff icons on like a raid frame too, right? Because you just overlay it on the health side. And you would do like a portion of like the verticality of a health bar. So that way you would still see pure health bar as a portion of it. And then the rest of the health bar would be overlaid like with a portion of the verticality covered by debuffs. Hopefully something will come during some UI pass. Yeah, so basically what I'm thinking is like, say this is like your frame. Sorry, I should have just used lines. But like your mana's down here, and then like this portion is HP, and then up here you've got like debuff icon, debuff icon, debuff icon, debuff icon, debuff icon, but with less tism. So that way, like, this would still be health. This one would be mana. And then, let me just fix this real quick. These would be debuff, 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 debuff. So I was thinking something like this. And then you just do that for each person, and then the health bar is like the class color. Seems pretty straightforward, right? I'm not a UI designer, but I think it's ready to go. No polish needed. Just straight to the game. What would you do if you logged in and that exact thing was every raid frame? We'd be fucked. But yeah, I feel like that's functionally good. Could even put it in the options for somewhere for people who don't want that. Yeah. And like this would just be the default with like class colors turned off, but then you would have like, I don't know, say you even do the mana bar as like a dark blue to represent mana because you have like light blue for tank, you have yellow for cleric or whatever the fuck it is. You got like, I don't know, this bullshit for mage. Like whatever the different class health bars are, you just throw the class colors here in the sort by class raid frames. Maybe a tank would rather see buffs, not debuffs. Yeah. Like raid frame indicator, it could be like buffs or debuffs. That could be cool. Yeah, I think that would be a really good step though. Just visibility for those things could be nice. I kind of like this format of raid frame as well. It's very concise and communicates a lot in like one area. Just made it home. I see we finally made it through the 13-minute video. Yep. We did successfully clear an entire video today. Speed ran it. It took us, what, 4 hours roughly to make it through a 13-minute video? But all is well. Everything's good. The yapping is at an all-time high. Currently, we're discussing UI changes while simultaneously watching the duel tournament video slowly. Right now, we're on the viability of like a health bar UI rework for cleric favored things, where in raid frames, you'd be able to see a set number of debuffs that took up a portion of the verticality within the health bar. So here you're seeing like a class colored health bar. You've got like tank right now. You've got mana bar down here. And then you've got a set number of debuffs that are visible on the raid frame itself. CB up tremendous. Before the servers back up, we might even finish the 8v8 video. Don't get ahead of yourself there, bucko. I gotta have React content to last me until May. Yeah, I think this would be really cool. Super simple too. I like things that are simple and streamlined in terms of like asks from my POV, because I'm not a game dev and I don't pretend to be, and there's always way more that goes into something than my dumbass can process. I'm just an idiot with a camera, right? And so for me, I try to ask for things that are very, very like straightforward. It's like, what exactly would I like? More information on raid frame. How can I purvey that information as simply as possible? We want to see more debuffs. Small debuff icons. 07. UI designer's job is now easy. They know something that they could do to improve the UI if it wasn't already planned, and they have some inspiration to work off of. And it's because of us, chat. We're doing God's work out here. This is fun, though. Like, theory crafting things that could improve the game, where it's in a phase where any of those things could actually end up coming to the game, is a really cool feeling. All right, back to the video.
Okay, who is who? So we've got Gobs on Team Polar. So Team Polar is on my left, your right, and Misfits is on your left, my right.
Sounds good.
All right, it looks like they have started. They are inching their way in. Looks like they are going around towards the left flank. They are doing a little bit of a whirlpool.
Yeah.
The tank is actually coming around on the left-hand side on
wrapping
Polar.
all the way around.
Yep.
Oh, they're going back in there
Misfits.
now?
Tank is getting, he's heading back into his teammate, into his clerics. We've got a few wounded sacks going in.
Yeah.
Fireball going out for a little bit of poke.
It looks like Raz's either bugged out under the ground.
is
Can I look
getting
at Razzie?
attacked.
Razzie's
Oh,
under the
Mick
ground right
Sackerson
now.
goes down.
Slayer
Slayer going in on Hisari.
Oh my god, the huge vine kill on everybody right now. Look at the vine.
Leap slam.
Oh, look at the vine. Oh, that was so nice to look at. They couldn't
goes
kill.
out with the
Oh, they got two people in it.
It actually separates the group up. It is absolute chaos in the
Oh
middle of
my
all
goodness.
of this. This is insane.
Razzie goes down. Kai
Team
goes
Polar.
down. Zero's down. Stacker's down. And
Looking for the
Grizz
what?
down.
Holy,
We know
Team
the turning.
Polar.
Yeah, we know exactly where the turning point with that one was. That vine field. I don't know if they were just waiting on it, and then as one whole group, all 8 of them moved right into that vine field. Pretty much. That was crazy.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
Polar
It
to
looks
W.
like they are looking for the big go button, and the vine field into the leap slam was all they needed. Was after a little bit of poke, they get one member and they hit the go button.
That was nice. They went so clean for a little bit. It's like they tried to flank, realized they couldn't, came back, adjusted, vine field, smacked.
Perfect. How would you, if you were in one of these scrims, how would you view these, like your go button? What would you see as a player like
Go
going,
all in?
okay, now let's go all in?
By the time I wrap around, if I can wrap around, it's harder to wrap around here because you don't have LOS where like in our big 30, 40s, no one's paying attention to that one mage that's going all the way around, right? But in here, you kind of,
Right.
like you just saw a mage. try to
Doug
go
came
around,
home
no
while I
one's
was
really
getting
kinda letting
water,
you
so I
down.
said hello to him.
So the go would be basic. I don't know if I can't get around.
Excuse
probably
me.
when they finally grapple in and we kind of
45 and 43 HP. 4300 HP is fucking
It
fat.
sucks because you have a ball lightning and you're holding that, and you have a good.
Yo,
use of
Bang,
it. You
appreciate
get
the
out
follow.
before
Welcome in.
because of 20-second cooldown, and you don't want to blow your load, and then the go is afterwards. That's kind of the hard part.
There was a fighter in the last one that was.
Yeah, these
stacked
matches are
as well,
going by
right?
really quick, actually.
One
So
cleric's
I was expecting
intriguing.
a little bit more time in between these matches, but it definitely seems to be
One cleric at 268 power.
very, very
They're
quick
going
pace.
like
We have 15 rounds of
chunky.
this for the round robin to commence. We currently have Team Survivors and Team Polar in the
These
in the
mages
lead
are about
here
to
with
slap.
the 1-0, and Team Axion and Team Misfits falling down in the first round. Our next matchup is going to be Team Uwu on your
Word.
right, my left, and Team Envious
Did the mages
on
fuck?
my right, your left.
What a name!
Next game is going to be starting in about 1 minute.
All right. What a name. Can we get some scorecards up real quick just so you can see them?
454
okay, we got
and
Team Uwu rocking with
455
a,
back to back. Oh
mage
my
combo,
god.
Mage tank, double bard.
That's
Ranger fighter. Double
that's
cleric
large.
fighter.
Jesus.
Absolutely S tier.
Yo, Solar Boom, thank you for the
well,
follow.
they're both envious, really, but the one that's marked envious.
God damn.
Double mage, double bard, fighter.
Yeah,
a
Team
very,
Envious
very,
has
very
those
one of the
numbers.
best- both these
Yo,
teams have
look
some of
at
the
that
best fighters on their
tank
teams, which is
power.
kinda cool.
Oh my god.
Desert makes a return.
475 and
Tank. He
5250.
was better, and he went tank. I can't wait
It's
to
a
see him
nice
pop.
set.
And Mal, my favorite two clerics that
That's
played
a
the
nice
video game
set.
at all.
That must be a two-hander and a longbow.
One thing
Catcher's
that
up there
I'm
too, but
noticing.
he's not here.
That's chunky.
One thing I'm noticing.
I
About
gotta
these
start
comps
building
is
out a
that,
power set for the new
Team
meta too.
Envious, no Ranger. How do you feel?
I've just
about
been
not having a
HP
Vine Field on the
stacking.
team?
I kind of don't care because do you see the power difference? God,
The
damn,
power
these
difference
mages
is
over 400
insane.
Power. I didn't even see that. The tank at 455 or 475.
Yeah, 475 on a tank is fucking
Kengo, the fighter at
ridiculous.
450. Bro, this is a stacked. This is a stacked group.
Team Envious looking.
And DA's
very,
group
very
looks like they went with
strong in the
hand-me-downs
years.
almost. Jeez, yeah. it looks
Jesus.
Like Team Envious came to play. They're not messing around. They are
To
not
be
messing
fair,
around.
Shield buffs coming after you do
Team
that.
Uwu was a last-minute addition.
Are
so
we
they had
already-
to
wait, after
scrounge up
I
some
attack
players.
power
No
scale?
scrim time, so this is going to be a bit of interest.
There's no way, bro. There was a meme that anytime I enjoyed something in New World, Amazon Games nerfed it. There's no way we're already going to come over here with the memes that just because I'm enjoying something, it's going to get nerfed. I will be furious. I will be furious. I will... Okay, hear me out. I'm not going to lie. I feel kind of targeted by it already, though. I said specifically... I used to talk a lot about how intimidating aura was ridiculous, and I said specifically don't nerf Intim aura multiple times because it feels fun to play with. And they nerfed Intim aura without nerfing Intim aura. They literally addressed what I was yapping about as a tank perfectly. And it's not because of me, it just happens to coincide. But I already feel targeted by it. And if I make an AP scaling tank set and then that shit gets nerfed, I'm gonna eat a banana hole on stream or something. I don't know.
Just interesting.
This time they won't
fight.
nerf, only buff
Bit of a
things you
team
don't
kill
use.
here.
Yep.
And it looks like they're starting.
I'm gonna mind
Grappley
game them.
getting poked down. He's already down to 50% HP. He's getting healed
what is he
up.
doing way up there like that? The crazy.
Oh,
and
he's getting
Grappley
pulled
gets
in.
grappled. Grappley's somehow alive
His team
still.
keeping him alive.
Oh, they're tripped. Oh my
Now-
god, amazing heals.
dive
Oh,
in.
look at Greek in the back. Oh, Greek survives. He survives. He survives. Chill. He survives.
DA is
Oh,
half.
absolute chaos.
I don't know
There's
what's
so
going
much
on
This
right now.
this actually has a front line. Oh,
much
DA got
This is a
juice.
minefield.
happening in
Oh,
the
we got people
center.
dying.
They have a few melee
We gotta
here.
go by names. Oh, time goes down. Oh my god, time is down. It's one of their
So is it
players.
1-1?
Celia
I
is
think.
down.
Oh yeah, so Uwu is going down here.
After Claire goes
It's
down,
just
then
that
they
power
all
difference,
start going
right?
down. DA, the legendary envious leader, died.
Yeah,
He's
CL is
Okay,
down
yeah,
as
looks
well.
like the
Celia goes
power
down as well.
difference is just insane here.
It's just
can
that
we give a
scaling.
big shout out to the two clerics that were on the other team. Who are they? Yokai and Mal, as I said, the two best clerics in the world ever that existed.
Yokai
Dude,
res
those
me
guys,
after
I'm
Steven killed
surprised.
me with
They
a
had
spear twice.
All their people going
He
into
res
that
me
tank, and
twice.
they did
I
not
already
die.
appreciate
They were
Yokai.
in there the entire time.
I'm just putting that out
insane.
there. Yokai's been there for me at my lowest.
Alkalis and Time actually kept Grappley alive through the
Crazy,
dive
bro.
and everything
Oh, that
into
was
the
them,
kite
wrong
back.
team.
That fight
wrong
looked
team,
fun
wrong
though,
team.
with a lot of front line.
Dude.
Frontline fights look sick.
Still
Dude,
envious.
The first couple were like, "You're becoming a theorycraft master, dude." I love theory crafting.
So that leaves the Envious team kill goes down. So Team Envious is actually, what do we call them? Team Envious A. They are in the lead, and the next matchup will be Team Misfits versus Team Uwu. So Team Uwu is going to have to run their way back from the Ember spawn, do the walk of shame.
Oh my
and I
god!
just see
Don't
Thanks, you
Hey, this is the tax you get for the free casting.
Cold-hearted.
Free entertainment from the loudest person on the internet. I
Cold-hearted.
was gonna say that
The entertainment
if Team
fee.
Uwu dies, they would probably be the first team in history to have to do the double walk of shame back, and we don't want to see that. Okay, gentlemen. So
That's
I'm
crazy.
going for Team Uwu for this one. Who did they say they're fighting? Misfits.
Misfits.
All right. What did
Man
they
just came up on like 12 silver.
Just play the double Claire Bear into the double Bard, Mage, Tank, Fighter, Ranger.
Double Claire Bear's fire.
That double. What's the power difference looking like?
I mean, bro.
Anything crazy coming from Misfits?
Misfits.
Does Misfits have the sustain for this? This is like lower power across the board, but I don't know if Misfits is gonna have the sustain. Mirror match with an additional mage. Yo, what up, Calm? When did the servers come back online? 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. We were playing Oblivion back in the days. I'd reroll so many characters because of the fact there were so many combinations. Oh, you're fucked then. Yeah, you're going to be respecking your main so much because from what we've heard about the secondary strange, your primary class is going to be like static or set, and then that secondary class is going to be respecable with friction, so it'll be like an input to get the output of a respec on that secondary. And if that's the case, bro, I don't see people having alts. I don't. I think everybody's going to be so ungodly hooked on like just playing the shit out of their main class. But that was Altaholic in the making. There were people on New World that had multiple Saber might be in here somewhere. But people, I had 8 characters for warring. There were people that had multiple characters for crafting, like more characters than I had. Some of that shit's crazy. Don't forget your character's background, like the full lore. Yo, actually, that's one of the advantages of not being a streamer, though. Hear me out. You could have different reputations on every single one of your characters. You could, on one of your characters, be somebody who just like nukes caravans whenever you see them. And then like if nobody knows that it's you making the other character, you just play on a different character and you have a completely different reputation and playstyle and everything across the board. That's kind of fucking sick. What a cool concept. Anonymity on the internet. Who would have thunk?
Have 375, 357 on the mages, 298 on the bard, 291 on the other bard, 324 on the ranger,
Uwu wins
311
this.
on the fighter, 209
Maybe
on the tank,
maybe I'm
and
tripping, but I
268
think
on the cleric.
Uwu wins this.
So this one looks to be a little bit more even in the matchups, I should say. So let me
Alclus's
get these
crit
players'
is
cards
low,
on screen,
low.
and that should be good.
I see more obvious names in here. Misfits, I think it's a stack of a bunch of different teams. Mick Stackerson's one of the best Rangers to ever exist. Going in crazy. I know it. He's going to be the Vinefield champion 2025. I think Misfits might take this. I'm looking at the Misfit DPS. The Misfit.
That's how the
I feel
devs
like
are
double
playing?
Mage is such a big deal. It's insane.
What, just different RP roles?
Absolutely.
Mages do so.
And Ash, you have
I feel
a
like
background story and you're
I feel
trying
like
to give you different
mages are the
stats and
most-
benefits. Fair.
And crucial parts of a group battle, in my opinion. Maybe I'm biased, but I don't know. A good
Steven
mage is
has said
crazy.
they don't want like race class
I guess what, I need a player
deterministic
can get
things.
bars and shit like that, obviously, but it goes
Like
without saying
deterministic
that you
combos just based off race class combos. Oh, it'll be interesting to see how they do like racial bonuses.
That would have been 2 different statutes next time. All right. All right, we're waiting for them to start running in together, and then we know they're going to be
What
in.
about
It
a
looks like
farm
they're
plus
creeping
10
up.
strength?
Polar on the left.
Next
Can't see
match
the
is
other
going to
guys on
start
the
in
right.
about 1
That'd be
minute.
fire. Also, I started watching solo leveling last night.
Copy, Roger. 60
I talked
seconds
about
till
this
takeoff.
before,
We got
but
the Misfits over here on the
holy
left.
shit,
Nick
if you
Jackson
haven't
taking
watched
away.
solo leveling,
Kukuru,
start.
from Polar, Lloyd.
That's how they're getting around racials.
Alona,
Fire.
Grizz, Big Dick, and over here, Kyle. Oh, it's Cal, not Kai. My bad. Cal the Pirate Bane. Oh, my God. Thor hates this guy, Cal the Pirate Bane. And then we have Hizari. That's a sick name. I said it wrong. And then Zero Status. I could have just read a store card, but I wanted to do something in game.
Oh,
So I'm
look at
walking
that
all the way over here to
momentum
look at
carry.
NDA. Sin.
That momentum carry go
Celia,
crazy.
Alk, Splosh, and Barson. Gamers. Polar lurking in the background.
The most
waiting-
evil thing
waiting
for them to
dominate,
do
waiting for
when
combat,
Crix was doing
waiting
intros
for-
would just
for
be to
Nova,
like
waiting for
circle up and
anybody to
run
show up
around and
so they
fuck
can
up all the
bend people
names.
over. So they can go Sung Jin Woo. S rank squad over there. All right, they're starting in about 15 seconds, boys. Is it Sela? Am I saying it wrong, dog? Sorry if I am. If I'm mixing anybody's names up, I'm sorry.
Me, anytime I thank a follow on
The leader,
stream, honestly.
The GM, the mayor of this whole, not even with one node, and the mayor of Vira at this goddamn point is what it looks like, guys. All right. They're running in the middle. Here we go. Polar on the left.
I'm looking at my mirrorless
Polar on
screen
the
right now, and I see a TMX.
More Polar on the
dude.
right.
Who's
There we
this TMX guy?
That's T Muggsy.
All right,
putting the whole thing together. Let's go.
diving in. He
Oh,
gets the
McStack- he
wounded
did.
stacks
Whoa.
on early. The Vinefield.
Okay.
He kites back into his team. I don't think
McStackson
Team
got
Misfits
the
was
fuck
ready
out.
for that.
Stack,
Damn,
Jesus
McStackerson
Christ.
disengages in the next year.
Oh my god, wait, they got the
There's a lot of
anti-grav.
chaos happening on the left
Yeah,
and the
there
right
is.
flank.
Oh,
at
the
moment.
anti-grav is
Oh
so
my God.
sick. It's a
Apparently,
full
two people on the right-hand
anti-grav.
flank. Goes down.
Not knowing what to look at.
Wait, that's so sick.
No one's dead yet. This is crazy. This
What
is long
the
one. Even, they're
fuck?
clean even on magic power too. NDA dives in. NDA gets grappled. He's deep.
His
sorry,
goes
down.
Brazil.
That's
Knights back into the
crazy.
back. Grizz getting low. He
Yeah, they
dodged
just don't
Grizz
have the
is kinda
sustain on
Ranger,
misfits with a
Ranger's
single
that's
cleric,
really
I don't
good too,
think. I think they're getting out
coming
sustained.
in deep.
Ooh, makes
Stack's
sense.
getting
Falling
weak
deep
as
with
well.
low. He gets
Only one
marionetted.
down. Oh, there goes. All right.
Series the only one
Goes
down. I
in,
think they're
hits
out
two in the
sustained.
back.
Grizz is
NBA
low.
in
Grizz
deep.
is going to be on
He's
Misfit
getting
side.
knocked
Yeah,
around.
Misfit
He's
side.
way in there deep. We don't know what he's
NDA
doing back there, but
overextended.
he's dead.
Poor DA.
Grizz trying to get pulled in. The
Grizz down
grapple
too?
fails.
Grizz
He
next?
is able to.
Grizz super low. Grizz is so low. Nice.
Oh my god! Holy shit! He spread him wide.
All going
Who
down
else
in the back
died?
end, and then this chaos. There's
McSackerson's
not too
still
many
alive.
members
McSackerson
left.
said you're not going to kill me. How is he still alive? Told you he's
I'll
the best
drop-
ranger in the
One of
world.
the best rangers.
Yeah, dude, he is. He's alive.
This is actually really even.
He's still
Jesus
there.
Christ, they're
In
trading
pocket,
like
too.
crazy.
Look, on his
Sin
ass,
just
like
dropped.
back pockets.
That's going to be the mage
Oh,
from
the
Uwu. So
airstrike into
Uwu
the
just
in the
lost a lot of their
The
burst.
duration is going to
Oh,
be insane on these
fuck,
guys.
wait.
This is a
Nobody's
long one
attacking
now.
Oh my god,
the
Barca just dropped. Oh my god, wait. They don't need the sustain because they're just murdering everything. Oh my fucking god.
The crowd favorite grappling goes
It's all
down.
but over.
Oh, the one cleric.
It is over.
And
Holy
It
shit.
is over.
I definitely thought
The
McSackerson was on the other team that
268
entire
power
time,
cleric.
and I thought that he
Jesus
was surviving,
Christ.
Like as like a 2 against a million just now. That's why I was freaking the fuck out on him. I
Well
was like,
done.
How's he alive?
What the fuck? I thought they were
So
cooked.
it does seem to be like there's one
That's
pick
crazy.
that happens, and then that's the go button. So you have like one member on a team go down, and then all of a sudden the rest follow up, and that's when all chaos ensues.
Yes, sir.
This game was a little bit more interesting, mostly because we didn't see like
That had a
front-to-back
really
fight. We
good
saw two
trade.
split fights happening. We had a 2v2.
There was a
happening on the right
really
flank,
good
and then we
trade at the
had
start.
basically a 6v6 on the other side. So that's pretty interesting on how that occurred. I'd like to go back and to see who those members are with like what comps they have on those split fights, but it's pretty hard to tell from our side.
I agree. Crazy. Who's next on the menu on the chopping block? I told you guys. I told you there would be blood.
Crazy.
Here it is.
Team Envious and Team Axiom.
Oh my. Oh, the
this will be a
two
banger.
OGs going head to head, tit for tit, tat for tat.
I played
Open
in
up some,
both of
scorecards a little
these
bit bigger here,
guilds,
take a little,
New
easy.
World companies when they were in New World.
All right, let me just make sure
Both
that these
of 'em.
guys are on the right
Yo,
side.
what
It
up,
looks like they
Kendo?
are
The appeal
swapping.
worked.
So let me.
Brother literally just said I wasn't botting Twitch. I was just grinding.
Double mage. Both teams are double mage. Or both teams are the double mage.
I bet summoners are so
double
intimidating in
bard,
PvP.
and double cleric.
Summoner in PvP is going to be a really fucking interesting concept, I think, though. Because I am so sorry to sidetrack again, but we're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. Zooming through the sky, little lines. Fuck! Sorry! Everybody get down! There's a flashbang. Little Einsteins. Okay, anyways. Summoner. Skills and abilities. The summoners use abilities that channel through their minions. Summoners can summon up to 3 summons. You gain your summons from your summoner class as an active skill, and then skills can further be developed with points. Abilities from the summon appear on the summoner's hotbar. The summoner is essentially playing through their summon. So like your active abilities will be determined by the summons that you have out across the board. Summoner has control over their summon unless a summon is under ancillary effects. I think that means CCs. Chat told me what ancillary means, but all I think of when I see that word is artillery, so I picture a summon being launched out of a cannon. Anyways, I think it means CC effects. Summoner summons will be able to fulfill DPS, tank, and healing support roles. Summons will be able to use CC. Grinding that WCY watch streak. Starting now, did you lose it, or are you still up tremendous? Summoners will not be able to fuse with or be taken over by their normal summons. In the case of siege summons, the summoner does become the summon. We actually saw that the other day with like monster coins. Summoners may also have the ability to transfer pain to their summons, meaning that a portion of damage or threat taken by the summoner can be transferred to their summon instead. Summoner summons are not the same as combat pets. So we'll get into that in a second. Summoner summons will add to the summoner's power when they are summoned, unlike combat pets, which take a portion of a player's power. So, it seems like summoners will have to have a really good concept of like what minions are suitable for what scenarios. And if summoners have multiple options, I picture it as like a really dynamic thing where you're always going to be churning more and more summons out and rotating them depending on what's needed. I picture it as almost like, for anybody that played Dota 2, like Invoker, where you're always rotating in new abilities based on what you need. So you have this myriad of summons that you're rotating that are complementary to like each situation. And if your situation changes, you could in theory adapt your active abilities through your summons to change with that situation. So it's like, say you're PvEing and your tank dies, you just drop 3 tank summons, right? Yo, what up, New World PVX? When's this game? Well, you coming in from WoW? So full launch is 2 to 3 years. Right now, it's in alpha phase 2. It's playable 5 days a week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, it's down for development. So we get it back tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST. And then it goes into phase 3 in May, where it's 24/7 uptime. And then from there, we go to beta. And then from there, the eventual launch. So estimated 2 to 3 years. Lost it. Twitch should refund me with a sub. Do you have 50k monkey bucks? If you've been lurking, you're probably close to 50k monkey bucks. You redeem the 50k and you get gifted a sub. It's a very simple process. Yeah, chat, I'm sorry for flashbanging you guys like 17 times today, by the way. That is entirely my bad. That's where the sacrificing your pet's gonna come in. I really like a sac summoner. Like, sacrifice summoners can be cool to really smooth out the playstyle. You could also have different like on-death effects, but the thing that's interesting to me is like summoner has control over their summon unless the summon is under CC. So like, are you going to be microing as a summoner? Like, is that going to be a pure like micro build in addition to playing your class, like your character itself? Will you micro your summons into certain spots? And then another question is like, your summons abilities are added to your bar to use and you have control over the summon, but abilities, are those based on your cast range or the summon's cast range? Which way are we leaning with that? Because that's also an intriguing question. There are a lot of things with summons for me that are like, I played summoner as my go-to archetype in ARPGs, just across the board. So that's really intriguing if it's going to be like an active micro summon that you have to micro. When you switch your summon, the one you swap it for comes out and does special attack like a dash. You could also have different on-death effects for summons as well. There are a lot of things that they could do with minion cycling, I call it, where you're basically just, you know, different summons coming in based on the summon cap limit and different types of summons. So if you're in that like minion cycling as your meta for summons, having on-death effects or like you said, on-summon effects, different synergies as well. Like, you could have different micro synergies between summons. Picture it as like one of those fucking card stacking gotcha games where it's like run 3 of this type and get this bonus. You could have a system like that within summons. What question is he reading? Oh, over on YouTube. I'm multi-stream, Twitch and YouTube. YouTube's a lot more chill, but Strange is active as fuck over there every day. Yo, what up, Surgery? Our server's still down? Yeah, servers are down until 1 p.m. EST tomorrow, and then they'll be back up with hopefully a fat set of patch notes. If you want to see the last set of PTR patch notes, you can do ! Patch. Oh, my version, your pets don't die. They just have the initial attacks. And maybe keep flicking through. You're gonna have death effects too. Yeah, there's a lot they could do with them. And then like synergies based on different types of summons being out, like different lineups. You could also have certain abilities that are facilitated by like, say you're a summoner that can have those 3 distinct summons. You get like the individual abilities of each summon, and then you get like a culmination ability where you like fucking form up Megatron and do like a summoner orgy or something. YouTube's not real. My YouTube's real as fuck. We do daily shorts and we do a lot of long form content. We got a whole PTR patch note breakdown that Drewski just uploaded that we're going to get posted for you guys tomorrow. It's a banger. Make sure you do ! Socials. You're missing out if you're not over there, boys. We got a lot of good content. You're going to love it. But yeah, I think there's a lot that they could do. Like, say you get, you know, the actives per each summon. Then, you know, say you have like 2 warriors, 1 mage, just generic skeleton summons. Having that combo will allow you to do like a phalanx or something where your warriors go to your mage and then your mage does a large channel over your warrior's shields or some bullshit. Like, there's so much that they could do with a summoner system that's kind of fucking wacky. I would love to get my hands on it. I've played so many hours of tank and summoner across MMOs and ARPGs. Those are my go-to archetypes all the time. So I'm pretty excited. Now, will I be playing tank summoner? I don't think so. Tank rogue just looks too good. But tank summoner definitely piques my interest a little bit. Let's see. What else is there that's intriguing? Summons will exist until another summon is cast, the summon is killed, or the summoner logs off. So persistent summons where you can minion cycle. Summoners may be able to name their summons, but will not be able to change their creature type, which is a part of the nameplate above the summon. Yo, chat. When I make my summoner, I'ma sell minion name types. I'm capitalizing on this shit. You guys think people spend a lot on meme coins? Wait until we auction off the summon slots, baby. We're retiring. I don't know why, but I feel like Summoner will be able to fit the DPS role, but it'll be more supporty. I feel like pure Summoner typically aligns into something supporty, right? Because when I think of Summoner as like a traditional ARPG archetype, I also think of complementary curses and those like accessory abilities past just like the pure Summoner scaling, right? Either things to like improve the summons themselves, or like a lower resist on a mob, or like a Diablo 2 decrepify on a mob, where it's kind of like a slow debuff that reduces their damage and makes them take more damage. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of that. I definitely get supporty vibes from a pure summoner, but I also get that like one size fits all solution to a lot of scenarios across the board, right? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. But anything could happen with it too, because different summons could also give those different abilities. Bards above, summons to debuff. That could very well be true. Let's see. Summons will follow the PvP flagging, right? Summoners summon different varieties of summons depending on the class and augments they choose. Animals, spirits, skeletons, zombies, and other undead summons will be possible with death-based cleric augments. Corpses, potentially. Some summoners may summon multiple things. Other summoners may summon one powerful thing. Certain summoners may be able to summon effects and or temporary energies. Summons can be leveled through the application of skill points to their active skill. Augments from a secondary archetype can be applied to a summon. For example, if your summon had a sweeping attack with a claw, or had the ability to bite an opponent or rush an opponent, sounds like all of the kids in junior high that had behavioral issues, at least at my junior high. I'm not gonna lie. That takes me back. Anyways, a sweeping attack with a claw, or had the ability to bite an opponent or rush an opponent, and you took teleportation, you could rush them similar to how I've given an example with a tank, teleporting to a target instead. Or its claws could combust on impact on a target, dealing some burn damage that persists. Or let's say your summon traditionally was some type of bear or bearcat. You could apply an elemental augment, and now it would be a transparent, flaming, bioluminescent cat, and its damage would be fire-based. So that's how we want to influence the active skills with how augments apply, and that's how it would apply with summoners. Pretty fire in terms of how much you can customize it. Siege summons, group summons such as siege golems and tank barricades, may be able to be activated by players combining certain archetype abilities while in the same group. Bards are not intended to have siege summon capabilities, but sagas may fulfill a similar role on the battlefield. Let's see. This is different archetype info. Summoner augments. Appearance. They have some information as well about the summons, just in terms of different like in-game summons that are already present, but that's a lot of what they have. There's also been confirmation of like a summon weapon, like a reanimate weapon type thing. So I'm really excited. I think based on what I've seen so far with how classes are already feeling, how the tank rework is like Insano style in my opinion, how good Rogue looks, I'm pretty optimistic the Summoner's going to come out and look nuts.
I also think Summoner is going to be the go-to secondary option for anybody that is concerned about solo leveling. Not the anime. I need to watch more of that tonight, by the way. But I think anybody that is like solo grinding and isn't quite set on like, you know, what they want to do as their secondary, keep in mind that secondary is going to be respectable. You just throw Summoner in that bitch, you get a little tank to help you solo, and you're up tremendous. You don't have a friend? Summon your own. Do we know what will be in the dev talk on the 31st? So let me pull up my sources. Alpha 2 news. Where is it? Did I go back too far? Where did they make their announcement about it? They talked on Twitter about it. Let me pull up their tweet. This might be the one, actually. Okay. So right here, it's January 31st at 2 p.m. EST. So keep in mind, I'm putting this out there. That's literally when I start stream. It just lines the fuck up. I'm not gonna lie. This game is perfect for me to stream. Everything just lines up all the time. This is when I start my streams. Like, this is sick. This is so cool. So this lines up absolutely perfect for me. Right? Haven't you clicked a companion or pet? Something that might be in the system you talked about for solo players? Oh, yeah. The combat pet. Yes. This is a live stream, though. So they're going to be doing a Alpha 2 treasure hunt playthrough. But what I think will be happening is, based on the patch notes, if we reference them here, these fucking deviants added over, and I quote, 420 treasure map locations to the desert. And if this patch does go live tonight into tomorrow, that gives it 1 day of, like, you know, live fixes, and then they display it with a treasure hunt in the desert. They just do a desert treasure hunt, and they show off the new desert, all of the gatherables. Can you link that? Exclamation patch. And we also have a YouTube video breaking all of these down that's going to be live tomorrow morning. We got you. But yeah, so this is the treasure hunt, treasure map locations. These are taken directly from the PTR. And then here was the tweet that we pulled that from. This led to this, which is the forums, where they say, join us as we showcase an Alpha 2 treasure hunt playthrough. So I can only be led to believe through this chain of events that tonight's downtime and this downtime leads into that patch from the PTR, which leads into the desert rework, which then leads into them showing off the desert rework with that live stream. Hope they optimize. Performance can be rough. Where particularly were you having like the most performance issues? Like anything, was it like more PC bottleneck side, or was it like server performance in like large scale PvP when using AMD GPU? I have if you do exclamation specs, I have a 7800X3D. I haven't run into like too many issues, but I also have a nice build, fortunately. But maybe like different builds are running it differently. Is it like a known issue? Have you filed like known stuff when you do get the performance things? Have you filed like bug reports and shit, or opened any communication with them through their Discord? Because I feel like consistent things like that, especially if it leads to crashing, their community managers typically want to know about that and get like debug info or whatever the fuck it's called. I'm not a dev. Doesn't matter. They're going to optimize closer to release. Fair. It's one of the nice things about it being in UE5 as well. I think it's probably very easy comparatively to AGS, where I come from, at least playing New World and interacting with AGS. I feel like it's going to be a lot easier for them to optimize than it was for Amazon games with New World. They do ask if you commonly have GPU crashes to enable the GPU crash report thing. Yeah, I saw that in the Discord as well. Okay, yeah, combat pets.
So combat pets, also referred to as item pets or universal combat pets, may be acquired by any archetype. Combat pets generally have a horizontal progression, not a vertical one. Unlike summoner summons, combat pets do not increase a character's power, but instead require a sacrifice from the player. It's important to note combat pets are primarily horizontal in nature, whereas class pets are a very vertical mechanic. Combat pets can be tamed by from certain creatures in the world. Combat pets are categorized by class and will adhere to a simple trinity structure, which is tank, DPS, support. Tank pets will maintain threat against enemies independent of the pet owner. Combat pets will be categorized into different rarities. Combat pets may not be able to be summoned in certain dungeons, instances, or other spaces. It'll participate in combat. It will allow you different options sometimes, but it won't necessarily increase your power, and you'll be sacrificing something for it. Pet progression. Combat pets will be levelable and will have gear available to them, which is a really cool feature in my opinion. Combat pets will incorporate some of their owner's power in a way that keeps the progression horizontal. Power is delegated to the pet when it's summoned and returned to the player immediately when the pet despawns. Summoner summons do add to the summoner's power when they're summoned. So you put a sweater on your dog? Yeah, or like a suit of armor. Yeah. Or like a hot dog costume. Because, hear me out, that's one thing they could go crazy on. So their store is going to be, like their in-game store, is going to be no pay to win, no pay for convenience. But if they do like combat pet armor and everybody's running around with a combat pet that's in like dope drip, oh, I feel like that could be so cool. They have so many cool opportunities to just do like ethical transmog monetization and have it actually look awesome. Let's see. Gear is not available to summoner summons. So combat pets, which can be acquired by any archetype, and this is essentially an item that exists within your backpack, so it'd be similar to a mount. You cast the item to summon your pet. When it's summoned, it's not intended to be a vertical gain of power, because when you make combat pets a vertical power gain, then it becomes a no-choice solution. You must have a combat pet if you want to play efficiently. You must have a combat pet. And I wanted to steer clear of that because the way I wanted to approach combat pets was more of a horizontal power choice, meaning depending on the type of encounter you're facing, depending on the threat assessment you have, a combat pet might be relevant or it might not. One combat pet might be more relevant than another combat pet, and that's part of your gear acquisition. Your item chase to attain this more comprehensive selection of combat pets that you can have available to you and can be summoned in the event that you want to engage an encounter with a different aspect of your power curve, not vertical but horizontal, from Steven himself. It's a really cool take on it. Very cool take on it. So say you're playing like a ranger and you just want to get a little tanky combat pet, you might sacrifice some of your damage and your HP and your stats to summon that pet out. But, oh my god. Like, that sounds really cool, especially for solo accessibility. Animal husbandry is that what's going to make combat pets? It goes down to animal husbandry here and then talks about breeding, cosmetic pets. But yeah, that's essentially like the lowdown on combat pets. Those are going to be universally accessible to everybody. I don't know, like, starting at what level or what the process will be. Probably hunting it, right? Because it says tamed from certain creatures, which is hunting. So I'd assume you'd get either the carcass or the animal itself. You get the animal and then you choose between combat pet, mount, or beast of burden, which would then add in another layer of like certain mounts could be maybe used as combat pets as a carryover. So you have a super high tier thing and you want to use it as a combat pet instead of a mount. I don't know like what the carryover would be there because we don't have a list of like what's available as combat pets, but I think that could be a really cool thing that adds into the animal husbandry system too. Because then you could potentially like breed your own combat pets. You could have like 2 super rare crosses that you breed out as much as you can. And then you just start juicing those rare crosses with more rare crosses. There is fucking, Jesus Christ, there's so much to this game. Oh, dude, we've watched a combined like 18 minutes of videos today. And I have to pee again because I just keep pounding water. All right, hold on. It's this one. I'll be right back. Have Bardcore for a second. Oh wait, no. 22 minutes in. We made it through 30 minutes of videos. That actually might be a record, yeah. But I'm gonna pee my pants. I'll be right back. Good day, hoes. We back. We might finish the AV8 tourney before phase 3. Finish banning y'all before phase 3. That's for fucking sure. That's for fucking sure. See who's yapping. See who's yapping when my health bar rework comes into the game. If you see this raid frame, this is my raid frame. I should watermark this right now so they can't steal it. Just know that you're talking to a fucking legend. God damn it. Fucking UI design genius. Although I was kind of cooking with this graph. Like I was kind of cooking with this graph. Like this distribution is really cool. This graph will be in game design. This will definitely be in game design. Personally, this graph seems extremely logical though. I'm just putting that out there. Because you just have each category of your weapon just broken up into this, like, this sub, part of the graph. I think it makes sense. I'm laying that on your chest and you do what you want with it. I'm not going to force it upon you, but it's a banger graph.
30 seconds to start.
Okay. Axiom with the Ranger.
All right, what do we have here?
Killer,
Oh
and
my
then,
fucking god, Envious'
V-Tank,
power. Holy shit.
Massive brain tank and fighter coming up here with two of the most geared mages quite literally in the world at 450 or something like that.
Yeah, that's insane.
Sweating
Style.
and dripping. Kinpaki and Wizwiz, or Kinpaki and Kazan. I love to see it,
Yeah,
Silence says 455. Tanko's 454.
He is quite literally half the power of the other 3 mages in the lobby. So Cake may be having a little bit of a tough time.
Maybe
but
he
if
pumps.
he just applies the Cone of Cold with like the Hoarfrost combo to get the
It could
freeze
just be
off,
like a different
so that
build,
Asbel
maybe?
can get that Shatter combo to get that really big.
They might be
dick
cooking
numbers,
up something.
basically.
Big dick numbers.
That could spell disaster.
Yo,
for
Desert's
Team Envious.
475 as a tank is crazy.
For Team Axiom, that
This man is legitimately 2.5 of this tank in terms of the power, and only sacrifices 170 HP. What the fuck is Desert's gear? Holy shit!
that's what I would do. You don't need too much
That's
damage.
fucking
to have the
disgusting.
freeze combo.
Second mage.
Yo, what up,
Also,
Tristan?
even more if you're in bigger combat,
Does
it's nice 'cause
Bardcore
that can be the
copyright
Blizzard
claim?
buff who runs in there and
On
incredibly
YouTube?
freezes
Yeah,
people
pretty
like
much
that.
everything on
Getting a shadow
YouTube
off
does,
and
unfortunately.
You gotta worry about dying at that point too, right?
I have to go through
Careful
YouTube
shell, use
VODs
up, like,
and
yeah,
like
nice. Oh, yeah,
take
they did.
out the
Oh, India's to the left.
I have to go through the YouTube VODs and like take out the Bardcore, but my Twitch VODs, if you do ever need a clip for anything without like Bardcore on it, my Twitch VODs save with no music, and my YouTube's supposed to play without music on it. But sometimes the audio tracks get fucked up through the multi-stream stuff and I have to fix it. Oops, if that's the case. If you heard Bardcore, we're fucked. My YouTube will be down by the end of the night. But yeah, Twitch VODs save without the Bardcore, and then YouTube should play without the Bardcore, but sometimes it fucks up. When you shift click on weapons. Oh, that's what we're bringing to the graph? Yeah, that like, that information.
Mortal enemies from long ago. Not really enemies, but never allies.
That'll be huge.
The team gamers.
Someone already
I
did.
only see NPS here.
Axiom.
Okay, Axiom's in.
Okay, they're poking. No flanking going
That
on.
front line. Poor Silence.
Silent, the actual winner from the 1v1 tournament on his Bard, sneaking around. We love to see him. The chant is, the crowd is going wild, chanting, Silent, Silent, Silent. They remember him.
He probably hits
one's dead
hard
yet.
as fuck.
The ash pile.
He probably hits
From
so
a past
ungodly hard.
Don't even taking damage right here. There's poking.
I would not want to tank his res at 455. My fucking god.
Axiom, king headshot. 50% already healed back up. Axiom's healer's very quick.
Oh, 3-man Vine on that backside. No, they got out of it. Oh, good grapple in.
He's grappling in. Dark Assassin.
Double grapple in. Okay.
There's no way.
Can Desert get out? Desert lives. Dark Assassin dead.
Whoa, this is the all call here. Tanko diving in immediately, going after Cake. Cake down low. He nuked
Cake. Just
Cake
got.
blink out, or is Cake dead?
No, Cake.
Got his Cake.
Cake destroyed.
Mass.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
blink away.
Oh god.
Blink. Oh, you hate to see that.
He's cooked.
The bashing error, and now Axiom just slowly whittling
Desert
down.
does a lot of damage.
Nothing else they can do here. Minefield in the middle. Into the clutch.
They just
There's no
have too
Minefield
much AP on Envious.
I don't even know what's going on. They're dying. They're happening. It's happening.
Oh
too
god.
Fast. Oh,
that must have been Silas' combo.
Too fast. All I know is people were alive and now they're dead.
Yeah, they lost like.
And I'm back.
They lost those first two, and then they just got full cooked.
Good fight. Axiom held for a little while. For how big of a gear different on that?
Bro, Envious's gear is
crazy
fucking
that Axiom actually held it that
wacky.
long.
God damn, good for them.
Is it just me, or did it turn daytime?
Did you flashbang?
Very, very quickly.
No, it's been a good. I had my graphics on low.
The good
right
old
now,
flashbang,
because of the
boys.
stream.
Let me try to lower mine, because I think when they changed from night to day, my game just crashed. So
why is teammates on his flying mount? I don't know why he's on his flying mount, actually.
It's so tragic.
Different character, right? Oh, good.
Yo, do you want to try to be an attacker or defender? That'll give you a clear sign of who's attacking, who's defending. You probably can't be as close to the fight though.
We can try one. I think because the guild names are pretty different, it's kind of getting easier for me to tell the difference of the names.
I still feel like. Has there been any 2-tank groups? Nah, there were even a couple no-tank groups. I still feel like the Tekkington, by the way, for the observer POV of this, is getting in a caravan of your own. Trying to find music that works for streaming. Oh, Tristan, sorry. If you're trying to find music that works for streaming on Spotify, you want Stream Beats. So let me see if I can get a share link. I don't know if you have Twitch as well, but on Spotify, it is this. It's Stream Beats. Harris Heller is the person that makes all of these playlists. I think Senpai Gaming is his YouTube. He does a lot of streamer stuff, but all of these are DMCA friendly, and these are all made by him specifically to be DMCA friendly. So if you're looking for like on stream stuff, I used to use a lot of these for like my like lo-fi intros for stream. Like, it's pretty chill across the board. He has a lot of different stuff too. I've used multiple of his playlists for different points throughout stream. It's really nice for like YouTube background music and stuff too. If you're doing that, it's all like completely DMCA friendly. He has a lot of playlists though.
Don't worry that the rendering difference.
I
if
hope
ever try to
Tristan
get
is still
in
on YouTube
straight
and heard
car or
that.
something, then I'm just dead.
said thanks for your help, and hopefully you didn't just like quick X out.
I thought about doing it and just dying right in the middle of everybody, and then I could see both angles, but then I had to run back.
I feel like an incredibly strong front line with a lot of control would help. Curious how it perform. One thing that I haven't really seen go out a lot is like that big wall initiate, and I feel like in these mid to large scales, gearing like desert and then throwing out like a wall into your like staggered ground slam to get an AoE trip in like a Priz, lightning ball, whatever combo. Like, I feel like that's going to be a really solid initiate. And if you wall properly, you can catch LOS on the healers at that same time, right? So say their healers are playing as a pocket, like back in this area, you could drop a wall here and then hit your AoE trip right here at this angle. Yo, what up, Autumn? How you doing? And then if you hit your AoE trip, people are going to take a lot of damage right there on your initiate. And then their healers will have to either go here, or climb your wall. So I feel like there's a lot of validity to that. And one thing that I liked is like Desert with his gear, like his gear is insane. And as soon as he got in, he was just wreaking havoc, man. He was going crazy with it.
Well, 2 minutes will start.
I feel like wall can just be so good. Oh, it's going fantastic. It's going fantastic. Little Ashes off day. So the servers are down Tuesday, Wednesday. They're back up tomorrow. So we've just been hanging out, watching videos, chilling all day. It's always nice to get a little bit of a reset and then grind the game for 5 days straight and go as crazy as I can. Always makes us miss the game a bit too, but Ashes has been absolutely wonderful.
They have things like Gambit, which swaps my health with yours. Or shields. Damage reduction, damage buffs. Hella giving everybody mana back, giving people health, everything that you can imagine from a support DPS in return of not as many heals as like a cleric would have. And a cleric can res as well where a bard cannot. And you can res in combat. So they both, it's not one of those things where, hey guys, we're going to go do a raid, PvE or PvP content. We're going to go do a raid. Let's go fuck this forge up, or these new pocket dungeons that's about to come out. Or let's go, I heard Nova's bitch ass is down around the corner. Let's go jump him.
Word.
And then you're not, you can't go, hey, we don't need a cleric. We got a bard ever in your life. Like the bard will not fill that hole, just like a cleric cannot fill that hole. None of these classes really can fill each other's holes, in my opinion. Giggity. Except for maybe the tank fighter combo. Oh,
Crix, we still talking about like balance?
Continue that conversation afterwards.
Fuller closing in. Kaiser is on the other side.
I feel like Crix got a little sidetracked there, dog.
Yep. Yeah, I forgot to change the code to
Survivors versus Polar.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a blink in fireball on the left hand side. He kites back. Oh, it actually already goes down.
Is Juice just destroyed? Oh my fucking hell, that's 4,600 HP just gone.
He has no all these.
Oh my fucking god, what the hell was that?
Fighting a man down.
Oh, can they get the big res? Oh, the big res.
Cold misses. Kaiser goes down.
Huge res.
He got the res off on Juice. He's up again, and then he's dead.
Okay, hold on. Question. I've been wondering, is this Delore like Delore, or just somebody else with the name? Like, surely the person that breaks keyboards is not playing a cleric, right? But that's the same spelling. I've always wondered that, but I don't know.
Again. Oh, wow. They picked on Juice. He must have been he's a ranger. They picked on Juice. My boy Kaiser, one of my best friends in the whole world, dies instantly.
Think going down.
We got
Blue
Lil.
I missed her's bard.
They're just cleaning house.
Dead.
They lived.
Wizard, dead. One of the most geared mages, wizard, and one of the most geared clerics, Sink, dead.
That 485 and 453 mage duo is crazy.
485 power. I just see health bars getting absolutely decimated.
Yo, what up, Meta?
Those guys' stats real quick because I didn't get to ahead of time. We got
playing cleric. Been a long time since I broke a keyboard.
Actually, the highest spell power mage that I've seen so far. He is actually number one.
What you mean? Been a long time since I broke a keyboard.
As a mage last phase, and it was beautiful to see. So I'm glad to see him back. And the other team looks like I didn't pull the stats up, so we're looking now.
When was the last time you broke a keyboard, and why?
Who is Juice, and why did they? Juice pissed them off, bro.
We're gonna have like a 3 to 5 minute delay here.
I remember like Delore had to stop breaking keyboards because he got a Twitch ban for like self-harm because he was breaking a keyboard that was specifically designed to be cheap and break. And there was like some shit around that. That was crazy to me. That was a whole thing, dog. And then he also stopped breaking keyboards. Hi, Kanko.
Good. So we have a 5-minute delay. You have, let me move these up. You have, dude was killed, resurrected. Like, they pissed him off. He pissed him off.
Yo. There was a Ford run the other day where Dom from Envious was in our group. And we were the 2 tanks in the raid, right? And Nin was just chilling, just vibing, right? Just DPSing. Dom grappled a mob, and I grappled the same mob. So we like double grappled it, and it pulled perfectly. And it just nuked Nin. Instantly annihilated. There was also a time where I think I double killed Drewski or someone. Came back to say goodnight to everyone. Yo, Kanko, have a great night, brother. Thank you for the hydrate. Was rather hot-headed back then. The closest I've ever come to breaking a keyboard. Keep in mind, I've been poor my whole life, so I can't replace keyboards. But I was actually in a Dota 2 tourney one time. And my team was just playing like dog shit. And I was the captain and like our drafter. And I was our IGL, right? So, P-break in 1 minute. So, I was like our in-game, like our shot caller. I was our drafter. And my team was just playing like dog shit one time. And we took a fucking dumbass bad fight. And I got pissed. I went to smack my desk and I missed. And I smacked the fuck out of the keyboard. And half of my keys, it was a Razer keyboard. It didn't break, but some of my keys like popped off and flew across my room. And I had to pause and then have someone on my team all chat that I was putting my keyboard back together. So I got to pause while I put my keys back on my keyboard. And since then, I've never been much of a wah. I learned my lesson. That was fucking God, like 12 years ago now, something like that. Dude, it was so long ago. And that was like the one time I've ever gone to like smack my desk, and I was just so pissed off at that match of Dota. And I just, dude, the keyboard caught like the collateral there, and it instantly made me regret it. Oh, poor didn't stop me from breaking one back then. Listen, that's a Dolores strat. He would get like the cheapest, most breakable boards, so that way he could just play it up on stream. It was genius. It was genius. It's good marketing. I fuck with it. This is not going to be a P-break in 1 minute. I have to watch more solo leveling tonight, though. I really got to watch more solo leveling tonight.
Dude, damn, you had a glowing glint on you?
No,
Damn,
oh, God, it's gone.
I appreciate that. That's crazy work.
They brought donations for
just coming
Cricks.
up on the offhand of these individuals.
I don't charge money for doing this. I just charge, I'm just looting bodies, but if you don't loot your body before I get to it, it's mine. And if you got a problem with that, flag up! Oh shit, he really flagged up! Oh shit, he really flagged up!
I'm gonna get him.
Wait. Do we know who's next, by the way?
Man just stood 10 toes on that loot.
We're getting some interviews.
God damn.
Into the interview channel. But next will be Team Envious versus Team Misfit.
Kirk Scott, does that say 300 rations? Brother, why do you have 300 rations? Are you planning on never going back to town again?
Underway.
Brother, is that
I think
286
the fight-
rations?
That one was pretty interesting. There was like a big whirlpool that happened. Both teams had
Are you gonna
split
fucking do a
swap
Mr.
sides
Beast
that they started on.
challenge?
Like, they
where you're like
just did
not
a
allowed
full
to buy
circle around, and
rations?
they-
Last one to buy rations
When I'm
wins $1
doing
million?
scrims with my guild, when we're looking at these like larger scale
Why his character
PvP
tweaking?
areas, we like to do like the whirlpool where like if you are getting flanked, it's much easier to attack their backline by doing these types of movements.
Yeah. Agreed.
When you guys are done with an interview, so sorry, real quick. When you guys are done with an interview, just pull them down. I'll pull someone in. I just won't be in the channel. So when I see someone leave, I'll take them in. This is King Headshot from Maxing.
I think Misfits dies in like probably 20 seconds here. all that has to happen is Desert and Tanko both jump Alona. And I feel like they do 4,400 damage instantly, and then they don't have a healer on Misfits.
Yo, King Headshot, my friend, my brother in arms. How are you doing today, Doug?
I'm doing pretty good, man. How about you?
Yeah, how you feeling about these tournaments, brother? You're doing a lot of damage here. How you feeling?
It's going good. Going good. Caught ourselves on the team. A couple of simple mistakes, but we're just rolling with it and having a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Unfortunate. We've got 2 losses for you. Do you feel like there is a big like gear differential, or do you think it's a more player like?
Do you think you're just dog
how
shit?
The teams interact, team compositions.
Do you think it's gear, or do you think you just suck?
Gear definitely has a big play in a lot of things, but
he just asked that so delicately, but essentially he asked, is it a gear difference, or are you just getting fucking shit on? He asked that like such a professional. Holy shit. Well navigated. That was a slippery one to engage in, and he made it out alive. Do you think it's gear, or do you think it's you?
But in terms of what transpired in our matches and such, I think we just had simple mistakes.
Crix is panicking,
and that could have been prevented, and it was just, you know, one step behind, you kind of crumble underneath if you don't have the cleanup, so it just turned out the way it did.
Has your team figured out like
it's
any
just a
sort of,
numbers
like,
advantage.
Go button, or are you looking for anything in particular when you're looking at these 8v8 fights?
In an even numbers match, it's literally
there's a lot of
just
things that we can bring
getting
into
the
it.
initiate on a value target that's like high value. So one thing about like, say for example, if you're fighting against Envious and you try to initiate on Yokai, they're going to have Greek and Silent to peel, and then they're also going to have Mal to heal Yokai while you initiate on Yokai. Then they'll have peel with Tanko and Desert while their mages both nuke your backline while you invest in that. Whereas on the Misfit side, if you're able to jump Alona, they don't have that secondary heal because it's going to be more of like an extra damage comp. They have a Vines from the Ranger. But I feel like in even numbers square ups, it's all about identifying like the value targets, especially if you have access to this information. So fighting against Axiom, for example, the tank isn't really going to be much of an issue past being a CC bot at 5420 with 195. So I'm going to look at like which of their DPS I may be able to nuke, because they have that double cleric. Their clerics are like, you know, in that 300 power range. They're going to be able to sustain a burst between the two of them unless you simultaneously lock them down. If you look at their mages are probably going to be the best bet, either mage or ultra. But you look at ultra's 4600. You look at Cake at 4k. You look at Asfel at 3895. And so like you can't see the 3895, but Asfel's 3895 HP. So against Axiom, you would want to initiate on one of those mages, and then you'd want to have that DPS advantage where you basically just win those little chip trades after that. And I think in those even numbers trades, it's really important to identify like where your value initiate is, because if you blow a whole combo initiating on like Blue Ice, and Blue Ice gets sustained by King and by all of their peel, then your entire initiate's going to be gone and you're going to be playing counter off of that. So I at least that's my take on it.
Reach, obviously, if you.
But there are a lot of things that can impact
5 feet
those
ahead
little
of the team, and
matchups.
8 people can shoot at them. You know that you can kind of get pretty high TTK in this game, and just take advantage of that. So.
As a
everything
cleric
having range
god,
validity is.
How you feeling about these cleric changes?
Very interesting.
Little buff players coming in here when I don't know when they're doing it, but on PTR, a little Mend, base healing on Mend going up, decrease the healing on Flash Gear, but increase the mana cost. A little nerf to Flash Gear.
Desert's build is going to be
Mend,
disgusting with the new tank changes, by the way.
I think,
Desert's going to be fucking
there
terrifying to
definitely
see in
needs to be some changes all
PvP
around
with the new
cleric.
tank changes.
I can see it for the Flash Cure.
Disgusting.
Being readjusted for sure. I don't know where that's going to fit endgame for like the high TTK and the Lego, but we'll see what they do with Legendary on that. I think mid game, like before we end up reaching into the gear, I think it's a good change, but we'll see what they do with the scale of it.
Hell yeah, brother. Well, anything else you want to say, Lloyd? Or anything you want to say?
Yeah, I
King,
think
before
seeing
we,
what they do with the scaling is really valid.
continue on this
I
journey?
think everything that we do right now should be considered for fun.
a pretty good time for any.
Who are you? Where they can find you?
I fully expect all of that to be
with Axiom, you can
like
go to
all of our
joinaxiom.com,
balance to be wonky.
BVX Guild.
They have a
NA, but we have
website?
people from all over. Current mayor of Winstead, and heavy
That's
emphasis
fucking
on
dope.
organization and supporting multiple divisions in the guild, and solid people.
I gotta get a
Toxicity.
website, chat.
Yeah, out of all the guilds in the world that I've had to deal with, I've never really had a problem with Axiom.
I was in Axiom's New World
nothing crazy.
thing when they were in New World. They were chill.
I like it. You can't say that a lot about a lot of guilds. Even the guilds that aren't like huge and massive. You see.
I was with
everywhere,
Axiom
they're
and
big
Envious
stuff.
both in
Axiom's
New World,
big.
actually.
Ashes of Creation, big reputation game.
It is.
Axiom holding in mayorship along with a lot of these other guilds in here. So it does look like the
Yeah,
more
Axiom was
hardcore,
always
sweaty
extremely
guilds
chill.
are taking head. Thank you, King Headshot. I appreciate you, and I hope you have some good luck against your next opponents, which I believe are going to be Polar. So how are you feeling about that matchup right before you leave?
Awesome. I mean, end of the day, it's just see where our teams can get the advantage and keep it moving, and we'll see if we get the cleanup on it. So,
I need to get people
feeling
up to
pretty confident.
25, man. I keep saying that.
Awesome.
We just need to get people
Well, I'll let
grinding
you
the next playtest
head back
phase.
to your team. It looks like we have DA.
We need
in the
more people like in guild at 25.
Did he say who we're playing next? Or who's playing next?
We are playing Team Envious. So DA, the member that just joined, is going to be playing against Team Misfits. DA, how are you feeling about that matchup coming up?
I heard DA in a minute.
I'm excited.
DA.
Misfits is I can't remember whose team that was. But at the end of the day, I'm having fun in this tournament. Our team was kind of thrown together a couple hours ago. So we're kind of just thrown into this, but like I'm already having fun. We already kind of talked about how we're just gonna take things a little bit slower.
Not DA, we're always chill.
This match, I also don't.
I apologize.
Yes, I am Team Uwu. But I'm excited for some of these matchups that we have going on here. So yeah, I'm hope everybody.
Envious had a good show to get two teams together too.
I am glad that.
And I'm sure they had
we
more people than just the
all
two that
here
were
on
like
this-
straggling
is it
filling
Saturday?
teams.
Yeah, Saturday night.
It is
to be able to do some shit like this. Yeah, and
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
excited for.
I like how chill everyone seems about
we're
this.
doing this
Like everyone's
content
just kind of like doing it for fun.
abiding
I like that a
time,
lot.
And next week we get sieges.
I like this level of
What a time,
transparency
what a
from like the PvP community as a whole. Like,
Oh, go ahead.
because in New World I was so PvP based, right? I plan to be super heavy into the PvP community, but I like to be active in like just the community as a whole without like a real specialization, right? I love PvP, I love PvE. I play the game 12 hours a day when it's up. So it's like I'm going to be active in everything. And I already like this level of transparency and just seeing them chill and like enjoying events, because these are the same people that like people are screaming about like ruining the servers and this, that, the other. And I feel like just this level of people being able to see it is probably beneficial for
I
the
just
game
want
on
to say,
all.
I want to thank you for.
I'm also excited
being
to get
able
involved in
scrounge up
these more.
The Team 6 that we were missing for this tournament. So, big credit out for you. Obviously, it was last minute team, not a whole lot of screaming. So, just overall, just appreciation for that. Go ahead, Crix.
That
I
Envious
just
stock
wanna see,
is crazy.
how do you feel about these fighter changes coming? I know you've seen them, obviously, as a big fighter man. How do you feel about fighter coming up ahead?
Couple things were really good to see, and the most notable ones like the Cataclysm changes, buffing Whirlwind, a couple other things that they did that were stuff that we kind of been asking them before. The rest of the changes seem
Whirlwind buffs are always
very,
super fun.
We'll see. It's not the changes that I would want to have seen. I think they do answer a couple things, but in the end of the day, I really just it feels good for a small scale, but 90% of the things that I do in this game is medium to large scale content, and
I think that's
those
a lot
don't
of what the
really
game's
fix
based
the
off of.
problems that those type of larger battles bring to the table. So kind of.
I also think that it's just a matter of meta shifts. Barricus from Team Polar has a +7 2-Mach wand that he didn't use for the tourney. I wonder why. Wait, what the fuck? Did they actually have a +7 2-Mach that they didn't use? I'm like so uninvolved from the drama of everything, so I just think it's crazy that they did a +7 2-Mach wand. What was the power on that? And why wouldn't he use it? Is there more to that? Is that like a blood money reference for an item or something? Was that acquired by unethical means, or was it like banned in the tourney because it was fucking sicko mode? Because I would imagine that thing would be sicko mode, right? Wouldn't that just like one-shot everybody on the face of the earth? Huh. Interesting.
Disappointed. But at the same time,
Yeah, I don't know. I
Bark,
just play tank.
I mean,
I'm just
Mace
excited
got
for
another
tank
nerf.
changes.
Bark
Watch
got,
your mouth.
some
Don't
nerfs.
remind me.
Hey, keep them down. Keep them down.
Yeah, that was a
All
big
my
move.
homies hate mages.
Yeah, no. I've noticed with fighter. I did fighter for some of the NDA testing and during phase 1. I
He used
noticed
it
that
because I got it from
in
spamming
these,
Wardex early for 12
matchups,
hours and
building
player
up
got
momentum
journeyman
is
and
pretty
chance
difficult
scrolls.
unless you're using whirlwind
MP
like
with it
inside of your
on
own team.
is 517. Jesus. Jesus. So are they able to, with those journeyman and chance scrolls, just have like the full enchanted or at least like +6 or more level 20 gear across the board? Is that the implication of like the journeyman and chance scrolls existing in that capacity? That's fucking large. Because I think the advantage to having that, with like 20 gear versus the level 10 scaling gear is that mitigation, right? Mitigation is going to be less scaling in those tiers than like the damage scaling. But if you're putting up the same level of like damage scaling with less mitigation scaling comparatively, it's just hard to deal with. That's crazy though. A +7 Tumok wand is fucking fat. Shit.
Do you feel like you're struggling with momentum getting off that like blitz
That's
into
scary.
or like leap strike?
485
is
is still nuts even without that, but
what kind of things are you looking for as a fighter? And do you think momentum buildup is too slow, or if it needs more momentum?
So in these larger fights, I mean, momentum is kind of a meme because
I think a lot of it, I don't know what D is going to say, but I think a lot of it in medium to large scale as like a career melee player as well simply breaks down to like what the distribution of builds that you're fighting against is to a certain instance, right? Like if it's 8v8 and you're against a 6 range team, then that means a melee is just going to get kited around unless you run so many melees that your melees swarm one range. But even then, in an instance like this where it's very spread out, those remaining range could then spread so far out. Whereas if it's like a close confines 8v8 in like a dedicated small arena, melee could have more validity. And I feel like in anything that's truly open world and has that large scale maneuverability, range naturally has an advantage in itself with its kit being facilitated towards maintaining that distance, whereas melees are like, melees have to expend abilities to gap close, and range has the luxury to play safely at that range well within their like power curve at that range, and they can react with movement instead of initiate with movement. And that's part of the core reason why in medium to large scale open world, ranged almost always feels better than melee, with the core exception of some ungodly geared differentialed melee that's just Thanosing with a pocket, juggernaut stomping through everything. Doubt they had enough to have full level 20 enchant gear, but just enchanting level 20 weapon is nuts. Why do you think there wasn't a crap gear cap and the other competitive guilds refused to join? That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, honestly, so I kind of stay out of all of the drama. I did enough of that in New World. I had 8 characters in New World and played like well over 1,000 wars there. I was warring 20 times a week, so I got into all like the PvP drama and shit. Over here, I tend to just chill and play video games. I'll probably get more involved in all the drama stuff of PvP scene when launch actually happens and I take it seriously. But I've been so like just ears plugged, head forward, just enjoying the game itself at my own pace that, you know, I'll get involved in that. But yeah, I don't know, man. I just tend to focus on the gameplay stuff itself. Like I said, I did enough of the whole drama stuff in New World that if it calls for it on launch, I'll get involved with it. But I respect that it's for the best. Yeah, it was part of the reason I burned out on New World as well. I did like company leadership over there for like you know, more competitive stuff. Like I said, had 8 characters that I was simultaneously warring on. And I burned out very hard on the political side of the game. And I was just like, yeah, if I ever lead a company again, people are doing all the leadership for me. Like, I'm just chilling and playing the game. And so that's kind of the route I go, man. I just like to stream and have fun at this point. Was it you who got the Snorse mount? Yeah, I got the Snorse before it was before it was finished. The saddle was all white when I got it. All the clips from my mount acquisitions are on my YouTube as well. But so far, I've died to Steven 4 times. So I got a Snorse mount the first time we hung out. He did not kill me because that was our first interaction. Second interaction, he ported me up to the top of Carfin while I was getting ready to do a Carfin farm with a group, by the way. He just yoinked me. Chased me down as the Ancient One. Ended up giving me a Flail Runner after an Ancient One RP. The Flail Runner was fast as fuck because I was talking about going to the desert and I hadn't gone down yet because the Snorse moved slower than running on foot. He killed me that time with lightning from the Ancient One. Then the spear reveal happened on his stream. So I was watching his stream while I was streaming the last time he did a live stream. And I was just running along minding my business, like autopiloting towards the desert. And I turned a corner and ran into him. So we hopped on our Snorses and like slithered along. And then he ended up killing me twice with a spear, which isn't even in the game yet. So I think I'm the first player in Ashes in terms of like public video to actually die to the spear ever. Twice. It's an honor. And then most recently I was in the desert and a bunch of ducklings kept spawning on me. And I quacked as an offering to the Quack Lord. And I got a plumed halberdier because that was the day that Summit was streaming. And so I was just chilling. I was just hanging out. I didn't expect him to come see me that day because Sum was in the directory, right? I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just chill. And later in the stream, after he like did the RP and stuff with Summit, he came through, spawned a bunch of ducklings on me, gave me a plumed halberdier, and then killed me. I didn't even see his character. He just like literally slash killed my character. I was just riding around and just fucking died instantly. Thanos snapped, annihilated. And then he killed my mount. He 2-tapped it. So there have been a few interactions, but yeah, as of right now, I have a Snorse, a Flail Runner, and a Plumed Halberdier. The Flail Runner and the Plumed Halberdier are a lot more available now. But at the time, the capabilities for them weren't quite there yet. So the Snorse is the only like quote-unquote exclusive one at this point, because everyone's going to start to get the Flail Runner and shit. So hopefully, we'll be able to get something soon. Yo, what up, Mitchie? Why is the game so much to play right now? So when the game launches, it's going to be $15 a month for its like finished product. The pay to enter is kind of like a way for Intrepid themselves to ensure that people that are coming in are going to be serious about the playtesting environment. It's also, you know, just additional monetary support for them. But basically what you get, it's $110 for 2 to 3 years of access up until the launch of the game. If you buy the Wave 2 pack, you get into Phase 2, which goes now until May, then continues through that. Phase 3 starts in May, where the servers go like live service 24/7 uptime. And then the betas start, and then the game eventually launches. With the 110 for Wave 2, you get access the entire time through the development phase. Then when the game launches, you get your first month of game time, and you get $15 in the in-game store, excuse me, which is transmog only, no pay to win, no pay for convenience, right? So over the course of the remaining development, it breaks down to like in between $4 and $5 a month, which is like a third of the monthly cost of the sub when the game finishes. And so in my opinion, it's like, you know, a fraction of the sub for an unfinished product because you are in that playtesting phase. And if you're kind of hesitant about it, they do offer 90 days where you can purchase the alpha access and you can play it as many hours as you want. There's like no restriction on that. And if you're not happy with like the unfinished state of the game, you don't want to playtest, you'd rather wait till the game actually launches, you can request a refund on that through their website. So there's a lot of like that layer of consumer protection there for you too. Because 110 is definitely a lot, you know, for a lot of people up front. That's perfectly reasonable. A lot for me. So I like that they offer that full 90-day playtest period without the hours restriction. I think that makes it a lot safer for people to get into without feeling like they have to force value out of it. So just something to keep in mind. But yeah, again, it breaks down to like $4 to $5 a month for the sub up until the launch of the game, and you do get access that entire time. The only thing with access right now is in phase 2, it's 5 days up, 2 days down, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday up, Tuesday, Wednesday down. So that's the only thing to know. But yeah, if you have any questions, just let me know, man. More than happy to help out.
They don't last long enough, especially with the TTK the way it is, or the way large scale fights posture, like as far as like a push or pull.
It's the biggest thing with the posturing, yeah.
Kind of more like a blitzkrieg tactic. They just don't really feel well for a building momentum type thing. You know, maybe after in a longer lasting fight, but right now it's just like building momentum is kind of mean. People just you either.
I think the most valid thing for like melees right now would be 16 versus 16, where you start to work in more melee combos, where you have like a tank that chunks a wall up, gets a portion of their front line, a few fighters jump in and hit a big AoE combo while the range support it. They play behind the wall, the clerics support those fighters, and like there's a certain level of like small scale where melee is viable. Then there's the mid scale where if it's range stacking it falls off. Then there's that mid to large scale where it can be viable again in mass. And then there's that like mass skill where it's just like rough. So I don't know. They should create undead race for you based on your story. Listen, I don't need anything made for me. It's just an honor to be able to die by Steven's hand and get cool mounts for it. It's a good trade. Melees move at full speed when auto attacking. Range classes have move slower when auto attacking. It's a good core design feature. Yeah, I think it's just important to keep in mind like the power curve of ability relativity too. Like melees very frequently don't have an ability kit that they can use simultaneously, like while closing that gap, and that little bit of like move speed is still going to be conducive to a lot of kiting. And with the momentum, there are so many instances where you can like carry your momentum through the move speed debuff for book with example, or with book for example. Sorry, you can basically like B-hop and carry momentum. I'm sure you can with other weapons as well. I haven't tried every ranged weapon. But yeah, I mean, I see that, but at the same time, it breaks down to like melee having to initiate to gap close, typically burning a movement ability, and then ranged having the ability to counterplay there. And with weapon power scaling being like 1-to-1 melee to range across the board, right? Because everyone has that melee and that range. Any fights that start at a range will be more conducive to range having the initial advantage due to that ability accessibility. An entire like melee kit is going to be built on I initiate to you and then keep you in range long enough for me to cast these abilities on you. But even if I go in as a fighter and CC, or as like a tank and CC you, there are CC breaks in the game. So it's like, then you would have to have more follow-up, and eventually melees just don't have that amount of follow-up, because anytime that you're not in that range, you're getting chip damage, right? And so that's kind of the issue that melee as an archetype can fall into. Yo, what up, Miz? How do you like Ashes so far? Oh, I love it. I've been having so much fun. I'm about 300 hours deep in phase 2, not counting the time spent yapping on down days. Having a ton of fun. I haven't even scratched the surface of like what I want to do. I only have my tank at 25 because I've been trying to help my guildies level so much. I think that there is a ton across the board that I'm excited for. I've been having a blast, man. Have you been playing, or are you just kind of like watching, following along, and waiting for your time to hop in? Timer needs to be 0 hours. I know, soon. I also need to go watch more solo leveling soon. After this DA interview, I think I might go watch solo leveling with Corla, because we got to grind that before servers come back
You're
up.
alive or you're dead, and it's a very small window.
Yeah, especially in range.
When it comes to just what I'd like to see for fighter, honestly, a little bit more survivability. I'd like to see things that like boost damage the more targets around me. So maybe like if I'm in Berserker form and I use like an AoE, I get more damage based on the targets around me. I like to see stuff like that scale and kind of lean towards fighter being able to have just some more usefulness for that large scale. Like I said, the large scale or to medium scale PvP.
I don't know how form swapping is on fighters right now with the cooldowns and stuff that were mentioned in the patch notes, but I feel like one thing that was really important with like high skill warrior gameplay and WoW was like stance swapping. And it may be an entirely different thing, but been watching, not sure how I can play. Oh shit. Well, if you do !ashes, you can make your account using that link if you want to support stream. 15% of all of your in-game purchases will support stream if you do use that link. But basically, for 110 USD, you can get into Alpha Phase 2, which is a current phase. 5 days up, 2 days down, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, the game is playable. Tuesday, Wednesday, the game is down for development. So we're going back up into the server uptime tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST. Then in May, on May 1st, as of right now, it goes to live service with the start of Phase 3, so 24/7 uptime as close to possible there. Then from there, we go to the betas, and if you get the $110 pack, you have access to every one of the development phases up until launch. When the game launches, it's $15 a month with no box cost, no DLC cost, and it's localized currency if you're playing outside the US based on the server that you're playing on, right? Your server region. You also get $15 in their in-game store, which is transmog only, like no pay to win, no pay for convenience, all just that ethical level of monetization. And let's see what else. Oh, you also have the 90-day refund policy. So if you don't end up liking the game, no matter how many hours you play within your first 90 days from purchase, you can request a refund on the website, or the playtest, I should say. It's $10 cheaper in May, but I can't wait until then. I want to play now. Yeah, so it breaks down to like $4 to $5 a month for like the monthly cost if you get the Wave 2 pack. And it's a $10 difference to start playing now or in May. So it really just breaks down to personal preference there, but I'll throw the link in my chat for you guys. And anyone who hasn't made their account that might be lurking, you can click on that ashesofcreation.com link, make your account using that link. And once again, 15% of all of your in-game purchases for the lifetime of your account will help support stream. And they're starting to accept content creators into their content creator program very soon, which naturally, the more people we have using that link, showing that we have a community here, the better odds we have getting accepted. Very cool. And then hopefully we get cool things like community giveaways and coffee mugs. I very much like coffee mugs. I like coffee mugs a lot. Boys, we're so close to Ashes coming back. We're so incredibly close. I want it back desperately. Desperately. Alrighty. I guess we're gonna go raid Mr. Jamie. / raid Jamie Chaos. You're gonna try another class besides Bard this next up week? Nah, I gotta keep chipping away at the Bard. I definitely gotta keep chipping away at the Bard a bit. That'll be the next one that I push up to 25. I also gotta keep gearing my tank, because with the tank changes, it's more AP stack scale. So I gotta work on that. I got a couple things on the agenda. Our downfall is it makes my Tuesdays and Wednesdays super shit. Well, how can those days be shit when you get to hang out here, chat? My Tuesdays and Wednesdays are amazing because you're all here. And I love and appreciate you very much. Boyos, I'm going to go hang out. I'm going to go watch some more solo leveling myself. And I'll be back tomorrow. Now, servers are up at 1 p.m. EST. And I will be back right there. Like, I'll be on. So, hopefully I'll see you guys then. I went through 4 episodes of solo leveling last night. More tonight. Gonna get some food. Chill out. Do that. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are sexy. A few more days of the cat ears and I'm free. Yo, Jaster, thank you again for the 10 gifties, by the way, man. Hoofsy, thank you for another gifty. Thank you guys for all of the follows, all the love today. Much love. I appreciate you guys. Peace.